The Iowa caucus is now just 1 hour away. The first vote's about to be cast in the 2024 presidential election. And voters across the Hawkeye state about to pour into caucus sites just like these in front of me. The doors have just opened and the voting will start at 8 p.m. Eastern, and the evening will move quickly. We may get results within that hour. At stake, not only the state's 40 delegates, but the bragging rights and, more importantly, momentum that comes with winning the first in the nation contest. Will tonight be a story of Donald Trump's dominance, the tightening of his grip on the Republican Party? Will he make history by winning by unprecedented margins? Or will it be a story about the surprising strength of another contender? Will Nikki Haley's late surge in Iowa carry her to second place? Or will Ron DeSantis' robust ground operation help keep his hopes alive? Turnout tonight is the other big question. Look at this. The weather in Iowa is brutal. Those aren't typos we're about to show you on the screen. The wind chills across the state are in the negative 20s. That could have an impact on who decides to go to caucus tonight. Our correspondents are braving the cold. They are fanned out across the state at caucus sites, campaign headquarters. They're talking to voters and campaign officials. Plus, we have Chuck Todd. He's standing by at the big board tonight, ready to break down the entrance polls and the results. But right now, I want to get to my good friend Hallie Jackson. She's at the Dallas County caucus site in a suburb just west of Des Moines. Hallie, it is such a big night. I know you're enthusiastic. Talk to me about the crowd atmosphere and the voters lining up and entering right now.
The doors are actually open. Right, I'm going to show you that in a second. But first, I want to show you the parking lot. Look, you see people getting out. They're getting ready to come inside. They're not going to be able to start caucusing for another hour. But I want you to see what's under the cars. You see the road conditions there? This school where we are in Waukee was just plowed. It just had its parking lot plowed. I mean, this is what people have to deal with because, by the way, Tom, it is 5 below zero where we are right now. So we're going to come inside for a second with our team here. This is where it's all happening. This is where it's happening at 1,600 different precincts, multiple caucus locations throughout the state. I don't mean to put my back to you. We're going to walk here for a second. And this is kind of the beginning point for people who are coming here in this area to caucus. Now, the particular site where I'm at has 2 different precincts I'm going to tell you about, meaning people from 2 different areas come here. This is where they're going to end up casting ballots for whoever they want to win the Republican nomination. First table they hit is right here. This is voter registration. You see these 2 folks are here now. This is for people who have not actually caucused in Iowa before. This is where they're going to sign up. They can do that. That's one of the things that happens at a caucus. You're able to do that here in Iowa. These tables over here, this is where both of the precincts, Waukee 3 and Waukee 4, and you can see folks coming in. Hi, everybody. Happy caucus night. Yes. They're checking in. They're getting ready. Are you excited? Okay. You feeling good about tonight? Yes. Do you expect a big crowd?
I hope so.
How are the roads getting here?
Well, we live in town, so we're fortunate.
Very good. I'll let you finish checking in. So this is the process, and we expect to see, TBD number of people turn out here. This is a long walk now down the empty middle school hallway, which is where I'm going to talk to you a little bit, Tom, about expectations for tonight as it relates to the political atmosphere. Because right now, and you laid out the stakes so well at the top of the show, you've got this race for the Republican primary nomination. And it is the first time that we are seeing actual data points, people actually coming out and casting ballots here. Donald Trump far and away has that lead, right? At least in polling. So here's one of the 3 things we're watching. What exactly is Donald Trump's margin going to be? If he gets 13 points or more, that'll be the biggest margin of victory for a Republican who's not an incumbent ever. Second thing we're watching for, second place. That if there is some suspense here, that is where this is between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley, who seems to be picking up some momentum now a little bit towards the end of this caucus process. And then the third question, if you can tell I'm still cold, is the weather. And how does that play a wild card factor as it relates to turnout here? I'm going to walk you inside the gym because this is where it is. The Republican caucus, it's happening. We're 60 minutes away. And I want to introduce you here to our precinct captain, Jake, who is in the gymnasium where all the action is happening. Jake, explain to us how this goes down and what actually happens tonight.
So you've already walked indoors, came through that check-in process. You showed your voter ID. You came in.
You actually got your ballot.
You're going to get your ballot.
You only get one of these. This is what the ballot looks like. So people are going to write their name on this, and then they're going to take it where? Once they hear some speeches.
What we're going to do is we're going to have a bucket or a bag that you can place your ballot into. That's going to be up here. And essentially what it is it's a way for us to not only make sure that the votes are counted correctly, but what they're going to do is they're all going to go into one bucket at first.
Okay.
Then what we're going to do is we're going to pour it out on the table. We're going to sort them by candidate. And then there's also going to be an other box because with the caucuses, you can nominate anyone. So if you want to nominate someone who's previously been running and dropped out, you can still do that. What we're going to do is we're going to separate them out, and then we're going to pour one bucket at a time out on the table, and we're going to count them. And then that count is going to be the official count. And it makes it really easy if we need to do a recount at this location. It just makes life really simple for us because instead of going, oh, I got one vote for Vivek Ramaswamy, I got one vote for Haley, I got one vote for Trump. It's, okay, I'm just going to count one candidate, and then I'm going to move on to the next candidate once that first one's counted.
Any sense of how many, I mean, listen, empty gym now, it's not going to look this way in about 55 minutes or so. Any sense of how many people you think you'll get here?
You know, it can be anywhere up from 800. It can be more than that. It just kind of depends on how everything goes tonight. I believe when I checked, I had somewhere around 800 registered Republicans. Who knows?
We'll see, especially with the weather. Jake, thank you so much. Just to show you, so these are the buckets that Jake's talking about here. The reason why there's two, by the way, if you're wondering, well, wait, why are there two buckets for Donald Trump on each side, for example? Remember, we told you 2 precincts going to be in this area. So that's why you have those 2 buckets here. I should also tell you, you only get one of these, right? You only get one of these ballots here. If you lose them, I'm told, you are just out of luck. So you know that everybody walking in, Tom, is going to be clinging to this really tightly here. So that's a bit of the lay of the land on how this goes down. I will say that before people start dropping ballots into buckets, there are going to be speeches, right? There will be a person who is picked to lead the caucus process. There will be a secretary who will be picked as well. And then people will come up and deliver speeches on behalf of whichever candidate they back. Because that's the point of kind of this caucus process, right? Is to convince people one way or the other. I will also just say this, Tom. People might remember that vision of like, on the Democratic caucus years ago, people walking through the gym, going from spot to spot. That is not how this looks on the Republican side. This is it. You're going to see it. Again, 55 minutes away until we get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race, Tom.
Hallie, it is so cool to see in a digital world how basic that democracy is right there at that caucus location. So simple. You just write down the name.
It's a paper in a bucket.
Drop it in the bucket. You know, in the beginning, you brought up a good point. People were registering, and that's something we should remind our voters because of candidates like Nikki Haley, who have a lot of support from both independents and Democrats. You can actually register today to be a Republican, and you can caucus, right?
Totally. That's absolutely one of the things that happens here. And I should also tell you, too, first-time caucus goers, that is going to be something that you will hear a lot about potentially tonight, depending on how the numbers shake out, because you are seeing that there are a number of first-time caucus goers. Advantage, based on some of the polling here, goes to Donald Trump. To your point, and I'll just walk over here, too, because you can see, you know, as more people walk in now, getting ready, maybe people who came early to make sure that the drive went smoothly, that they were able to get in. To your point, you know, Nikki Haley, you talk about how she has built this coalition of more Democrat-leaning, more independent caucus goers here. That is an area where she has come under attack from some of her rivals. I spoke with Governor Ron DeSantis today, who actually pointed to that as a reason why he thinks she couldn't actually take a Republican contest here. So, listen, we don't know until the ballots go into the buckets here, right? We'll see how it shakes out, and that's why we're all here tonight, Tom.
Hallie Jackson with the scene setter, and a big shout out to your crew there. That was Scorsese-esque. I don't know if that was a cable run or if that was wireless, but it was beautiful. Back here in the studio in New York, I do want to show you the reach and the power of NBC News right here up on this wall. These are all of our remotes. These are all the cameras, a lot of our reporters that are spanned out across the Hawkeye State tonight. We are in every part of the state. Right now, we're going to come right over here. This is remote number 29, and that's our correspondent Priscilla Thompson. She is out west in Sioux County, rural area. The big question there is who shows up over there? Is it voters for Ron DeSantis, voters for former President Trump? And Priscilla, what I really want to know is how are the roads out there? Because there's this big question about will the urban areas actually get more voters because the roads are clear as opposed to out west? What are you seeing?
Yeah, Tom, we were in the car all day today checking out the roads, and there were certainly some issues in some of those really, really rural areas. But take a look here. Folks are getting signed in. They are getting ready to head into the caucus here today. And so folks are beginning to turn out. This is only the beginning. There's still a lot more time for folks to begin to file in, but the process is already underway. You see folks here taking care of some of that party business over here to the side before they head in. We had a chance to speak with Regan here, who's doing his job as a Trump caucus captain. And so here you see folks signing up petitions to try to get other people on the ballot for the House of Representatives and other sort of jobs. But the real race here today is going to be that presidential preference card. Regan here is a Trump caucus captain. He's been doing his job talking to caucus goers as they're coming in, trying to convince them to caucus for Trump. So tell me, what is your pitch to caucus goers as they're walking in?
Just to support the president and keep getting him to support everything that he's been doing in the last 4 years and get the vote out. So.
Yeah, and so I got to ask you, you were just chatting with him. Was he able to convince you? Do you know who you're caucusing for?
Yes, I do know.
You do know. Okay. Was he able to convince you or change your mind about anything, or?
No. Okay. We're on the same page.
Same page. So it's both for Trump.
Yes.
All right. And that is some of what we're hearing tonight, which is interesting because Sioux County, as you may know, was Trump's worst performing county in 2016. Ted Cruz won this county. And so now we're hearing a bit of a shift there. And there are about 360 chairs in here, Tom, all of them expected to be full. The caucus happened telling me that they may even have to open an overflow area here. And I talked about these sort of interactions that are happening. I want to point out that earlier in the night, Regan actually approached some Nikki Haley supporters and he asked them, who are you supporting? And they said, well, Nikki Haley. And he said, man, guess that means I can't give you a sticker. And so that is some of the sort of interactions that we're seeing here. Very respectful, but certainly folks trying to make those last minute pitches to anybody who may be undecided. And of course, the big moment is going to come when folks check that name on the ballot. This is what the ballots here look like. They are not blank pieces of paper. They do have candidates' names on them, and so they'll be able to check their preference once things get underway here. But certainly lots of eyes on Sioux County to see how much traction Trump has gained among evangelical voters. This is an ultra-conservative, very evangelical community, and we have seen since 2016 Trump's ability to really galvanize those voters. And so it'll be interesting to see if he's able to win here, what that might say about what's going to happen in the rest of the state tonight. Tom?
Priscilla, I'm really happy you're there because you're right up in that county that borders South Dakota. And I'm really curious about mobilization, right? So many people talked about DeSantis' operation in Iowa. I don't know if Trump's getting enough credit for what he's done in Iowa as well. It's a much different campaign than it was in 2016. But what are you seeing over there in a far western county? Who's organized there?
Yeah, so Ron DeSantis has spent a lot of time here working to get that evangelical vote and saying to people he has a lot of very similar policies to Donald Trump, but without all of the personal baggage, you might say. And I actually asked some folks about that, and they say at the end of the day, they know what they're getting with Trump. And we know that Trump has the enthusiasm on his side, that folks were willing to shovel those driveways and do what they needed to do to get out to caucus for him. And the question is, are Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley going to have that same enthusiasm? Now, I will say clearly there are some Haley supporters in the room. We have talked to them. We know that campaigns have been organizing carpools and things like that to make sure that folks who had four-wheel drive would be able to mobilize and get people to the caucus. And certainly they are prepared for a very high turnout here, but it will remain to be seen really until we get the people in the room and get the results in terms of who really had the best ground operation here and whether it was about ground game and how many people you had in the field, or whether it was simply about enthusiasm and how excited people were and the lengths they were willing to go through to support their candidate. Tom?
All right, Priscilla Thompson first. Priscilla, I appreciate that. I want to show our viewers at home an image right now. This is Des Moines. This is the capital, obviously, of Iowa. This is the state capitol. You can see the State House there covered in snow, okay? That is just one scene in Iowa. Here's the other scene. Our correspondent, Maura Barrett, she's over here. This is REM number 30. She's in the eastern part of the state. Maura, you drew the sort of bad card, right? You're going to be covering weather for us, but it might be the most important card because of the conditions there. there. We know it's -20. We're not going to keep you outside for too long. But talk to me about how cold it is and how you think voters are sort of braving this cold to either caucus tonight or to stay home.
Yeah, Tom, I think the control room probably just caught me doing some running in place to stay warm as we were waiting to come on, because it is very frigid. It's -3, that real feel with the wind chill, -22. You just saw some folks streaming in, though, behind me, the parking lot filling up as the caucus is set to get started in about 45 minutes here. We're in rural southeastern Iowa, and let me explain what this looks like. Basically, the main industry here is farming, agriculture, manufacturing, and the roads out here. I've got to tell you, after spending a lot of time in Des Moines this week and then coming out this way, the roads in the rural parts of the state are not great. They're covered in ice, covered in snow. My producer Jackie and I got stuck behind a semi-truck accident yesterday. That set us back a few hours, and that's also really impacted the candidates. Former President Trump had to cancel a few events earlier this week. Nikki Haley canceling one just yesterday. Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy also had to postpone their activity out in the state in those all-important days right before the caucuses. And so the big question is, in those more urban centers, people should be able to get to their caucus sites. Out here, where they have to come a little further to get to the main area, we're at a high school where there's going to be 3 precincts caucusing, kind of like what Hallie's setup is, but it's more across a rural area, so we're expecting to see about 500, 600 people come. But we did talk to the county chair. He's one of the precinct captains here for one of the smaller precincts. He said, I'm really concerned that people aren't going to be coming out. Those roads, they're not safe, and that's really concerning for turnout for a lot of the candidates when they were really juggling the enthusiasm, especially for candidates like Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, who are fighting for that close second.
All right, Maura Bear for us. Maura, get back inside. We're going to be checking with you throughout the night, making sure people are still getting out there. But again, it is so cold. Quick check of the time right now, 7:16 in the east, 6:16 in central Iowa, 43 minutes before the Iowa caucuses. And this weekend, NBC News released its final Iowa caucus poll with the Des Moines Register and Mediacom, giving us one last look at the state of play in the Hawkeye State before caucus goers have their say tonight. Joining us at the big board, Chuck Todd, my good friend, who's going to break down the numbers for us. So, Chuck, the poll came out. Nerds like us were waiting for this Saturday night. It drops. Trump drops a little bit, but still very high.
It is. Look, this is setting the conventional wisdom, right? Why does everybody look at this and say, hey, it's a battle for second and Trump 50? Well, Ann Selzer, who we've partnered with, she does this polling better than anybody because we spend the money. To do a good Iowa caucus poll, you got to spend a lot of money. You got to call thousands of people to find out who the likely caucus goer is. Most of the polls that you see in Iowa don't do it. This one does. So here's our conventional wisdom setting. So this looked like Nikki Haley, all the momentum here, right? First time she appeared in second place. But it's when you start going inside the numbers is suddenly why the DeSantis folks feel better today and Haley's folks are getting a little nervous. First of all, we're talking about margin of victory, right?
To set expectations here.
Look, Trump's already up by 28 points.
It could be a historic win if he pulls it
anything
off.
Over 13 is historic on the Republican side. The largest all time was actually on the Democratic side, Walter Mondale. And I always like to bring that one up because that happened in '84. Largest victory ever. And what happened after that one? Gary Hart finished a distant second, and it became a huge race. So second place can matter. What was the big deal there for Walter Mondale? He didn't get over 50. And that is why it's such a huge sign. To me, 50% matters more than margin of victory here. If he's over 50, this is ball game, Tom. If he's not over 50, then you have an argument that half the party would like a debate.
Let's talk about the other big headline that came out of this, right? This is the horse race, obviously, but we also have enthusiasm, right? How excited are people to go out and vote on an Iowa caucus night on a night that is -20, right? And the big headline, at least for me, pulling out of this was Nikki Haley.
Right here on it.
They're not excited.
Single-digit enthusiasm.
When she's got the momentum.
Right. Let me, remember, Trump's sitting at 48% total, and half of his supporters call themselves extremely enthusiastic.
They're pumped.
DeSantis is sitting at 16, and a quarter of his supporters are extremely enthusiastic. Look at this one. Not even 10%. And the other issue for her is nearly half of her supporters, we found out, that if it's Trump versus Biden, they plan to vote for Biden. So that means there's a whole bunch of people who in below zero weather are going to get in their car, hey, I'm going to support Haley tonight, but I'm going to support somebody else in November. That's a lot to ask if you're nervous about driving. And this is why there is such skepticism. Ann Selzer looked at these numbers and said, whoa, I know Haley's in second place. be careful. DeSantis may have the deeper support.
I was speaking
here
to our embed who covers the Trump campaign, and he told me the thing that stood out for him this weekend was the people waiting in hours in sub-zero temperatures just to watch former President Trump speak. And that shows you the enthusiasm there. Finally, I do want to talk about the last point here. Trump in this poll wins in every single demographic. But maybe the most important in Iowa, as we know, is the evangelical vote. It can break late. They can break together. And we know that in this case, they ended up breaking for Donald Trump.
We did. Look, I like to show people. We'll go back in time here into 2016 so that you can see what happened here. We talked about Sioux County. Well, let's talk about it, right? Here it was. And here it was 4 years ago. Cruz won the county. Rubio finished second. Carson finished third. Trump's not even on the board.
Trump's on the board. He's not on the board.
Even on the board. And if you want me to show you the Trump map back in the day so people can actually see where we're going here, to remember what the various numbers were here, we got to get it back to the statewide. Trump's in the brighter red, and Cruz is in this maroon with Rubio in pink. And this is how I'm watching tonight, right? If you look at around here, if Haley's strong, she should be strong in and around Des Moines. That's also where Ames is, the Iowa State. And this is where the University of Iowa is. Cruz, all these Cruz counties were actually more rural, more evangelical. This is where, in theory, if DeSantis does well, he should be doing well in these same places. But these are these rural areas that Maura was telling you about. This is where my father grew up. These roads are not going to be passable. They're just not going to be passable tonight. Meanwhile, Trump, he always had strength on the rivers. Okay, on both rivers here, essentially Iowa's two coasts, if you will. He was very strong in the Mississippi River and very strong on the west side of the state. You start to throw in the rural counties now that are evangelical, and you see why the likelihood of Trump suddenly, essentially doubling, he already has doubled his support according to our polling. Than what he got years ago.
Were you surprised, though, about this last number on Saturday night that he's so ahead with evangelicals? Because you have the Vanderplats endorsement, you have DeSantis campaigning for that community. I understand about the Supreme Court justices and that he appointed them, but he's also been wishy-washy on some of the heartbeat bill stuff.
But this goes to the same reason why is Marco Rubio supporting Donald Trump? Is he enthusiastic about Donald Trump, or is he realized
thinking about
this is where my voters are?
Where the future is.
So the pastors, I've done a lot of reporting on this, on the rise of Christian nationalism. You talk to Russell Moore, who's the editor-in-chief of Christianity Today, and he'll tell you many of the pastors are turned off by Donald Trump. But pastors are like representatives. You know, their voters are congregants. The congregants love Trump. And so the pastors either wanted their congregation or they wanted their evangelical. I hate to be that crass about it, but they had to pick. And they are following their congregants. We're
going to talk about this throughout the night because we'll see where the vote goes, but that was a big data point for me. I want to get right over to my colleague, Jacob Sobroff. He's at another caucus location in Iowa. And Jacob, I think I'm going to pronounce this right. Ottumwa? Ottumwa. There we go. Ottumwa
from Nash, Tom.
Jacob Sobroff. Jacob, tell us what you're seeing over there.
Hey, Tom, what's going on, man? So let me show you the lay of the land here. This is what's known as a super caucus location. And this super caucus location is called that because there are multiple precincts at one location. So this is Ottumwa High School in Wapello County. In 2016, they said something like 1,900 people came here to caucus for former President Trump mostly. Let's go in and see just sort of what's going on. I'm going to give you the lay of the land. You can see different candidates set up tables. This is actually not where most of the action is going to happen tonight. That's going to happen upstairs in the auditorium, 3 floors up. Actually, I was looking at my watch. I've been going up and down all day looking at how the process works here. It says I've walked 20 flights of stairs. You really do. I'm not joking. You have to be physically fit if you're going to participate in this process. That's why I think a lot of people will look at the Iowa caucus and say it's undemocratic, it's unusual. Part of the reason they do is that what they make people go through in order to be here. It is 7 o'clock, or it will be 7 o'clock when this starts, on a Monday night in the middle of the winter. It is -1 degrees actual temperature outside right now. Today it was -12 earlier. It is an intense situation outside, but it has not stopped all of these people. They say maybe 1,000. Trudy, the caucus chair, was telling me maybe 1,000 people are going to show up tonight. Ultimately, though, it's a bit of a maze. It literally is a bit of a maze in order to participate. I'm not going to walk you through the whole thing unless you want to, but come with me and I want to show you one part of it. And forgive the bumps. Dana Roker, the best cameraman in the business, is going to follow me up the stairs here. And I want to show you where the actual caucusing is going to take place. Remember, so if former President Trump did 36% of the vote here in 2016, what we're going to be watching closely is Is his margin bigger? Is it going to look more like our NBC News Des Moines Register poll? Obviously we don't know the answer to that question right now, but there sure are, anecdotally speaking, a lot of Trump supporters here. Hey guys, who are you caucusing for tonight? Just out of curiosity. Trump. There you go. See, boom. Come around the corner here. Upstairs, they're gonna listen to the campaigns make speeches to all of the people who are assembled in the auditorium. After they do that, they're gonna come downstairs and actually go into 22 different classrooms representing 22 different precincts all across Wapello County. This one's a Spanish classroom. You could probably see on the walls. Nobody's in here yet, but after they hear those speeches, they're gonna come down here. They'll cast their secret ballot in the ballot box. They're going to tabulate each precinct level in these classrooms, and then they will bring them outside in order to be tabulated for that overall vote total back down in the cafeteria where I was earlier. It's up to you guys. I won't be offended if you don't want to continue hanging out with me, but if you want, I can take you upstairs. You tell me to show you the auditorium where now there's quite a sizable amount of people up there who are getting ready to hear those speeches. And once those speeches get started, that means the caucus is underway. The caucuses, I should say, are underway in earnest right up here at Ottumwa High School. Bulldog Pride, 100 years old, guys.
Jacob, quick question for you. You've been out there for a while now. What sense are you getting, at least in that county, and from your travels? Where's the enthusiasm there? What names are you hearing over and over again?
Oh, Trump, come on, let's go upstairs, Tom. Come with me and I'll talk to you as I go upstairs. Donald Trump, far and away, is the name that I've heard the most over my weekend here in Ottumwa, Iowa. And I think partially that's because the people feel like over the course of the 4 years that he was president, irrespective of the controversies and the policies, you guys know I covered the family separation policy very closely, irrespective of his legal troubles, federal, state, local, they believe in him as a leader. And if you look around here, just to generally survey, Trump pins, Trump stickers. Trump is the dominant name that you're hearing from locals in this county. It's not a surprise, as I told you. He did win with a large margin here. But if those polls are indicative, and anecdotally of what I'm hearing here is indicative of what the people of Wapello feel and believe, you're going to see a strong showing from him here tonight. But ultimately, time will tell, and that'll, maybe just 2 hours from now.
A very fit Jacob Soboroff, who I hear huffing and puffing just a little bit there, Jacob. I'm actually surprised about that, but it was definitely a long run, just like Hallie's. Jacob, stand by for us. We're going to check back with you a little later in the night. For more analysis tonight on the state of the race in Iowa, we are joined by our all-star GOP panel tonight. Hogan Gidley is a former Trump White House deputy press secretary. He also served as communication strategist for two GOP candidates that won the Iowa caucus, Rick Santorum in 2012 and Mike Huckabee in 2016. Hogan, great to have you. Mary Catherine Ham, of course, conservative journalist and host of Getting Hammered podcast, and Carlos Curbelo, the former Florida Republican congressman and NBC News political analyst. Hogan, I'm going to start with you. You've helped run campaigns that have won in Iowa. How much of what the Trump campaign did in Iowa is helping today, and how much of just the circumstances that happened over the last year propelled them to this position?
Oh, I think it was everything. Mike Huckabee, you mentioned, I used to work for him, and he always would tell me there are two ways to run elections, unopposed and scared. And it looks like the Trump campaign said, we're going to pretend as though we're down 20 points here with more than 2,000 precinct captains. There aren't but 1,600 precincts in Iowa, 400 training centers for people to go to caucus and learn how to do it, because he has a lot of new first-time caucus goers as well. And I think they really put in the time and the effort and the energy to build out a ground game there, learning from the past in 2016 and, of course, some issues in 2020 as well. And I do think so many on the right are concerned about the weaponization of government, three-letter agencies targeting them, that Donald Trump can be that exclamation point, that tip of the spear, and he wears it as a badge of honor. So he couldn't be in Iowa all those times. Why? Because he's out getting, railroaded by the government. He can say these things to voters and they go, yeah, that's exactly right. We need someone to fight. We need someone to stand up. And they think it's Donald Trump. That's a large reason why he's up so big, I think, in these primary states. So
Mary Catherine, if anybody, Nikki Haley, Governor Ron DeSantis, Vivek Ramaswamy, if any of those people ran a perfect campaign,
right,
would they be on top of the leaderboard? I mean, it's almost like even if you would have run a perfect campaign with the situation this year, Donald Trump would have still been there.
Look, I think it's really, really tough. I don't know what the formula is. Clearly, people don't know what the formula is. But look, I will say there's one weakness to running a bit of an inevitability campaign in your narrative, is that once the inevitability is punctured, things can sort of cascade. So that's what we might look for here, right? But look, this is a situation where we feel like we know the story already, but I never want to say we know the story before voters vote, particularly in this historically cold occasion. It's hard to poll caucuses historically. And also, if the Detroit Lions can win a playoff game, then miracles can happen in the Midwest, my friends. And we saw it happen. So, now, if I'm comparing you to the Detroit Lions, obviously that's not like a great
it's not great
situation for you, but it did happen.
It did.
So I think that's what we're looking at, right? Is that can someone exceed expectations to such a degree that the narrative could change a bit?
And turnout, if it's low, could lead to an upset. You never know. We have to wait and see. Carlos, you're from the great state of Florida. Your Governor Ron DeSantis, sort of put all his eggs in the basket of Iowa. It's unclear where he finishes tonight, but if he finishes a far second or if he finishes third, you think he stays in this race?
Tom, Ron DeSantis needs a strong second place showing. Over the last few months, a lot of anxiety has been building around DeSantis supporters. His donors have been very worried by his flailing campaign, and the campaign has always said, give us a chance. We really think we can do well in Iowa. Look, he's not going to win, but if DeSantis has a strong showing, if he comes in 10 points behind Trump and has some distance with Nikki Haley, then you could see that he might stay in this race and continue being a relevant candidate. The race for second place.
What does relevant candidate mean, though?
Well,
what does that really mean?
It basically means that he can continue being a factor in this race and perhaps keeping Donald Trump below that 50% threshold, right? That argument that so many Republicans have made, well, there's a majority coalition out there of Republicans who want someone else. That's what staying in the race means, continuing to prosecute that case and hoping that you can catch fire in one of these early states.
Mary Catherine, a second place, third place finish, heading into New Hampshire where Trump is also polling strong, then going to South Carolina where he's also polling strong. Do you see a path here possibly for anybody else?
Look, like I said, it's very, very tricky, right? I do think, look, if Nikki Haley outperformed tonight, she's got a better road ahead of her because she goes next to New Hampshire where she is strong, and then she goes to her home state. Now, that's a double-edged sword because if you don't perform well there, then that does not provide you momentum. DeSantis, on the other hand, has said he's not going to New Hampshire. He could overperform here. What's the next stage? It is South Carolina, but how set is that stage for that?
Hogan, real quick, we know that in his last speech in Iowa, he went after Nikki Haley much more than he has before. He sent out a tweet today, I think, where he sort of summed up his thoughts on all the other candidates, right? He wants to make sure he doesn't lose, but he also wants to make sure he wins big.
Oh, of course. Absolutely, because the margin here is going to matter somewhat. I don't think it's the whole story, but Nikki Haley, her position in second or third will matter, obviously, moving into South Carolina. And listen, when you're talking about Ron DeSantis, I mean, the hype was around him for so long. The media wrote all these stories, though, when he had that Twitter start that kind of flamed out. All the stories about the super PAC. Everything has kind of crumbled around Ron DeSantis.
I think the media, that matters, though? Does that really matter?
It matters because the media will write that narrative. Right. They've already baked the cake. So they're going to put the frosting on it if he loses big and say, watch, we told you this was bad. It's bad. So as Mary Catherine says, she's right. When you're talking about going into New Hampshire, Nikki's obviously doing way better than Ron DeSantis. And then South Carolina comes along. But if Trump wins all three, then he's 3-0 and the field's 0-3.
But I do think that enthusiasm number that Chuck Todd was referencing inside DeSantis' numbers compared to Nikki Haley's matters for that placement a lot, especially tonight.
The bottom line for DeSantis, if he doesn't finish in second place, if he finishes in third, his campaign is over.
All right, guys, stand by. We appreciate all that analysis, all those predictions, but the thing that matters tonight, of course, are the votes. I want to get back to Hallie Jackson at a caucus site in Dallas County, just next to Des Moines. Hallie, tell us what you're seeing out there with just 30 minutes to go until the voting gets underway.
Yeah, I think like 27 minutes till the door shut here, Tom. So we've moved. We're up in the bleachers now. You can see groups of people that have come out, some of them friends, some of them know each other, like some of this group. You probably saw that Trump T-shirt on our friend Jacqueline. There's a Nikki Haley pin and a Bring It shirt over here. We saw a sticker for Ron DeSantis down below. So you're kind of getting a cross-section here of Republican voters. We're now going to make our way down the stairs just to give you a sense of what we're seeing here. And a reminder of the process, right? In just about, looking at my watch, 25 minutes or so, things will begin. Things will kick off here. You're going to see them elect, essentially. They will select a precinct captain and then a precinct secretary. That's kind of like procedural stuff. And then people will come up, a representative for each of the candidates to speak, to talk about why people should caucus for their particular candidate. I'm going to sit down here with some of our new pals here. This is Sue and Jack, who have caucused before. This is not your first time, right?
Right.
Okay. Tell me what brought you out here tonight. Why did you decide to brave those icy roads to be out?
It's an important election, and I want to vote for my person.
Who is your person? Have you decided?
Trump.
Donald Trump. Okay. Jack, how about you?
Trump all the way.
When did you make that decision to come out and caucus for him?
When he came down the escalator, how many years ago was it? I don't know how many years.
I think 9 years ago now.
Yeah. He's a man that will say what he thinks and tells the truth, and people can't handle the truth sometimes.
So your ballot's going into the Donald Trump bucket.
Donald Trump.
Mike, how about you? Because you are a first-time caucus goer. So Mike was a long-time truck driver, always on the road, wasn't able to get to a caucus. How are you feeling about tonight?
I'm excited.
Okay.
I'm ready for Mr. Trump to take back the helm.
Okay. So you're caucusing for Mr. Trump as well.
I am.
Tell me what brought you to that decision.
Well, I felt that he did what de Gaulle did for the French people. De Gaulle, being the president of France, gave the people an opportunity to feel that they were one. Trump has done that for America. And I don't care who you are, where you're from. This was what he did for us. So now I'm here for him. And hopefully enough people will recognize that he is good for the country and that he will help us get back on the right track. I feel very strongly about that, and I don't ever want people to think that we are not the greatest nation on earth, because we are, although we can sometimes be overbearing. I was in Europe for 20 years, and I used to hear them say that ugly American because of I have so much money. But now we're not that ugly American anymore. We are now the person or the group that is trying to regain our whereabouts for ourselves.
Mike, so first time for you. You know who you're caucusing for. You heard from Sue and Jack here. Let me take you over because I'm going to show you again. People are coming in, and really the question is, how many people will there be? What will the turnout look like? Because these doors, they are going to shut a little further down when things begin, not too long from now, and those speeches will begin. As you see, some of the folks, I'm going to flatten myself against the wall here. Come on in. Don't mind me. We're just doing our thing on live TV after you. You see people coming in, getting ready. Like, listen, this is democracy in action, right? This is what it's all about, Tom.
All right, Hallie Jackson for us in Dallas County. Hallie, we appreciate all that. Joining us now for more on the Trump campaign, longtime advisor to former President Trump, Bruce Lavelle. Bruce, thanks for joining our special coverage tonight here on NBC News Now. I do want to ask you, first off, talk to me about the difference between the Trump campaign in 2016 and the Trump campaign in 2020 when it comes to Iowa. I think one of the things that stood out to me is just actually seeing former President Trump wear that Trump campaign caucus captain hat yesterday when he was speaking in Iowa. It just shows that they're a little bit more organized in Iowa, and when you already have a monster lead, that can really pay off.
Yeah, well, thanks for having me. Listen, I love it down here in Iowa, and shout out to all the Iowans. They're wonderful people. Great to be back here. Not actually on these terms, but we'll take it. But listen, in reference to your question in terms of 16 as a contrast to what it is now, we still have that good grassroots ground approach that we had in 16 as well as what we have here now. We're real small, we're lean, but we're mean. And so, you'll see the results. I see that everyone's jockeying for second or third place, but it doesn't matter. We're going to win. It's going to be a landslide tonight. You'll see. And actually, we're going to break a record, and you'll see that tonight.
Yeah, there wasn't really much of a ground operation in 2016 in Iowa. There's much more this time around. So clearly the Trump campaign is not taking anything for granted. I do want to ask you, though, how smart of a strategy do you think it was for Trump to sort of skip debates, to not visit Iowa as much, not even visit New Hampshire that much? He's really sort of laid very low when you look at the amount of times his rivals have gone to states like Iowa, New Hampshire, even South Carolina. Trump, in large part, has sort of stayed at Mar-a-Lago. He's been on Truth Social. He's been going to court. He's been in and out of court. You think that strategy is going to pay off?
Well, let me push back on that. I think President Trump has visited, many areas here in Iowa, and I don't think he's just, I disagree with what you're saying on that. The Iowan people, they want a winner back in their Oval Office. The farmers are very thankful for what President Trump did with the $25 billion that he pushed back to the farmers. And most of all, I've been here talking to a lot of folks from Iowa, the folks who work at the airport, the drivers, et cetera. And let me tell you something. They see what's happening around with our borders and everything. Listen, this is a beautiful town. And this town could be unraveled in a heartbeat if we don't get someone in the Oval Office that has the best interest for the Iowan people as well as the American people. So this is the pulse. Like that gentleman you said right there that Haley just interviewed right there, that's pretty much the pulse of what's here in Iowa right now.
Yeah, Bruce, just to kind of just throw some stats at you, the former president has visited Iowa 38 times compared to someone like Vivek, who's been there 303 times in the last year, DeSantis 174. So, I mean, he has visited, and I'm sure he's made the most of it. He's clearly on top, but he hasn't spent the time in Iowa. We thank you for your time, though. I want to get over to my colleague Garrett Haake, who joins us tonight from the Trump campaign headquarters for the first time tonight in Des Moines. So, Garrett, talk to me about the atmosphere there, what it's like, and what you're hearing from the Trump supporters.
Yeah, Tom, the atmosphere here is pretty calm right now. That's been sort of the word of the day for the Trump campaign. We've seen some of his senior staff milling around this location here already. The former president really only left his hotel today once, and that was to go to lunch. But he did make some interesting phone calls that I think are important. He called 5 of his caucus captains, those volunteers who run the caucus sites, not just to thank them for their hard work and kind of urge them to have a good night, but also to warn them about misinformation, about the idea that people might talk about false locations for caucus sites or changes to the caucus calendar. We all know that Donald Trump is kind of obsessed with the idea of voter fraud and the idea of dirty tricks in elections. You'll remember after he lost in 2016, he accused Ted Cruz of essentially stealing the Iowa caucuses, not without some basis in fact in that particular case, because some folks might remember there was a little mini scandal on the night of the caucuses where Cruz's campaign was telling folks that Ben Carson was dropping out, was getting ready to go back to Florida and end his campaign based on a news report that ended up not being accurate. And that's the kind of thing that sometimes happens at the margins in these very last moments before the caucuses start. So the fact that, this was something that was on Donald Trump's mind today, something he was talking about with his folks, his volunteers who are going to be in the room with caucus goers tonight at some of these major caucus sites, I think is quite notable.
Garrett, speaking of what's in the former president's mind, that's always a tough game to play. But I do want to point to 2 things. One, his speech, I was talking to Hogan about this, his last speech in Iowa, where he really focused a major percentage of that speech on attacking Nikki Haley, right? And then 2, his tweet today on Truth Social, basically laying out the case for Iowa, but also even attacking Vivek Ramaswamy, something he did earlier in the weekend as well. I mean, clearly he wants to take no chances there.
That's right, Tom. And I'll only disagree with you to say I don't think it's usually that hard to know what's on Donald Trump's mind because he speaks it so loudly and so often. And that was certainly the case at that rally in Indianola yesterday. I was there. He did what he called the long version of his campaign speech, about 2 hours, in which he jumped from topic to topic, but kept going back to Nikki Haley, kept going back to describing her as not up to this job, echoing those comments from Chris Christie's hot mic moment, and really complaining about polls that show her doing better than him against Joe Biden, basically dismissing them as fake polls and kind of trying to undercut her strength. The attacks on Ramaswamy was interesting, too, because up until now, you could tell the Trump campaign and Donald Trump had kind of viewed Ramaswamy as a fairly useful proxy for Trump. Every time he was on the national stage, every time he was on a debate stage, he was praising Donald Trump. But in that kind of category of is it dirty tricks or is it just campaigning, Ramaswamy has been in recent days talking about, look, you got to vote for me instead of Trump, who he describes as his favorite president, because, as he said, he didn't think the deep state would ever let Trump win, ever let Trump be president. That, I think the Trump campaign finally decided was too cute by half. They want to make the point that if you want to support Trump, you don't do it by voting for the other guy. You do it by voting for Trump, and decided it was time to kind of kneecap Ramaswamy by going after him publicly, as opposed to, kind of letting him kind of drift along in Trump's wake as this caucus and primary process really gets started.
Garrett Haake for us at the Trump watch party tonight in Des Moines. Garrett, we appreciate that. I want to turn now to the DeSantis campaign. David Vasquez is the national press secretary for Never Back Down, a pro-DeSantis super PAC. He joins me now. First off, how's the governor doing, and where is he watching the events tonight, and what's his mindset?
Listen, the governor has been across all 99 Iowa counties. He'll be in Des Moines tonight, and we are looking forward to a fantastic night after what's been really a lot of efforts by hundreds and hundreds of volunteers to hit almost 1 million doors here in Iowa alone by Never Back Down.
David, you mentioned the ground operation. You mentioned that the governor visited 99 counties. He also did the state fair. He played catch in the Field of Dreams field. He got the endorsements of the governor, of Bob Vanderplatz. And then this poll comes out, and he's behind Nikki Haley. He spent a lot of time, he spent a lot of money in the Hawkeye state. What happened?
Listen, a couple things there. Number one, the polls and the pundits, they're not going to decide this election, and they're not going to decide the Iowa caucus. It's going to be the folks on the ground at these caucuses. And Governor Ron DeSantis has been the one to actually be connecting with each and every one of them. And we're excited about what that means for him tonight.
Why do you think that the campaign had so much infighting, just with leadership in the beginning and then with the super PAC as well? I mean, the governor from Republicans, he gets great marks with running the state of Florida. And yet when you look at the way he ran the campaign, there's a lot of question marks.
Listen, well, number one, the governor does not have any influence or say in never back down or the PAC situation. But number two, things that happen within the DC class and within, a lot of the consulting class, it's really not having an impact at the doors when we're reaching out to voters, when we're doing phone banking, when we're making those outreaches. They're really not concerned with any of that stuff. They're concerned with making sure that they're able to put food on the table when, inflation is reaching a fever pitch. They're concerned about being able to send their kids to a great education and not have any indoctrination going on. And those are the things that Governor Ron DeSantis is connecting with Iowa voters on, and we're excited about what comes next.
David, finally and briefly, can you explain why the governor is headed to South Carolina right after the Iowa caucuses instead of going straight to New Hampshire?
Yeah, I'm happy to clear that up. So he will be in South Carolina for a handful of hours doing a great event there with Never Back Down. And then he's actually the same day heading to New Hampshire to take the fight to New Hampshire. And we're excited about that.
Does it send a mixed message, or maybe a message of if things don't turn out in Iowa, there might be a big speech in South Carolina?
Not at all. I think it's sending a clear message that we're taking a fight to the governor of the former governor of South Carolina and everyone else in this race. And we're excited for that. Our organization is already in New Hampshire. We're already in South Carolina, and we're excited.
Dave Vasquez, we appreciate your time. Good luck tonight. We're just minutes away from seeing the first votes of this 2024 presidential election. Our special coverage continues right after the short break.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
All right, we are back now with special live coverage of the Iowa caucuses, and we are just minutes away from the first votes of the 2024 presidential election. When this countdown clock hits zero, doors will close at more than 1,600 caucus sites all across the state of Iowa. And you can see the final caucus goers filing in as we speak. Once those doors are sealed at 8 p.m. Eastern, our NBC News decision desk will be able to make its clearest characterization of the race so far based on analysis of entrance poll data. And we're going to take you live inside those caucus sites as the action picks up. Here's what you can expect to see. First, some administrative business. There will be a prayer, a pledge of allegiance. Then a caucus chair will be elected. Next, a representative of each candidate will get a chance to speak and make a final pitch to undecided voters. In some cases, the candidates may deliver that speech themselves. Then the actual voting. Caucus goers will write down their top choice, usually on a sheet of blank paper, and those votes will be tallied right there in the room as we saw Haley showed us, and then a winner will be announced. This whole process can take just minutes or several hours depending on the size of the caucus site and the length of those speeches. I want to turn now to my friend Vitali, who joins us from a caucus site in West Des Moines at the same hotel as the Haley headquarters. I know you spent a lot of time in Iowa so far. What stood out to you as the voting is about to get underway?
Look, in a room like this, I think the question at the beginning of the night was, are people going to be able to get out? Are they going to want to get out in these frigid temperatures? And at least in this room, it appears the answer is yes, because if you look around me, there were about 100 seats that were laid out in this room, Tom, and all of them look pretty much full. We're about 10 to 15 minutes before they do exactly what you were just describing, say the pledge, begin the process here, and then we'll expect to hear from folks who are precinct captains for each of the various candidates. You can see them sort of fanned out across the room, some of them wearing hats to denote the fact that they are precinct captains. But really, this is a moment where you're starting to feel the energy in the room start to pick up a little bit, despite the fact that there was a lot of weather and a lot of ice and a lot of cold that you had to do in order to get to this point. But a little bit about where we are, because you're right to point out that we are in the same building as where Nikki Haley is going to be holding her caucus night event. It happened in a really beautiful way that allowed us to be here. It didn't mean that we had to go out in the cold either. But if you look around this room, you've got every kind of supporter here. I've seen Haley hats, I've seen Vivek Ramaswamy sweatshirts, and of course we've spoken to supporters of every other candidate as well. This is a county, though, Tom, that as we're starting to get a sense of, where on the map each candidate is targeting, we're in a suburb of Des Moines. This is an area where Nikki Haley has spent some time. She is really looking in the suburbs. That's where she's hoping to run up her margins in her quest for second place. And I think we can't underscore this enough. None of the other candidates are saying that they are going to win here in Iowa. Everyone knows that it's a baked game for Trump. The question is going to be not one of turnout, not one of who wins, but one of margins. And those margins are going to be set in rooms just like this one in just the next few minutes.
Allie, before we let you go, I am curious about the enthusiasm gap with the Haley supporters. Me and Chuck were talking about that. It came out of the Iowa poll. Are you seeing that on the ground? Because I've spoken to people who have covered Haley, and they said then they go to a Haley event, the people love her, the crowds are getting bigger. Are you seeing the same thing?
All of that is true, and I do think that there is enthusiasm for her. They brushed off any concerns that would have come from our poll that showed a smaller percentage of Haley voters were enthusiastic about getting out. I think for many of us that led to the question of would the weather be something that deterred them if the enthusiasm wasn't there. I think the reason it's difficult to tell is because as I've been going to Haley events, especially over the last 2 weeks in Iowa, at the start of almost every event, she asks people if it's their first time coming to see her, can they raise their hand? And a lot of hands have been raised at each of these events. It means she's drawing new crowds, which of course is the point when you're generating buzz in a state like Iowa. But you don't know if those first time people who are seeing you are going to turn around after that event and commit to caucus, whether that means signing their name to one of the pamphlets that we often see being passed out at these events, or if it means just showing up here and knowing that they've found their candidate. All of that is sort of the magic and the surprise of caucus night. But I think for the Haley campaign, they feel good about where they are. In my conversations with my sources there, they see this as a moment to underscore the fact that they want it to be, and they think it is, a two-person race between them and Donald Trump. I think Ron DeSantis might have something to say about that, and we'll see what he says about it depending on where he places here. But for DeSantis, anything less than first was always going to be a disappointment to the Florida governor because he had said so clearly at the start of this process, Iowa was the state that he wanted to win. You see it in the way that he put resources into this state, and then you compare it to the way that Nikki Haley has put less resources and frankly spent less time here than DeSantis, but that jockeying for second place still going on.
Ali Vitali for us. Ali, we appreciate all of that. Stand by for us. We're actually getting our first data in of the night with about 6 minutes to go before the voting starts. Our NBC News entrance poll is out, and we've been able to talk to some voters as they were coming into the Iowa caucuses to sort of get their sense of who they're going to vote for, but also why they're voting for that candidate. And Chuck, I know this is very early.
Super
it's not
early.
as exciting as it usually gets, but what do we have so far?
Well, you're not going to see breakouts by candidate because I'll be honest, it will be a giveaway. But we're picking out the most important parts of sort of essentially our census here that I think gives you an idea of what does this electorate look like. So let's look at it by ideology first. 54% call themselves very conservative, another 34 somewhat conservative. That's 88. You're Nikki Haley. The fact that the liberal and moderate number is barely over 10%, that's not a good sign. Not giving away the store here, but this looks like an electorate that either DeSantis or Trump would be happier with. Not anybody else. So let me go back to the next one here, I believe, which I think I can go. Let me go back one here to party ID. This was another one. How many Democrats were going to cross over? How many non-registered Republicans? Look at this. This is not the recipe for Nikki Haley
and I know you know this,
to do this. 81%.
There have been years where Democrats show up. This might not
true.
be the year.
I'll give you another thing that we didn't put on here. 80% of the electorate's over the age of 45. Okay, just 1 in 5 voters essentially are under the age of 45, which means you don't have many millennials or Gen Zs even voting at all. That's also a good sign for Donald Trump, not a good sign.
But
for
there was
his
some thinking that with no Democratic competitive caucus, some Dems, some independents may show up. We're not seeing that right now.
Here's another key thing that we're always looking at. What's the split between college graduate, non-college graduate? This is actually, I think, in general, if you're DeSantis or Haley, you like this split. You feel like this is a fighter's chance. This is basically an even split here. We know Haley does better with college graduates. We know Trump cleans up with non-college graduates. So let's see how that breaks out. But this, at least, they could look at that and say, okay, that gives us a fighting chance. Here's a couple other things to note. We asked about the abortion, the idea of an abortion ban. You can see the conservative nature of this electorate. This goes about every Republican electorate I've seen. This is about where it goes. 2-1 in favor. Nikki Haley in polling has done really well with those that don't favor the full-on ban. But as you can see, this is not where a majority of the party
Do we
is.
know yet breakdown of sex, men versus women who are caucusing? Usually it's 60%, I know, for men.
Well, no, it was. That was new. So far, it is about 55-45 the split, but this is an early.
Still early.
So let's see. We're going to get more waves very quickly, just so you could see what the important issues are.
This is huge. Okay, what do we have here?
Economy and immigration are just the dominant, right? And if you watch any of the ad traffic, what are they talking about? The economy and prices or the border? And as you can see here, these are the dominant issues.
Those two issues are going to help who? There's one candidate that can help.
That's right. And let's go back to, I don't mean to harp on Nikki Haley here, but obviously if she wanted to be the story, who's the hawk on foreign policy? And who's been the one trying to say, hey, we got to change our conversation on abortion? That's not enough of the electorate that cares about the issues that she does. So, look, you look here, and so far this looks like an electorate. Oops, sorry about that. This looks like an electorate that Donald Trump would like.
Real quick, and we're going to put it up on the screen. Viewers at home might be saying, there's 2 minutes left. How do they already have this data? So it's because of the entrance poll. We have a sample that we want to put up for our viewers.
Just so you know, it's about 10 questions, not that many questions. It's some basic questions. And we have people physically, they stand outside select precincts. And
45 caucus locations across the state.
And they stand out there as people come in.
Here it is right here.
And we do, and it's about, you do a specific order. You want to get every 5th person because you're trying to random sample it a little bit. So there is some, it's not like you look and say, I'm only going to get men. In theory, our surveyors are doing it with a very methodical, random sample.
And it's important to say, it's a good reminder, this is not like the Democratic caucus. People aren't going to be swayed here. You have a minute to talk. Usually, whoever you tell our pollsters, hey, I'm going to vote for this person, you likely are going to pick that person.
So look, when we do an exit poll, we literally are asking people who they voted for after they were in the ballot box. This one, we're asking them before they've cast their vote, which means, in theory, they can change their vote. Based on maybe the neighbor they don't like is the precinct captain. Right. You never know in a small town, stuff like that can matter. So that's why these entrance polls, I don't want to say grain of salt, but at least with
they're important, and they also show us how we're going to get data and how we're going to start making projections as we go along. Once the data starts coming in,
absolutely.
backing up those
Look, early on, I think we all have an idea of who's going to win this thing. The hard part for our decision desk tonight is figuring out second.
Yeah. All right, Chuck Todd for us. Chuck, we're going to take a walk back over here. We're going to show our board where we're at, spread out across the state of Iowa right now with our REMs and our videos all across, our correspondents standing by all across the state. We're about a minute to go before the actual voting starts in the Iowa caucus. We had our entrance poll data come in, gave us some sense of the voter that's out there right now, those who braved the conditions, those who came out there, braving that cold weather, sub-zero temperatures, -20, and are ready to caucus. The action's going to start in less than a minute, 45 seconds, as we look at the ticker here. Again, we're fanned out all across the state. The big questions tonight, if Donald Trump wins, right, how big does he win by, and who comes in second place? It's still unclear. We had that big Iowa poll that sort of gave us some projections and what people may or may not do. And from the early entrance poll data we're getting so far, we're starting to see some similarities. But again, still very, very early in the night. We still have a lot to go. Really, the voting's just about to get underway. The night's just about to get started. We're actually having eyes on our first candidate there. See on the split side of our screen there, Vivek Ramaswamy, who spent so much time, so much money in Iowa. The polls, though, and the voters there, not showing a whole lot of love for that candidate so far. But we'll wait and see, because right now, it's 8 p.m. here on the East Coast, and we have a major election alert at this hour, which means doors have just closed at caucus sites across Iowa. Republicans there kicking off the process of picking the next president of the U.S. The NBC News Decision Desk has made its first characterization that this race is now too early to call, but former President Trump is leading. A reminder of what's at stake tonight, right? 40 delegates, that's a small fraction of the 1,215 needed to secure the Republican nomination. It's about 1.5%. But a strong performance in Iowa, of course, can catapult a campaign. We have full team coverage all across the Hawkeye State with voting now underway. Our correspondents inside those caucus sites and at campaign headquarters, as we've been showing you. But first, I do want to go back to NBC News' chief political analyst, Chuck Todd, here with me in studio. And Chuck, just give me your immediate reaction to this characterization. Again, the poll numbers have been showing this. That much we know, but I think it's really important because people are going to be at home going, wait. The voting just started and you guys already know what's going on.
Look, our entrance poll showed us a lot, okay? He led, there's outside the margin of error. Look, we are really confident he's likely going to win this thing, let alone have the lead all night. So we don't say those things unless we're in the 90 percentiles of believing, 95 plus percentiles.
And again, if you're just joining our coverage,
this does not mean we think he's going to be over 50%. There's a lot of things that still matter tonight.
Right.
We think he's leading. We think he's likely to stay in the lead. The question is, does he get over 50 or not? You know what? That's too early to tell. And it's too early to tell who's going to be in second. We can tell you, it's competitive.
And if
it is competitive.
For people that just tuned in right now, we have that entrance poll. People fill it out. We get that data. It gets sent back to us in waves. Our decision desk goes through those numbers, and they don't talk to you until they feel something certain.
And not only that, essentially, as we start getting the real data in, the entrance poll data, we just
starts trickling out.
Starts essentially, you get rid of it.
All right.
You start pushing it out.
Speaking of real data, I want to get to Hallie Jackson right now. Hallie, it's begun. The Iowa caucuses are underway. Tell me what you're seeing, what you're hearing, how it feels like.
Doors are closed. It's happening. It's getting ready to start. You've got the final folks who are checking in here. This table is voter registration. So this is folks coming in, first-time caucus goers or first-time Republican caucus goers. They're signing up to get to where the action is tonight. This table is where people, again, mostly wrapped up now, check in. There's 2 precincts at this particular caucus site. So in Waukee here, when they check in, they're going to get this. This is essentially the ballot, right? You only get one. I'm going to move this little cord that fell in the way. You only get one, so don't lose it. That's what we're told here. And I'm going to show you where this ballot goes. And it's going to go there in the next couple of minutes because, as we said, the action is beginning here. We've got supporting, you can guess by the shirt, Ron DeSantis, so greeting people as they walk in. Because remember, this is what the caucus process is all about. You're going to see people when we go into the gymnasium here in a second talking in support of each of the candidates who are in the running tonight, each of these Republicans, to try to convince their friends, their neighbors, the people in their community that they should come out and back whoever they're supporting here as well. You talked about with Chuck some of the numbers that we're seeing from the entrance polling. What's interesting to me is the issues that some of these caucus goers said that they are most motivated by: immigration and the economy. And as I've been on the campaign trail here in Iowa, that's what I hear at all of these campaign rallies, at all of these stump speeches from these candidates, is a focus on those 2 issues. Okay, here's where I'm going to get a little bit quiet because as you can see, we're getting closer. This is where the Republican caucus is. And this is it. This is the gym where this is all happening. So I'm going to walk you in here to show you kind of the lay of the land. And I'm going to tell you before, again, it's beginning now. It's getting ready to begin any second. We could roam around. We could get up in the bleachers. This is about as far as members of the media are allowed to go at this point, because we don't want to interfere with what's happening in the caucus process. I told you about the ballots. Where do they go? Let me show you. See those buckets? This is old school. The ballots go in the buckets. Now, why are there two sets of buckets? Remember, I told you there are two precincts here, right? 3 and 4 in Waukee. So people, depending on where they live, which precinct they're in, they're going to come and they're going to write the name of the person they're backing and drop it in that person's bucket. I mean, this is like, about as easy as it gets from just a physicality piece of it. We've been talking to some of the folks here. We're seeing, for example, people in Trump shirts. I'm going to walk back here with our cameraman, Paul, here for a second. People with Nikki Haley swag on, people with Ron DeSantis stickers here. And what's going to happen is each of these individual representatives get about 3 minutes to speak on behalf of whatever candidate they're backing. So you're going to hear those speeches happen. And then at that point, people will come up, they'll cast sort of their ballots, put their ballots in the bucket for whoever they pick, and then things get counted. And then you have the poll reporter at the caucus location here who's going to basically log onto a website, record the data, and then it gets beamed back to whatever Chuck and the decision desk team is looking at to be able to determine where this thing goes tonight, with so much at stake here as it relates to sort of what this is going to tell us, what tonight tells us about the state of the Republican Party. What is Donald Trump's grip on the GOP? Who might come in second place and get that momentum heading into the next state, which of course is New Hampshire, where it will be a primary process. That looks a lot different than the caucuses. That looks a lot more traditional, if you will. Can I say one other thing, Tom? And I don't know if you noticed, there's little kids here. I mean, and that's allowed. You have to be 18, of course, to actually caucus, but you can be younger and come in and watch the process. And some of these parents, bring in kids to see it, just to be able to kind of see what the vibe is, what it is like to go to a caucus. And we had actually, our team spoke with a voter out in eastern Iowa, caucus goer, I should say, who had been coming to these caucuses since he was a kid, watching this process happen, because this is it. I mean, you're about to see it. This is democracy here in Iowa. And pretty soon we're going to know what's going on here, Tom.
Hallie, it's so great. It's democracy in real time. And it's so amazing and wonderful that Iowa lets us shoot all this and broadcast it live and show what's happening. It's such a great process, and it is spectacular. Hallie, thank you. Stand by as well. And it's not just happening there where Hallie is in Dallas County. It's happening all across the state. This is our big board. This is where I said our range of NBC News. We're all across the state. I'm going to have a little fun right now. So we were just talking to Hallie in Dallas County. If we can go to REM 26, I think there's a caucus underway there. This is Lynn County. If we can get Brett Holy to punch in there. And then if we just go a little further south, and you guys can tell me where we're headed, REM number 38. It looks like we have some captains making some calls right there. REM number 38. All across the state. What about REM number 39? Lining up to vote. This is a big caucus site in REM 39 right there. Long lines to vote. The cold weather not slowing these people down. REM 31 is just for fun. That's my good friend Vaughn Hilliard, who's waiting to go live on television. He's looking great. There he is. What a great reporter. But anyways, we have this massive board. We have people all across the state. Incredible coverage, including our Priscilla Thompson. She's in Sioux County, Iowa. Remember, that western rural county, borders up to South Dakota. Priscilla, talk to us what you're seeing as the voting's underway there. When we first checked in with you, I know that site was kind of empty. Has it filled out a little bit more?
Tom, it has. This line was out the door at 7 o'clock when the doors closed. They're still working to get folks checked in so they can get this caucus underway. And I'm going to show you the room where it's going to happen in just a second, but it is packed in there. But first, I want to introduce you to a caucus goer, because we talked to some folks who were backing Donald Trump earlier today. And now we have a Nikki Haley supporter who we met earlier out and about at the mall.
That's right.
So Nikki Haley, tell me why.
Well, I believe in her values, her Christian values and her policies, and I think she's going to be a strong leader. We really have a lot of faith in her and believe she'll do really well.
Now, do you think she can win in this county, though?
No. To be honest with you, she's going to have a good showing, I think.
Okay.
But, you know, Trump's got a big lead on everybody, and we'll see how Nikki does tonight.
But you hope a good enough showing to get some momentum heading into the other states.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Well, we will see how it turns out. We'll let you get in there, and we're going to move inside as well, Tom, so I can just give you a look at the room right now. There were 360 chairs set up in here. Looks like all of them are full right now. There are 3 different precincts in here, folks ready to make their voices heard. And as we talked about a little bit earlier, and mind you, people lined up against the wall. And as you saw, there are still folks trying to get in here. So it is going to be a very busy night here. And this is Sioux County. This is a very evangelical county. Donald Trump lost this county. It was his worst performance in the state of Iowa in 2016. But we have spoken to a lot of people here today who say that they are now backing him, including one caucus goer who supported Ted Cruz in 2016, which is who won this county, but is now backing Donald Trump because he says that he helped pave the way to overturn Roe v. Wade and sort of put that ban on abortion. And he's done a lot of things that he thinks is leading the country in a godly direction, is what he told me. But it remains to be seen if the majority of the room feels that way. But certainly in talking to folks, a lot of people talking about Donald Trump tonight. A couple people also talking about Nikki Haley. Have not met a Ron DeSantis supporter yet, but I'm sure that they are in here, and we'll find out as soon as things get underway.
You know, Priscilla, it's really interesting. There are more than 1,600 caucus sites, but to see your caucus site and you're out west in a rural area and it's filled up, you know, it leads to questions about what turnout's going to be like. And with that, I'm going to ask our control room to get us that turnout graphic we had about the historical turnouts in the Iowa caucuses, because I think that's going to be really important. We're also getting fresh data in from our entrance polls with Chuck Todd. But Chuck, before we start here, I do want to talk about turnout, because turnout is important. Sometimes when turnout is low, and we won't know yet until much later, but with the weather, the thinking was the turnout could be lower. But you're seeing these caucus sites and there's people filling them up.
Since Donald Trump entered politics, all elections have had higher turnout. That's just a fact. You could say perhaps it fires people up because they love him, or it fires people up because they hate him. Whatever it is, we have seen higher turnouts. We've had the highest midterm turnouts that we've ever had in our lifetimes. We've seen it again. So what's been interesting is Donald Trump benefits from high turnout. The question is, with this super cold night, does he also benefit from a low turnout because he has the most committed supporters? Here's something, though, that's interesting. We've been talking about the evangelical vote.
We just heard, we just heard Priscilla.
Right? Let me show you here. It's an even split.
Okay.
All right. But did you know in 2016, the evangelical vote, 62% were evangelical. So this is another way that Donald Trump has remade the party. Right. It isn't as evangelical as it used to be. We're seeing this in Iowa. It is less evangelical, but more conservative, because Donald Trump sets the terms of the party. Donald Trump defines what conservative is. So if you're with Trump, you're very conservative. It is no longer, in 2016, we had the same categories. People looked at it differently. Trump wasn't seen as a conservative. People were questioning his conservative credentials. That's no longer the case. This is fascinating to me. Not only is Trump doing better with evangelicals, but there's fewer of them here. This, not a good number for Ron DeSantis. By the way, there's one other fascinating thing about this electorate, and we're still getting it, so I want to be careful drawing a conclusion. But nearly half of voters are over the age of 65.
Okay.
That's double. It means this would be literally the oldest Republican electorate in the history of the Iowa caucuses. It is nearly 50% of the electorate's over 65. In 2016, it was under 30%.
And talk to us about who this benefits, as we're looking at live pictures right now of Nikki Haley speaking to a caucus site, I believe somewhere near the Des Moines area.
Well, we've seen, you can see anecdotally, you could see the people, the older voters are now more pro-Trump. That has not always been the case. Like his sweet spot during his term actually was Gen X, not the boomers. But now you're starting to see, particularly in this electorate, the most devoted voters in a primary or a caucus are older voters, and he's got the lion's share of them.
All right, as the voting gets underway in Iowa, 12 minutes in, I want to get back to Hallie Jackson. She's in Dallas County at a caucus location there. She's been walking us through how that location has been going. And Hallie, what are you seeing so far as the voting has just started?
I've moved out of the way of the camera.
Let's give a round for Laura.
Allegiance, which is just wrapped up. I think you just heard it there as they are getting ready to kick things off here with the pledge. You can see at this caucus location, I'm going to just step in front. They've asked us to stand back a little bit so that we don't interfere with what's happening here. But you see the temporary precinct captain now delivering sort of the instructions to people. Again, 2 precincts here at this caucus location. And it sounds like what they're going to do first is give the speeches. So representatives will come up to speak on behalf of each of the candidates. So that's where we are at the moment. Tom, I'm going to toss it back to you so we can listen in.
Do I have anyone here from the Bigley campaign that would like to speak on his behalf? Seeing none, we will move on to Governor DeSantis. Do I have a representative from Governor DeSantis right here?
So this is great as we watch these caucuses unfold here. This shows some of the mobilization, right? You have somebody speaking on the DeSantis side. Let's see if we can listen and see what his pitch is.
Governor Ron DeSantis, who I've been a fan of for a long time. For me, my support for the governor is personal. I admire his service in the Navy. I admire what he did in Fallujah, Iraq. I think he's the right guy to take this country in a new direction. Ron DeSantis has a great inspirational story. Grew up in Florida, blue-collar kid, great athlete, great student, went to Yale on a baseball scholarship, captained the team, and then found himself at Harvard Law School right after 9/11. As you all know, those were tough times. We were at war in Afghanistan. The war in Iraq was beginning. And Ron DeSantis put his hand in the air and said, I'm going to serve my country. I'm going to join the Navy. His classmates went to Wall Street. His classmates went to big law firms. He joined the Navy, went to Fallujah, Iraq, was the chief legal advisor to SEAL Team 1, which is a big job over there. We got special operators in those places on the ground doing tough missions with incomplete information. You got the Geneva Convention, you got the rules of war, and Ron DeSantis is the guy that kept them safe, kept them out of trouble.
As we were saying, we were spread out across Iowa. As we look at our big board here, Rem 35, we can see Nikki Haley. She's in West Des Moines giving her final pitch tonight on caucus night. Let's listen in.
Whether it's lawlessness in our streets or the fact that the world is on fire and America feels vulnerable. Our country is in a disarray and the world is on fire. But it doesn't have to be this way. We can do better. But we have to acknowledge some hard truths. Republicans have lost the last 7 out of 8 popular votes for president. That's nothing to be proud of. We should want to win the majority of Americans. But the only way we're going to win the majority of Americans is if we have a new generational leader that leaves the negativity and chaos of the past and moves forward with new solutions for the future. You don't defeat Democrat chaos with Republican. You know, there are a lot of head-to-head polls. And the one thing that keeps me up at night is what happens between now and Election Day. And God help us if we ever get a President Kamala Harris, because we won't survive it.
Nikki Haley in West Des Moines giving her final pitch to voters there as the voting is underway, just 16 minutes in. But we already have some data and some important data from our entrance poll that NBC News conducted as caucus goers were walking into their caucus locations. Chuck, when we checked in with you earlier, you were giving us a breakdown, demographics, where people live, things like that. Now we're talking about education.
Just to refresh you, it was basically 50-50 on education, college grads, non-college grads. So you can see among college grads, about half the electorate here, Trump and Haley are neck and neck. 35% for Trump, 33% for Haley. DeSantis also over 20 there with Ramaswamy at 9. Now you look at it with those without a college degree and you see why we are characterizing this as a Trump lead.
Because both demographics, he
leads in both. The other one may be a margin of error. Right. This, though, look at this. It's 65. DeSantis at 17. Nobody else in double digits here. This is the reminder. This is how Trump has dominated the party, and this demographic group in particular has been his most helpful.
Chuck Todd first as the data is coming in. I want to move it back to the panel now as we're getting our first sort of glimpse of what voters are thinking, maybe who they're choosing, things like that. Carlos, I want to start with you. There was a never Trump lane, right? An anti-Trump lane early on in this race. And Chris Christie maybe sort of took up that entire lane, and he disintegrated. He disappeared. Is there no doubt that this is Donald Trump's party, and that vote, maybe that lane, is non-existent?
Tom, there's no question. We can see it in the Iowa results, these early entrance poll results, and we're seeing it in national polling. The Republican Party is Donald Trump's party. If someone wants to take over, if someone wants to overcome Donald Trump, they're going to have to convince Donald Trump's supporters that they're the best person, that they're better than Donald Trump. You're seeing Nikki Haley trying to walk that very fine line. She's not the anti-Trump candidate. She's also not pro-Trump. She's trying to have it both ways. And it looks like in New Hampshire, she might be able to win over some Trump voters who maybe are tired of him, who maybe don't think he's the best candidate to go up against President Biden. So Nikki Haley has managed for now to kind of have it both ways. We'll see as this process unfolds if that's sustainable.
Mary Catherine, after the 2020 inauguration, I surveyed about 30 Republicans all across the country and asked them, who are your top 3 picks? And a majority of them, Donald Trump wasn't in the top 3. They were ready to turn the page. What happened in the last year? And why did the argument of, I'm like Trump, but without the chaos, possibly not work?
What happened was 91 indictments, which has it's a real problem for the Republican Party because it consolidates his support and makes his supporters more adhered to him, which is a trouble for anybody trying to create an alternative. And it makes him more radioactive in a general election. However, the best argument against Trump was he can't win, I'm better at winning. And the national polls lately are not showing that. But I do feel like, can I speak for the disaffected voter? Yeah. Because I feel like there's an elephant in the room here, / donkey in the room, which is that no one wants these two guys to run. And people like me, we're talking like 58% don't want either one of these guys to run. People like me, I'm the demo right-leaning version of it. Suburban educated mom who has been chased out of the GOP during the Trump years and is being crushed by inflation. Do not feel like these guys are speaking to it and is looking at this election going, are we going to do the same thing we did in 2020 but older? It's not a great pitch to a lot of people. That's why 70-something% of this nation is like, we're moving in the wrong direction.
When you describe sort of the tent you feel you're in right now, are you somebody who, if it is a Trump-Biden race, you're not going to vote or you're going to pick someone?
I mean, it might end up being the third. As a political junkie, it'll be the third election where I have not felt like I can vote for a major party candidate. And that's saying something. And there's a lot of people like me.
Hogan, you know, I got to this with the Trump campaign spokesperson, Bruce, that we talked to earlier, Bruce Lavelle. But, I mean, part of this was sort of, I don't want to call it luck, but the indictments ended up helping Trump, not hurting him. Right. As we see President Trump right now, this is a live look. We're going to see if we can dip in and see what he's saying as his final pitch here in Iowa.
Israel being attacked. We didn't have Ukraine being attacked, and they would have never been attacked. We didn't have China threatening to take Taiwan. We didn't have ships being blown up all over the Middle East like happened today. We had a strong country. We had a respected country. And everybody was doing much better in this room. We love you! For the farmers, they say, thank you. I was better for the farmers, they say, than any president in the history of our country. I got China to pay $28 billion to the farmers of the country because they took advantage of politicians that were doing a very poor job. And frankly, they took advantage of our great farmers, and it's not going to happen, and it will never happen with me. I stood up for ethanol like nobody has ever stood up for it.
Listening to former President Trump in Clive, Iowa. That's a little west of Des Moines. The exurbs, if you will, of Des Moines right there, making his final pitch to caucus goers. As we have been voting now in Iowa for 21 minutes. With that said, Hogan, the point I was trying to make, a question I was trying to ask you, that a lot of this last year, you know, the indictments ended up helping him, not hurting him, that according to polling and other reporting. The polling not being great for President Biden. That also made the argument that all these other candidates, I can beat Biden, Trump can't. Right. And then he just sort of laid back, and his poll numbers kept going up.
Sure, absolutely. And you hit on it, I think, and this is where most people are in this country, and that is, we used to have to, as Republicans, point all the way back to Reagan and say, look how good it was back in the 80s. This was just a few years ago when you could afford gas and groceries and rent and car payments and house payments. You can't do that anymore. It was just a few years ago, as Trump was kind of outlining right there weren't wars breaking out all over the world. We had a sane, rational southern border policy. And now immigration, which was a backbench issue, is now a top 2 issue for most people. So he did these things, and a lot of people sat back and said, no, wait a minute. In this time, when we were sold Joe Biden was just good old Uncle Joe and he was going to keep things calm, and now he's doing all these things, it hurt real Americans, and they wanted those America First policies, and they went, we had that with him. And as you point out, the rest of the field just says, if you elect me, I promise I can do that too. And he's like, I did it already. I don't have to promise.
But Carlos, it was also a few years ago that January 6th happened. It was also a few years ago that former president was accused, and now he has to defend himself, of trying to steal a Democratic election in the United States. And yet it doesn't seem to have phased, at least for now, Republican voters in Iowa.
Well, that's right. And I think that these indictments, as Mary Catherine pointed out, have really ended up helping Trump and have helped him just kind of overshadow all those concerns about the 6th of January, all those concerns that a lot of these middle-of-the-road voters may have had. Now, having said that, Tom, this race for second place still matters. I mean, New Hampshire could really jolt this race. New Hampshire could really scramble this race if Nikki Haley comes in a close second. If she manages to win in New Hampshire, we could see a big reset in this race, and a lot of those people who were maybe unsure about Donald Trump might give someone like her a second look. It will all depend on what happens here tonight and then what happens in New Hampshire. If Donald Trump can have a solid win tonight and then a solid win in New Hampshire, he's probably going to be the nominee. If Nikki Haley can come in second tonight, go into New Hampshire with more momentum, maybe overtake Trump in New Hampshire, or at least come in a close second, then anything can happen after that as she goes back home to her state of South Carolina.
Carlos, I appreciate it. I want to get right over to Chuck Todd. Chuck, you have an interesting data point that could be a potential game changer in this race. We talk about the evangelicals. Right. We talk about them breaking together, breaking late. Ron DeSantis got big endorsements. Yep. Trump got 100, pastors in Iowa, but this is not a number that Ron DeSantis is going to like.
And remember, Cruz carried evangelicals last time. And as we showed you, there were more evangelicals in the last competitive Republican caucus. But look at this. Trump's over 50% among evangelicals. That's half the electorate. And DeSantis is not even a quarter of the electorate. This, again, how many different ways do we want to characterize it? Trump's ahead by a lot here. But this is another way he is remade the party. And as I said, you talk to evangelical leaders and they will say it's the congregants that led this shift. It's not as if pastors and leaders said, oh, this is what it really is, the rank and file. He has in many ways moved, almost sort of forced the leaders of evangelical churches to either be with Trump or lose their congregation.
But there's something else happening here, right? Because there were some questions before we got the last poll and before this data came in that some people were like, well, the former president, he hasn't been supporting the heartbeat bills across America. Yeah. He hasn't been as tough on LGBTQ as Governor DeSantis. Evangelicals.
No.
Evangelicals in Iowa.
They were the grass tops.
Yeah.
My point is they were the activists. They were the leaders. It was Bob Vanderplaats. It wasn't.
But that being said, there was something else here, though. Yeah, but there's something else here. There's something they could look beyond. Yeah. When in other elections, they wouldn't look past that.
No, and again, I think it goes back to also Trump delivered something.
The Supreme Court.
The Supreme Court, so they see it as that way, and they're not getting at the details on that. So I think this has been among the miscalculations that somehow there was room. And this is the other thing that I feel like that's coming through loud and clear from this poll. DeSantis' theory of the case is he could run, just like Ted Cruz did, he could run to the right of Trump, that there was somehow room to run to Trump's right. The problem is Trump has defined what right is.
Yeah.
So no matter what DeSantis did, the voter is never going to perceive DeSantis as somehow being pro-Trump is also being seen as the most conservative.
Right.
So there is, and this is a case where, again, those of us who have been doing this a long time have to almost unlearn the definition of conservative, because what was conservative 10 years ago and what a voter considers conservative today are two different things. But Donald Trump is the avatar for conservatism now, no matter what old school conservatives want to say about it.
Right. You can debate the meaning of that term.
Correct.
Chuck, we appreciate that. I want to get back to our big board over here that shows the countdown clock. We are 26 minutes into the Iowa caucus voting. We actually already have some vote in. It's not a lot. It's 1%. But with 1% reporting, we can say that Donald Trump is far away in the lead. Again, it's just 1%. Not much to say there. You can see here 75% for former President Trump, 15% for DeSantis, 5.3% for Haley. Again, 1%, not much we can draw out of here. But if you're Team Trump, you'll take a win any way it is. Maura Barrett is at a caucus site in Clinton County for us tonight in the eastern part of the state. She was outside. Hopefully now she's inside. Maura, tell us what you're seeing there and what voters are telling you.
Hey, Tom, so this is actually a really interesting, unique location. If you look out into the crowd here, we're in a high school auditorium, DeWitt, in Clinton County. This straight ahead section in front of me is one precinct, then over in the middle is another precinct, and then all the way on the other side is another precinct. And so the way that this is supposed to work is that each precinct has a chair. They run that individual caucus site. Each candidate gets someone that can speak for them. But basically what's happening here is that all of them are going one by one together. And so right now they're having a conversation about whether each of the caucus, the campaign captains will be able to get up and speak on the stage together. I'm going to bring you just down the stairs here. You'll see some of the sign-in registration forms on the stage. And so you can I want to get out of the way as they're conducting their party business. But I was actually just speaking with Patty Anderson. She is the woman just in the middle of the auditorium over here, with the one wearing the Trump campaign captain hat on just behind me, and she was helping check people in. And an interesting fact that stood out to me was that she checked in about 10 to 15 people that changed their party registration in order to show up and be able to caucus on the Republican side. And that's something that's really unique, is that you have to be registered with the party to be able to caucus here. And that's something that we heard a lot from Democrats that I checked in with, from sources I had met when I lived here back in 2019, 2020, that were talking about doing that for Nikki Haley. And so that's something that we're watching definitely in terms of that campaign. I'm going to have Gil show just kind of the action behind the scenes here, because they're kind of figuring this out on the fly. But this is definitely a busier campaign caucus site. Excuse me. Patty said she's never seen a turnout like this here, and she's been involved in DeWitt politics for the last few cycles. And so that's something that I think we were looking to kind of assess, that one more time? Especially in this rural.
Maura, tell us that one more time. They're seeing turnout they've never seen before?
They told me it's a lot more crowded here in rural southeastern Iowa than they typically see. And that's something that we were concerned about because of those icy roads, because of the snow, because of the cold. And yet this is definitely a more crowded sense than they were anticipating. And so they haven't started the voting yet. They're going to be doing the speeches, and we're actually getting a motion. We're going to get out of the way so we're not interfering. And that's one of the bylaws that we agreed to. So I'm going to send it back to you, and I'll keep you updated. But yeah, this is a pretty crowded site tonight, and we'll be watching as it goes.
Maura, great job. We appreciate it. I want to go back to Dallas County. That's west of Des Moines. Actually, the site of, if you're a political junkie, the Romney, Iowa headquarters back in the day. Maybe it's Nikki Haley country. Maybe it's Ron DeSantis country. Who knows? But it's Hallie Jackson country tonight. So, Hallie, talk to us. If you, what can you tell us tonight? Can you tell us anything from the vote you've seen so far that doesn't break any rules, obviously, but anything you can characterize from what you're seeing on the ground there?
There is an interesting nugget that I'm going to tell you about, actually, that I think is going to get to your question, Tom. But before I do, I just want to explain to people where I am. I've obviously stepped into the hallway here, as Maura was just talking about. Listen, we don't want to be obtrusive. We don't want to mess with what's happening in that room. So I'm going to step outside, because right now what you're seeing is some of the precinct business happening. So the four people who are standing here now, this is where the speeches were. They are the precinct captains and precinct secretaries. So they're going to be conducting the business of what's about to go down here. And they're explaining to people right now how they're going to get ready to cast those ballots, meaning put those pieces of paper right into those orange and white buckets that you see. Now, I don't know if you had a chance to see, but we've already had here at this particular location the speeches given by representatives of each of the candidates. So you saw that happen. I'll note there was not a representative here speaking on behalf of Asa Hutchinson, but there was for Vivek Ramaswamy, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, Donald Trump, et cetera. And at the end of that, we had our precinct captain, Jake, who's speaking now. He's the one in the purple shirt, I think you can see. He said, how many of you are first-time caucus goers? And we saw a fair number of people raise their hands, and his reaction was, holy cow, basically. So it's interesting to see, and we saw that at the voter registration table earlier as well, people coming in and signing up for the first time to come and caucus, to basically register here for the Republican caucus. So listen, we want to be careful. we are one caucus location. These are 2 precincts out of 1,600 across the state. So this is purely anecdotal, but it is a glimpse into how this process works. And I'll tell you something else, Tom, as we have been watching this happen. It's been interesting to see, of course, the candidates coming to those caucus locations. That is some star power, if you will, to see them speaking on behalf of themselves at these caucus sites. But you know what's also kind of amazing is watching regular people, citizens, neighbors, community members coming up and delivering speeches on behalf of these candidates. I mean, this really is, we say it, but it's true. This is the democratic process that is happening here. And we know what the stakes are for the Republican Party here. Does Donald Trump, depending on these results, have a grip on the Republican Party that is insurmountable for a non-Trump alternative? We don't know. Who's going to take that race for second place? Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis? We don't know. You're starting to see some movement here. I'm going to step back a little bit closer here. They're raising their hand if they got it. If they need a pen. That's what I'm being told by our producer. So, you know, when you're analog and old school, like for the ballots, and you got...
Hallie, I got to interrupt you. We have a major election alert from our decision desk. We want to stand by for breaking news. I think we have a call, and we do. NBC News can now project that Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucus. The first vote's just coming in with Trump leading Haley and DeSantis by double digits. You can see right there, Donald Trump, 14 delegates already awarded out of 40. It's unclear the margin of victory right now. It's still unclear who's in second place because it's still very early. But now with the first contest so far, the first vote's underway, Donald Trump, the former president, running away with victory. Now, this is no surprise, but still, it's a notch in the belt for former President Trump, and it gives him the big momentum as he heads to New Hampshire, the contest next week. Again, no big surprise here, but still a very decisive, very big win for Donald Trump. And it also shows where a lot of voters' heads are right now in the Republican Party. I want to go over to Garrett Hake. He's been our main reporter covering Trump throughout this election. Garrett, you're at the victory party right now. NBC News has projected a victory. I don't know if I can hear the celebrating behind you yet. Are they aware that they've just won the Iowa caucus, or do they expect this?
Tom, I think they've long expected this. I mean, Donald Trump himself likely still on his way back here from speaking at a caucus site in one of the western suburbs, a little distance from here. And Iowans are going to still be in their caucus sites, most likely, even here around the Des Moines area, where some of these bigger sites are a little bit larger, take a little bit longer to get through their process here. But as you said, in this moment, not a surprise for Donald Trump to be projected to be the winner of this caucus. He has led from wire to wire in every poll, most recently in our poll coming out overnight over the weekend, having him with roughly the support of half of likely caucus goers. We'll see where this final total lands. But if you step back a little bit further, Tom, I think this is a bigger moment. Remember, Donald Trump lost this caucus in 2016. Since he last appeared on a ballot anywhere in this country, he has been impeached, indicted in 4 different jurisdictions. He's faced civil trials. He's lost one civil trial already in New York. I mean, the amount of incoming that Donald Trump has faced from the legal system and from voters, from the United States House in the impeachment following January 6th, to be in a position now to win by an even larger margin than any significant primary that he won in 2016. It looks like is what we're looking at here now. I think it's a very telling moment about the way in which he is still likely the leader of this party and the nature of the sort of pseudo incumbency that he brings to this race. I mean, to have a call this quickly, to be in this moment, is like having an incumbent president running in this race. And I think that's probably what we're going to see tonight as we get a little bit further into this. And it's certainly what the Trump team expected. I mean, throughout this, they were not in any doubt about the outcome of this. They've been trying to lower expectations about what the total would be here. I think the number to watch is around 13 percentage points. That's the previous record for a contested Republican primary here. If Donald Trump's able to beat that, they will be satisfied. The margin to which he's able to beat that, I think, will be one of the big things that we're talking about tomorrow and in the intervening week before New Hampshire gets their say.
That it's 8:36 on the East Coast, 7:36 in Iowa. We've already been able to project Donald Trump a winner. It shows sort of his popularity in the state and sort of the amount that he's probably going to win by, the size of this victory. Garrett, what more do we know about the former president's schedule tonight? Are we going to hear from him? I can remember back in 2016 when it was a very close race. It was a very hot night inside the campaign hall in Iowa, and it took him a while to speak. Would we expect him to talk tonight?
We do, Tom. There's every indication he's going to speak tonight. The stage is set behind me with a prompter already loaded, I suspect, with a victory speech that's been some time in the making here tonight. And, you know, for the Trump campaign, I think they see this as kind of two tasks, and I think you'll see this in the speech tonight. First, they feel like very confident that they have probably put Ron DeSantis in their rearview mirror. But Donald Trump has been very focused on Nikki Haley and making sure she does not, you know, become the momentum candidate out of whatever happens today. That, you know, despite a victory for Trump here, that the story is not whoever comes in second place, especially if it's Haley going into New Hampshire. And then I think the other goal that we're going to see the Trump campaign try to hit tonight, and Donald Trump when he speaks tonight, is to create this air of inevitability that he wants to see around him as the nominee, to try to focus on to Joe Biden and to try to convince the remaining holdouts within the Republican Party, both Republican elected officials and Trump skeptical voters all around the country, that the time is now to get behind him once again to take on Joe Biden. I mean, if you think about it, at the beginning of this race, the concern about Donald Trump was electability, was not that Republican base voters didn't love him, but the idea that he would be a weaker candidate against Joe Biden. The polls have not borne that out when we sort of project these general election matchups, and I know we're a long way from the general election, but I suspect we will see Donald Trump stand on the stage behind me tonight and make the point that it is now voters who are kind of trying to put that argument to bed, and that it's time to unite behind him. A message he's given, by the way, every time he's skipped a debate or otherwise refused to participate in kind of the traditional open primary process that we usually use to select a nominee.
Garrett Haig for us at the Trump Victory Party, no longer a watch party because they have victory tonight as far as NBC News is projecting. Garrett, we appreciate it. Give us a heads up when the former president starts to speak. If you're just tuning in, NBC News has just projected that Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucuses. It is so early in the night. I want to get right over to Chuck Todd. Chuck, it's 8:38. Yep. People at home, I really want you to explain this for our viewers. It's 8:38. There's 1% of the vote in. People at home are going to be going, wait, how can NBC News call this? Explain how we can call this.
We have these entrance polls. We have an idea. We have sample precincts, and we're able to do certain things. We also know what the electorate looks like, right? We know college educated versus non-college educated. We know how well he's winning that. I want to show some splits here so that you can get an idea of just how dominant it was. So why we've called Donald Trump, I told you, nearly half the electorate's over 65, okay? Let me show you how Donald Trump did with those over 65. He had over 55%, right? Haley, a distant second, sitting at 24%. So he did it because this electorate is Trump's electorate. It's older, it's very conservative, as I told you before, and they sort of buy everything he says. We've got a couple of questions here that I think folks are going to be really interested in. Did Biden legitimately win the 2020 election? We've seen a lot of this Republican result is just like every Republican result I've seen. It's about 2-1. 2/3 don't believe he won legitimately, and about a third believe Biden won legitimately. Let me show you the breakouts of this. Among those that don't think that Biden won legitimately, as you can see here, Haley leads.
Yeah.
She is the candidate of those Republicans who believe Joe Biden won the election in 2020. Chuck, but I could go back the other way and show you among those, it looks like we flipped that for what it's worth here. We did, and we have that as an error here. Let's see if it has the other way there. It should have been the other way around. Trump wins, though, 70%, obviously, of those who do not believe Biden won legitimately.
The other big headline we're waiting for is who came in second place, right, in the Iowa caucuses. It's going to take time. It's going to take time for us to know.
That may be something that you and I may be off the air by the time we know who second place is, because even in our third waves of polling, it's really, really tight. Yeah. Look, Haley's going to do best in Des Moines, in and around there. DeSantis should do well in more parts of the state. So this is something to watch most, meaning like he'll do well and he'll do second place in some of these rural counties where Haley may not register at all.
All right, Chuck, we appreciate you and we appreciate all that analysis. For more on these results, I'm joined now by Dave Wasserman. He's the senior editor and elections analyst for the Cook Political Report, and Ann Seltzer, the pollster behind the Des Moines Register NBC News Mediacom poll. Thanks so much for joining us tonight, guys. I really do appreciate it. And I want to start with you. Your poll was... Obviously, it's the gold standard in Iowa. We'll see how the race goes so far. But right now, with 1% in, NBC News can project that former President Trump is the winner. Talk to me not only about what your poll found with why Iowa voters chose Donald Trump, but I know you did a lot of focus groups, too, and things sort of stood out to you in those focus groups over the year of why Iowa was still very much behind Donald Trump.
Well, I hate to correct you right off, but I had not done any focus groups here in Iowa, so I don't have anything to share about that. I've observed some, but didn't.
Observed. I'm sorry. I heard you speak in an interview, and you were talking about. I'm sorry. You observed some, right?
Right, and I think what your projection calls is not surprising at all. It's been a very consistent, strong front position for Donald Trump. And I think the drama, the contest here is between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. And I'm very interested. I may stay up the whole time to see how that comes out.
What do you think it was about former President Trump's campaign? Do you think it was more about what he was saying on the campaign trail, or do you think it was outside factors like we talked about tonight, both the indictments, President Biden's poll numbers going lower and lower throughout the year, the economy, what's happening overseas, or do you think it was a combination of all of that?
I think you have to understand that Donald Trump began this contest with a giant head start. He had competed in an Iowa caucus before, and whatever organization structure was there, he could begin with, where Ron DeSantis has never run for anything in Iowa. Nikki Haley has never run for anything in Iowa. Add to that Donald Trump won the general election here twice. So he already had a base of support here in Iowa to build on, and then to execute a caucus plan. And apparently with a team that learned from 2016 that it matters what happens in the caucus room on caucus night. And I expected him to do well. We'll see how well that turns out to be. I think the question for Donald Trump is exactly what you said before. What is the margin?
Dave, you're somebody who watches polls. You're somebody who can call races sometimes earlier than others when you've seen enough data. When did you see this race over? Was it over even before the voting started?
Pretty much. And I think realistically, Republicans had one opportunity to stop Donald Trump from becoming the nominee. That was all the way back in the second conviction vote in the Senate in 2021, where he was acquitted. But look, I'll be watching to see what the margins are, because the kinds of voters that Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis needed to be competitive in this primary, a lot of those voters have left the Republican Party in the era of Trump and in the last 4 years as well. And I'm going to be drilling in on the 5 counties that Marco Rubio won in 2016 to see if Haley or DeSantis are beating Trump there, but also to see whether Haley has a pulse outside of those highly college-educated places in Iowa, to see whether she can carry some momentum if she does play second into New Hampshire. And those are the kinds of voters that Trump is going to need in a general election, even if they're not going to be determinative of these Republican primaries.
It's a great point. And talk to me also about the change you saw in this Iowa caucus. I've heard you talk about a, quote, invisible campaign, how you didn't see as many yard signs as years past, and how you think the game has changed, especially with social media.
Well, I think in the olden days, there was a lot that was visible to the public, just driving around the streets, that the campaign headquarters tended to be highly visible. You could drive by and see if there was activity. Was the parking lot full of volunteers coming into phone bank? And there are just ways that you could literally almost get a pulse of what was happening. And certainly in the days leading up to the caucus, you could kind of feel a vibration in the air as something was going to happen. And all the cards were in. Everything was rigged for caucus night to explode for each of those candidates. And now, I drove through Des Moines and I saw 6-7 yard signs. One was for Ron DeSantis and 6 were in front of Vivek Ramaswamy's headquarters. So you just can't see things happening like we used to.
And I know when you were sampling the Santorum race against Romney, and you were seeing in the days leading up to the Iowa caucus, you were seeing Santorum go from single digits to slowly pick up day by day, getting bigger and bigger. Did you see any momentum with Trump here in this race? Anybody move at all, or was it sort of stagnant this last week?
One of the things we do because of Rick Santorum is that we check the rolling averages on a day-by-day basis. And as I said to my clients, I said, this is the most boring crosstab I've ever seen. There was virtually no movement that was consistent in one direction or another, and dramatically contrasts with Ron Paul, who had been leading up to that final poll, sort of dropping off a cliff. And here comes Rick Santorum, who'd only gotten, if he got 6%, that would have been his high water mark. And to see him rise and rise and rise till he was approaching Mitt Romney, who had held fairly steady throughout.
All right, and we
it was
appreciate
an amazing moment.
Yeah, Dave, before we go, anything we can draw, I know New Hampshire is a completely different electorate, it's a different race, but anything we can draw from this race that would take us into New Hampshire, at least about the people who came out, the people who supported former President Trump?
Obviously, this is going to be a much more conservative, much more evangelical crowd than the one that shows up in New Hampshire. And Democrats and independents have an easier time crossing over and voting in New Hampshire. So it's important to keep in mind that this electorate is going to look a lot more like the Republican electorate as a whole than New Hampshire does.
You know what? We have a key election alert. I actually want you two to stay with us because I want to ask Ann about this. Apparently, there's from what we're hearing from the Iowa Republican Party, right, the Iowa GOP, there's going to be a somewhat low turnout for this caucus. They're sort of projecting 130,000. And what does that mean to you when you hear that number? I know we had a bigger number, I believe, in 2016. Not as big, I think, in 2012 was around that number. 122,000. Chuck showing me in 2012 versus 186,000. Look, it's the coldest night ever for the caucus, right? I guess it's pretty good to get 130.
You know, when I hear people make predictions about things like turnout, I write it down in my calendar that I carry with me at all times. And the only forecast that I heard where it would be record breaking. It would be over 200,000. So you see 187,000 last time. So a bump up from that. And I'm not terribly surprised. We didn't ask any questions that gave us any insight into what the weather, what the wind chill index, what would it have to be for you to stay home? That would have been a great poll question to ask.
And do you think it was the weather, or do you think it was people just knowing or thinking that maybe Trump was inevitable?
Well, I think the weather has a lot to do with it. The roads are still slick. The parking lots are still icy. So I think that has a lot to do with it. But if you're looking at Haley, you're looking at DeSantis, and you're seeing in our poll a large margin for Trump, you might, if you're not feeling that enthusiastic, you might say, why bother? Why bother?
Ann Seltzer, Dave, we appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for your perspective. I want to get back over to Chuck. Chuck, can we punch up the turnout you just had there?
Oh, sure. Well, it was my only. I was sort of doing it via my handwritten here, so folks can get an idea. Here's what. Look. This was their record-breaking turnout, Trump's first one, 2012, 2008, when Democrats were over 200. We're estimating, and I should say this, it's us and our entrance poll combined with our own reporting, but we've got it somewhere there. So we've got it somewhere closer to a 2012 turnout. Look, I think this is one of those cases where Trump was in a position that high turnout helped him and low turnout helped him. I do think super high turnout might have been helpful to Haley, because then maybe you would have had some extra independents or non-traditional voters here. But this looks like a very, and here's the thing, this also sort of follows a pattern that I talked about how Trump created peak turnout. We've actually been seeing over the last 6 months, we saw it a little bit in the off-year elections in November, where turnout is starting to settle back into more norms. I tell you, turnouts like this, if they're just sitting there, we just sort of have average to above average Republican turnouts. That's not how Donald Trump loses. That's how Donald Trump wins.
You know, it speaks to his strength, because we were reporting earlier, and we were talking about how a low turnout could lead to surprises.
Great.
There's so far, I mean, we'll wait and see, because we're still waiting on
look at this on the board. The lowest turnout here, was 08, and that's when Huckabee pulled the surprise. More evangelical voters, right? Yeah. And he was a truly evangelical candidate. One thing I want to point out here, and I'd love for the panel to back me up on this. I'm not a churchgoer, but one thing I noticed about Ron DeSantis is he didn't, unlike Mike Huckabee, unlike Rick Santorum, Ron DeSantis didn't talk about his faith a lot. That's just not who he is. He's not. He really sort of reminds me of your Midwestern Methodist that doesn't want to talk about it. But he didn't, and I wonder how much that might have hurt him with evangelicals in Iowa. It's just a theory that's up.
Chuck, we appreciate it. I want to go back to my friend Hallie Jackson. She was at that caucus site in Dallas County. And Hallie, as I look at your shot there, the place is, what did you do? Yeah. Hallie, what did you do?
They packed up the buckets, Tom. The buckets are packed. I mean, this is it. It's that quick, right? I mean, that's how the process goes. As now you see some of the folks doing the procedural stuff. I think we're going to keep back a little bit because there's some paperwork we want to let them deal with here. But that's it. I mean, look, the bleachers were pretty full when you came to us the last time. Everybody, cast those ballots, dropped those votes, and then headed on out here. I'll tell you what the results were here in Waukee, 3 and 4. Donald Trump won both of these precincts. Remember, 2 precincts here at this one caucus location. Purely, obviously, anecdotal, as we are now projecting, of course, that he has won the Iowa caucuses overall. But this is it. I mean, and there are still some big, and you and Chuck are talking about it, still some big outstanding questions here. I'll tell you what struck me as we were listening to the speeches and then talking to folks on the way out. The arguments that you heard from some of these caucus goers felt very similar to the arguments that you heard from these candidates and that you're hearing from these candidates on the campaign trail. So, for example, the woman who spoke on behalf of Nikki Haley talked about her electability, the ability for Nikki Haley to do well in a general election. Nikki Haley talks about that all the time on the trail. I just spoke with a woman who brought her 2 kids here, a first-time and a second-time caucus goer, the kids just to observe. And she said she was for Ron DeSantis because of the way that he handled COVID lockdowns in Florida and the pandemic in Florida. Ron DeSantis also talks about that in his stump speech. That is a regular part of his campaign. And then, of course, you had the Donald Trump supporters here who have told me over the course of our time here in Iowa that they want to give him another shot to finish the job, that they want to see him back in the Oval Office, back in the White House. And so I think it's you are seeing people, particularly Iowans, they're very engaged. They get a chance to see these candidates close up, firsthand, and they are listening to the messages that these candidates give in what really is this period of closing arguments in Iowa as we now turn the page, turn the corner into New Hampshire with some big questions still outstanding. What was the margin for Donald Trump? What is that going to be? The second place discussion that you and Chuck are having with the rest of our teams here. As you know, this is it. A fairly quick night, I think, and an empty gym for the next little bit.
Hallie, I'm curious because, right, the voting is officially still underway, not in your caucus site, but in other parts of the state. Did those caucus goers know that news organizations like NBC News had projected Donald Trump had already won while they were still in that room?
I can only speak for us, and we did not do any live shots while that was happening. So I cannot speak to who had what alerts on their phone, right? Yeah. But it was all kind of happening. I think we called it, Tom, right at 35:40, like 10, 15 minutes ago. Yeah. And that's right around when this was wrapping up. So it was kind of all sort of simultaneously happening. I will say, too, and I don't know, I haven't been able to watch our coverage because we've been sort of doing it in here. So I don't know what the other caucus locations are looking like, at least tonight. But there's not a crush of media here. It's pretty much us. There's another reporter here somewhere for one of the print outlets here, and that's where we are.
Hallie Jackson, we appreciate all your reporting tonight. We thank you and your team, your crew, for all of that great stuff inside. I want to bring it to our panel now. Carlos, you've won elections, you've lost elections. What's going through Governor Ron DeSantis' head right now?
Well, he really has to think about what his path forward is, if any. I mean, if this pattern holds up, Tom, it's a great night for Donald Trump, a pretty good night for Nikki Haley, given that she had pretty low expectations in Iowa, and a bad night for Ron DeSantis, who has been telling his supporters for months, we're betting everything on Iowa. That's the state where my profile can be most successful, can do best. So Ron DeSantis is going to have to huddle with his team tonight and figure out, does he stay in the race? I mean, maybe he wants to play spoiler. Maybe he wants to help or hurt a certain candidate, right? People do that. So these are the questions that are going to be going through his mind and circulating through his team. If these results hold, if there's some surprise and DeSantis jumps and leapfrogs Haley, then that's a different story. But right now, a third-place finish is bad news for Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, we're going to wait and see. Only 1% of the vote in so far. I do want to let our viewers at home know that we're waiting to hear the former president speak at any moment at his victory party. When he starts, we will take those remarks live. Mary Catherine Ham, are you upset with the Donald Trump victory?
Well, no,
I know it was expected.
But no, I do want to run through some of the things we've talked about tonight that are normal political signals that you want to read that you cannot read in the Trump era. Okay, we've talked about Iowa's extremely popular Republican governor endorsed DeSantis. Voters didn't really care that much. He didn't debate. Voters didn't really care that much. He didn't engage. He did 20-something events to hundreds of events. Yeah. I think it's disrespectful to voters, but they didn't care, and so then it doesn't end up mattering. You know, he talks junk about a heartbeat bill. That doesn't end up mattering to evangelicals. We talk about whether DeSantis talked about his faith enough. I do think, you can make marginal improvement there, but in the end, I think Chuck is correct when he says Trump not only defines what conservative means at this point, certainly in Iowa, but what matters in a political race, what matters to elections in this era. And you've got a bunch of candidates who are running normal races in the different era, where those things do not count in the way that they used to count.
That's exactly right. Because when you look at someone like Nikki Haley, when you look like someone like Ron DeSantis, you think of early 2000s Republican. It's not quite the same environment, obviously. People want more of a fighter. They want more of a firebrand.
Yeah, that's true.
That's why they're gravitating to someone like Donald Trump. The issues you talked about, some of the things that changed. I mean, Donald Trump changing the party. He closed the border. Republicans wanted open borders for a long time. He put tariffs on that was something Republicans didn't like either. Did a lot of things different, and it kind of shook up the trajectory, the position, and the thought process of a lot of conservative voters. But this is what I was talking about at the outset, which is Ron DeSantis. You guys were writing these stories about his, bad start, his fumbles and his bumbles, and now you're getting to say, see what happened here. There are all kinds of questions of what happened. So it's a self-fulfilling prophecy to some degree, because DeSantis, for whatever reason, look, I worked with Bob Vander Plaats on Santorum's campaign. I worked with a lot of the evangelical leaders on the ground that mobilized the vote for Rick Santorum, for Mike Huckabee, et cetera. They all supported Ron DeSantis. And like you said, it just didn't matter. And it makes me think, if you can't sell a bad product, right, that's just kind of the norm. And so when Ron DeSantis goes to all 99 counties, Huckabee did that, did the full Grassley, where you go to every single county. Senator Grassley from Iowa does that every year. Rick Santorum, we did that as well. And it paid off in the end. He surged and they both won those races. It didn't matter in this race. But again, you have a former sitting president, right? A former president who has a record as president running in this race. And so it makes things completely different than it was in years past.
He does have a record. He's not necessarily running on that record all the time. He's often talking about his own legal travails, which I think is going to become a problem in the future. And the issue is also that and this is another issue for the candidates, even if they're selling a good product, which I think they have to take responsibility for their campaigns, but sometimes it's better than Trump implies. He not only defines what matters in the race in a Republican sense now, but it can change as needed based on Trump's desires and needs.
Sure.
And
how do you make the pitch to voters to say, listen, Iowa is just 1.5% of the entire delegates in this country. There's still a lot of states that need to vote. I still have a chance. How do you make that pitch to your donors and to your supporters after this?
Well, I think what you're going to hear Nikki Haley saying is that New Hampshire's a state that is a lot more representative of the country, right? And there's still this question where some Republicans are thinking about the idea of electability. Who can beat Joe Biden? Which is the best candidate to go up against Joe Biden? And what Nikki Haley's going to be saying, hey, we did okay in Iowa. Iowa's a unique state. It's a very rural state. It's an ag state. We're going to New Hampshire now, a swing state, and that's where I'm going to shine. That's going to be my opportunity to show off, to show what I can do with independent voters, maybe even with some Democratic voters who will cross over to vote in the Republican primary. So, Tom, that's what these candidates have left, right? This question of electability, who can win, who can beat Joe Biden, maybe peel off some Trump voters that way, and then cobble together the rest of the voters.
And we're going from a state where we're talking about evangelicals kind of being the determining factor to New Hampshire, which Chuck Todd knows is the least churched state in the entire country.
All right, you mentioned Chuck Todd. If you say his name 3 times, we have to go to him. But we're going to wait just a second. Good evening. It is now 9 p.m. on the East Coast. It is 8 p.m. in Iowa. Voting has been underway for more than an hour now. And if you're just joining us, the Republicans of Iowa have spoken, delivering a resounding victory to former President Donald Trump. NBC News projecting the former president has won the Iowa caucus. With just 2% of the vote in, Trump has a commanding double-digit lead over Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. It is still early in the night, though, for second and third place. We are expecting to hear the former president give a victory speech shortly, and we will bring that to you as soon as it happens. As I mentioned, the race for second still on, with both Haley and DeSantis hoping to claim that spot as the #1 challenger to take on former President Trump. Earlier tonight, we saw those gymnasiums and community centers packed with people showing up to support their pick for president. But turnout overall, from what we're projecting right now, lighter than expected. Our decision desk estimates just 130,000 people came out to caucus. That's less than 2016. Those freezing temperatures likely a factor. Our correspondents are still standing by at the Trump, DeSantis, and Haley campaign headquarters. Dasha Burns is with the DeSantis campaign, Ali Vitali with the Haley campaign, and of course, Vaughn Hilliard at the Trump Victory Watch Party. We're going to start with Dasha Burns right now. Dasha, Governor Ron DeSantis, as you know, spent so much time in Iowa, so much money. He also was hit with so many negative ads, the most of any other candidate, and it's unclear what his future holds right now in the Hawkeye State.
Yeah, Tom, that's exactly right. I spent a whole lot of time with him here in Iowa. I probably spent more days in Iowa than I did at home in 2023. He spent more time here than either Trump or Haley combined. More money and more resources, more energy in this state than any other state in this early primary. And this is why tonight's results are so critical for him if he wants to move forward in this race. But right now, both his campaign and the super PAC supporting him, Never Back Down, they are lashing out at the media for projecting this race for former President Trump. They're saying that the media, the corporate media, as they like to call it, are deciding the race for Iowans. This is a candidate and a campaign that, of course, has made a big part of their platform their sort of anti-corporate or legacy media position. And this is where they're leaning right now, as, you know, they're not looking so good in the polls, at least not within striking distance of Donald Trump, and neck so far with Nikki Haley, as we are looking at these numbers on the bottom of our screens here. So what the night holds for Ron DeSantis is a big question mark. We know that tomorrow his plan is not to go to New Hampshire, which is the state that's next in line, but instead to go to South Carolina, which is Nikki Haley's home turf. But look, if he's going to move forward in this race, he has got to have a strong showing here. If you put all your eggs in this basket and the basket breaks, you don't have much left to go on here. Even if he wants to move forward, he told our colleague Hallie Jackson earlier, he's in it for the long haul. There are some practical limitations to that, Tom. If you come in third in a state where you really bet big, the money dries up. And if you don't have the cash to fuel the jet to go to your campaign stops, the campaign effectively stops, Tom.
Dasha Burns for us at the DeSantis Watch Party tonight. I want to go to Vaughn Hilliard. He is at the Trump Victory Party there in Des Moines. So, Vaughn, talk to me about the atmosphere. This is sort of a subdued Trump event. Usually Trump events are raucous. People are going crazy. Are people celebrated yet over there?
We should note that they were actually urging folks to not show up when the doors open because they were hoping that they would, in fact, be caucusing, which is ongoing here. So to our understanding, Donald Trump is now on his way. He stopped at a caucus location about 20 minutes from here in Clive, Iowa. But this was a clear message that Iowan Republicans are sending here. Of course, having the opportunity to go first, but all of this with 4 criminal trials awaiting Donald Trump. Of course, oral arguments, the closing oral arguments took place in Lower Manhattan just this last Thursday in the New York civil fraud trial against Donald Trump and the Trump Organization. And in fact, Tom, tomorrow, Donald Trump is going, before he goes up to New Hampshire, he is going to New York City again, but this time for a civil defamation trial brought against him from E. Jean Carroll. He was found already to have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll and defamed her by a jury in another civil case last year. But despite these trials, the Iowa Republicans making clear tonight that they're going to stick behind him. And you see in those entrance polls there, 2/3 of Iowa Republicans suggesting that they believe even if Donald Trump is convicted in any of these criminal trials, that he is still fit for president. Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley both thought in the early parts of 2023 that if, in fact, indictments were to come against Donald Trump, that they would watch his support crater. And a share of the Republican Party would lack belief that Donald Trump would be a viable general election candidate. But when you see as part of those exit polls there that just 10% say electability in the general election was their top issue for who they selected, it's notable. And so we should expect Donald Trump to be taking the stage at some point soon with this early call. But this is a decisive victory. And notably, I know you were here 8 years ago, Tom, when we watched Ted Cruz beat Donald Trump. And the other concern for these other rivals is funding. You know, everybody's familiar with the name Kellyanne Conway, Tom. Kellyanne Conway 8 years ago was actually running the super PAC for Ted Cruz. And we watched big money continue to be spent on his behalf. Essentially, that anti-Trump vote largely coalesced around Ted Cruz. And now there's going to be serious questions about whether Nikki Haley or Ron DeSantis can mount a credible, viable campaign that will convince donors that it's still worthy of the investment. Or, as Donald Trump and his team has suggested, it is time for them to step aside, and it's time for the Republican Party to unite around Donald Trump because they need to turn their attention to the general election and Joe Biden at a time that the Democrats are clearly solely focused on Joe Biden and Joe Biden alone. Tom?
Vaughn Hilliard, who's been camped out in Iowa, covering all things Iowa caucuses, and tonight the Trump victory party. We're going to wait to hear from the former president in just a few minutes. 2016, Vaughn brought up that wonderful election where I first met Vaughn Hilliard. Of course, I also met the great Ali Vitali, who's at the Nikki Haley watch party tonight. You know, Ali, I do want to ask you, I mean, you covered 2016 with me and so many other great campaign reporters, and you covered Iowa. What was different this time around?
The organization, frankly, especially as I look at what the Trump campaign of 2024 is doing differently from the Trump campaign of 2016. Vaughn and I saw this firsthand, the way that Trump campaign initially in 2016 went through the effort of doing what all these campaigns do, which is collect signatures, get information for people so they can follow up with them, try to get them to commit to caucus. And then that information was lost several weeks before the caucus. That was something that left the Trump campaign in 2016 scrambling. But of course, they were able to go on into New Hampshire and establish themselves as the front runner and quickly coalesce the field. What's different now is everything, not just the organization that's on the ground, but the ways in which Trump, in just the last 8 years from when we all met each other, has been able to really paint this Republican Party in his image. He started out as someone who was really considered a sideshow. And I don't know that we really can think about enough how quickly that happened and how quickly he reshaped this party, bringing voters out of the woodwork who said to us in real time in 2016 that they hadn't voted before or they had sat out for decades. But this was a person who motivated them. This is now a party that is fully made up of those voters. I want to double back to something that Vaughn said, because I really do think that it needs to be said again. The majority of voters who left polls here in Iowa, who left caucuses here in Iowa, said that Trump would be fit to be president even if he were convicted on any of those criminal counts that he is currently on trial for. It leads me to something that Nikki Haley said to me the other day, Tom, when I asked her about the Trump trials and January 6th and what she meant during a debate recently when she said that Trump would have to answer for what happened in the aftermath of his 2020 election loss. And she said she's just glad she doesn't have to be facing all of these trials and legal troubles. That is the normal reaction to have, both for a person, but especially for a politician. These polls, once again, upend our traditional or assumed understanding of what it means to be politically popular, what it means to have political liabilities. In theory, 91 criminal counts is not something that you want if you are defending a bid for the presidency. It is not something that you would expect to see for someone who is on the cusp of taking the nomination again. But that is where this Republican Party is. And I think for all of us who were there at the beginning, it is a really stunning circle to watch come to a close.
Ali Vitali, Vaughn Hilliard, Dasha Burns, our dynamic Decision 2024 campaign reporting team. We thank you for all of that. Like I said, if you say Chuck Todd's name 3 times, he appears. I just said it the 3rd time. Chuck, this is a big one. And our campaign reporters brought this up. About it. But here, before, I just want to pause for a second. You got to remember the conventional wisdom. If he gets indicted, he'll never get the nomination. Right. If he gets convicted, he'll never get the nomination. What did voters say in our entrance polls?
Well, look, here's the question, and we see, is he fit to be president? You heard our reporters talk about it, essentially 2-1. They say yes. But everybody's looking at the 63. This is not an insignificant number. If a third of the party is saying he's not fit if he's convicted, and just so you know, this was the breakdown among those. Now, you still had 10% who, if he's convicted, that would still vote Trump. However, Haley and DeSantis get 80% combined of the 32% who says if Trump's convicted, he is not fit to be president. You guys were talking earlier about, well, how does DeSantis go on? How does Haley go on? It's this number. Yeah. That's the reason to go on. When are these trials? We all see what Trump's trying to do. He's not stupid. He knows when Super Tuesday is, March 5th. Those first trials, he doesn't want them to even start until April or May. Well, this is what he's counting on, that it'll be insurmountable. But the reason to hang around is if a third of voters in Iowa, one of his better states, already believe this, there's a reason to hang around. The question is, can you rationalize it? You can rationalize it for this. Do you have the money to do it? Do you have those other things? And that's going to be a difficult conversation
do we know,
between DeSantis and Haley.
The national polling on this question?
It's been about the same. It's been about 2-1 among Republicans. But, you know, this, again, it goes back to the story of who will these two agree? Will the third place finisher agree to get out? Or, more importantly, and I've heard people float this, whoever finishes third agrees to be the running mate to the number 2, and that they combine efforts. Remember, kind of like when Cruz and Rubio were trying to decide whether to do that, and neither one of them
try to join forces.
Couldn't agree on who was going to be number 2, right? By the way, the patterns we were telling you about to watch.
Yeah, what did you see?
Tonight,
I know you've been watching this.
We've been watching it, and these are not definitive yet. This is just what you see here in the color is the candidate who's winning that county. It doesn't mean that all the votes are counted, but already, so Donald Trump's color, as you can see there, he's pretty much leading in every county right now but 3. And the 3 counties he's not leading in?
Yeah, Sioux County.
You got Sioux County, which you've become quite familiar with Ted Cruz, right? That was the big Ted Cruz county, if you recall back here. In fact, he's overperforming Cruz there. You've also got...
But you got Nikki Haley popping up, right?
Nikki Haley popping up, Story County. No, this is Ames.
Yeah.
This is Iowa State.
The
okay.
school,
Look,
university.
Donald Trump in 3rd in this one. And right now we've got her leading in shocking Johnson County, University of Iowa. So the patterns, this is where the University of Iowa is, it's early. The patterns are playing out the same, but these patterns are it's sort of like a weaker version of what we saw 8 years ago.
Some of these bigger cities, though, Trump's Des Moines,
He still is.
Davenport. I know we got 1% of the point.
We only have 7% in, but yes.
Chuck, we appreciate it.
You got it, brother.
We want to go to an expert on Iowa, maybe the Republican expert on Iowa, Dave Kochel, and also Mark Short, who, of course, worked for former Vice President Mike Pence and knows the Trump world very well. Dave, I'm going to start with you. We spoke last week. This is not a surprise, but anything stand out to you so far in either the entrance poll data or just any of the reporting we have so far out of Iowa on the night, or was all this predicted and it went as planned?
It's pretty predicted. You know, Trump's going to win Iowa. Everybody knew that. He had the lead from the beginning of the campaign until tonight. So that's no surprise. The question is, does he get to 50%? Is he under? How much under? That number has just come down in the last 10, 15 minutes. So if he's under 50, that means over half of Iowans said no. That's not great news for him. He's going to have to answer to that because this is a good state for him. We also know that Haley and DeSantis were kind of go at it tonight, and that's playing out right now. It's kind of been back and forth a little bit. One thing to note, a lot of people don't know, the smaller precincts return their results first because these are hand-counted ballots. So we're seeing a lot of rural come in early. That's going to favor Trump. That's why he was in the mid-50s. As we go on and you get to these big super precincts in the suburbs that might be better for Haley, her vote could grow some. DeSantis's might as well. But I think, you know, this isn't going to end the way it started. I think we're going to see some real dynamic movement in the vote totals tonight as we go on.
But that rural vote, that data point you just bring up right now, that could be bad news for Governor DeSantis because that's where he expected a lot of his support as well. We're going to have to wait and see what happens there. You know, you brought an interesting point up when we spoke last week. I'm going to bring in Mark into this conversation. Dave basically said that Iowa was built for Mike Pence, right? He's somebody the evangelical community knows. He's somebody Republicans know. He knows how to speak to those voters, and yet he didn't even survive. He couldn't even make it to the Iowa caucuses. What do you think happened to the Republican Party in Iowa, or is it the Republican Party across the country, or do you think it's just Donald Trump is so popular?
Well, Tom, I think the reality is that a lot of voters look at the record of the 4 years of the administration, and I think it's natural that they accrue that to the person who was in the Oval Office. Whether or not he was really the one championing those issues or not, the reality is he's the one that gets the credit for him as having sat at the Resolute desk. And I think that it's not just Mike Pence. I think that Ron DeSantis certainly made an appeal for those same evangelical voters, and you can see that the vast majority of them still are remaining with Donald Trump. And so I think that it's not just Iowa. I think it's representative of the Republican Party across the country, and I think it's going to play itself out when we get to some of the more southern states like South Carolina in just a couple weeks.
Dave, you seen anything in the data so far, the entrance polls, any of the voting so far, that gives Nikki Haley any optimism?
Yeah, I think so. Again, some of those big precincts, those huge suburban precincts like Clive and Marion and Bettendorf around the state where she's expected to do better, those will be some of the last precincts reporting. I just checked in my home precinct where I lived in Iowa for many years, south of Grand. Nikki Haley got 70% of the vote, 70. And Ron DeSantis and Donald Trump both finished in the teens. And we ran out of voter registration cards. So that means some Democrats came in and some independents came in. It's kind of a blue precinct. But that's interesting to see. So there, we don't know how many crossover votes there may be. There's potential that there could be 5,000, 7,500, 10,000. That would help her. So we saw it in my home precinct where I'd lived for many years. She just crushed there. And I think that was on the strength of a lot of voters who just don't like Trump very much. But, Story County, not surprising. Rubio won it in 2016. I think we got to watch Scott County, Johnson County, Dallas County, these more affluent, higher college educated counties. If she does well there and those results come late, that could pose some trouble for DeSantis as they're really fighting for second place.
Mark, he mentioned Senator Rubio, and we know the endorsement came. Some people have described it as a strange endorsement over Twitter yesterday. It sort of got lost in the shuffle of news. We've seen other endorsements. Do you see big party leaders sort of coalesce around Trump as he heads into New Hampshire?
I think it's already been happening, Tom. I think it wasn't just Rubio. It was Senator Rich. There was a handful of additional House members. I think that the reality is that a lot of that transformation is already happening. I do think if Nikki Haley is relying upon Democrat voters to cross over, that's not really going to be a winning prescription for her moving past New Hampshire. It certainly may help her in New Hampshire as well, but it's not really going to help her secure a nomination down the road.
Mark Short, David Kochel, we thank you for your time and your analysis. We want to get a check right now of the vote count where it stands right now. NBC News, of course, has projected that Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucuses with 4% reporting. Here's where we stand right now. Former President Trump with about 49% of the votes, teetering right there at 50%. DeSantis in second place, 22.4%, followed closely by Nikki Haley. They're essentially neck and neck there. And as Dave Kochel pointed out, a lot of the counties that have reported so far are rural counties. Again, the Iowa GOP, they get this data, they report it in, they send it over to NBC News. NBC News has entrance poll data as well. They gather up all that, and that's how NBC News was able to make that early projection. Priscilla Thompson has been in Sioux County for us tonight, in the northwest part of the state, talking to voters there. Priscilla, what have you heard so far? I see your face. I don't know if we can go to you right now, but is the voting underway there? What's going on?
So they actually, Tom, just wrapped up the voting. It appears that they are about to make the announcement of the unofficial results here. We can listen in for a second and see it live.
Here's West Branch's totals. West Branch's totals. Ryan Binkley, 2 votes. Ron DeSantis, 15 votes, 1-5. Nikki Haley, 14 votes, 1-4. Asa Hutchinson, 0 votes. Vivek Ramaswamy, 3 votes. And Donald J. Trump, 26 votes. Sioux Center 1. Sioux Center 1. Ryan Binkley, 0. Ron DeSantis, 27. Nikki Haley, 20. Asa Hutchinson, 0. Vivek Ramaswamy, 6. And Donald J. Trump, 43. Sioux Center 4, Ryan Binkley, 0. Ron DeSantis, 87. Nikki Haley, 54. Asa Hutchinson, 0. Vivek Ramaswamy, 15. And Donald J. Trump, 55. The totals, Ryan Binkley, 2. Asa Hutchinson, 0. Vivek Ramaswamy, 24. Nikki Haley, 88. Donald J. Trump, 124. Governor DeSantis, 129.
All right, Tom. So there you have it. There were 3 precincts that were caucusing here. It sounds like in total of the 3, Ron DeSantis actually with the most votes. Again, just looking at 3 precincts here, and these are unofficial votes, so they are not coming directly from the Iowa State Party just yet. But now they are going to move on to state party business. But of course, that was the big question here, whether or not Donald Trump was going to be able to galvanize that evangelical support, and or if Ron DeSantis was going to be able to cut into that. He has certainly sought to court those evangelical voters, spending a lot of time in Iowa, a lot of time talking to those folks, saying, look, I've got policies that are very similar to Donald Trump's, but without necessarily all of the baggage and some of the moral issues that some folks may have with him. And it appears that that message did resonate based on the results that we just heard, with it appearing that out of these 3 precincts, Ron DeSantis just barely edging out Donald Trump. But again, unofficial results. We'll wait to see what exactly we get from the Iowa GOP. But there were folks watching that count, including 3 Trump folks who were watching, along with 1 Haley, 1 DeSantis supporter over there watching that count very closely. It took about a half hour, but again, there were some more than 400 people in this room as a part of those 3 precincts. And so it'll be interesting to see then where that evangelical vote goes across the state. Remember, in previous Republican caucuses, 2 out of 3 of the Republican caucus goers were evangelicals. And so if Ron DeSantis is able to cut into that lead, and Donald Trump perhaps does not galvanize as much of that vote as it appeared that he would in polls, it could do something there. Obviously, Donald Trump has been projected the winner here, so it's really just a fight for second place between Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley. So it'll be interesting to see if this evangelical can help Ron DeSantis to sort of edge out Haley for second place or not. Tom?
Priscilla Thompson there in Sioux County. Of course, reminder, Senator Ted Cruz won that county in 2016. And it looks like, at least at the caucus location where Priscilla is at, Governor Ron DeSantis seen some positive news there. Mary Catherine, if Governor DeSantis pulls off a second place victory, he's not going to be likely anywhere near President Trump. But if he stays in this race, what do you hope he does?
I mean, I think it needs to be a solid second here tonight. I'm not sure exactly what that percentage is. We talked about it earlier, maybe 30 plus, to signal that he can have staying power here. Look, I think South Carolina is a state that might be more naturally suited to a DeSantis coming out of Florida, making the argument as a more traditionally conservative. But as we've said, Trump sort of defines what that is now. In a place like South Carolina, he's also going to be very at home. So that makes the path for either one of these, second and third place, very tough, with the New Hampshire being the sort of asterisk for Nikki Haley. Once they get to South Carolina, I think, like Iowa, as we're seeing here, it might be a resounding message that they're just standing behind Trump.
Carlos, we saw in 2016 a lot of candidates tried that strategy of, okay, well, Iowa wasn't my state, but New Hampshire's going to be New Hampshire wasn't my state, South Carolina's going to be my state. I mean, Cruz, I think took him all the way to Indiana. But if DeSantis does have a decent night, a solid second place, he has the argument, listen, stick with me, the race is just getting started.
That's right, Tom. Look, Iowa was DeSantis' state. This is where he said he was going to shine, where he was going to really, kind of keep it close with President Trump, be competitive. He needs to finish at least second. New Hampshire, he's not even going to compete. That's where the spotlight is going to turn to Nikki Haley. She's going to have to shine there. It does seem, according to the polling, that she's going to have a shot at, perhaps even beating Donald Trump. It'd be difficult. But, after that, it becomes harder and harder. In 2016, there was no incumbent. I mean, Donald Trump is effectively an incumbent president running for re-election. So that strategy of saying, well, it's going to be the next state, it's going to be the next state, they're not going to be able to pull that off this time. Ron DeSantis had to have a strong night tonight. Nikki Haley has to have a very strong night next week in New Hampshire. If neither of them can do that, this is Donald Trump's to lose, with the caveat, and we talked about this earlier, there's some risks out there for Donald Trump, some legal liability. Do these candidates stay in? And then later in the primary process, can they have a second life as a product of Donald Trump's legal troubles.
Mary Catherine?
What Trump alternatives do have going for them is that this has consolidated more quickly than it did last time. But on the other hand, and just another indication of Trump being the leader of this party, in California, which you run up against with its 169 delegates at some point, in July 2023, they changed the rules there, where if he's over 50%, he gets all of them.
Yeah,
there's no more splitting up. He's at 66% there right now, I believe.
And Nevada, they did something very similar too with the super PAC money. They're organized this time around, no doubt. Hogan, I think from covering Trump in 2016, this is the part of it that he really enjoys. Where does he go now with this big victory and just starting to put all of his focus on either Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis? And does he go even harder than he's gone before?
I think he's going to go hard after Nikki Haley because, as we just talked about, we're going to New Hampshire now, and that's where Nikki's trying to kind of stake her claim. A lot of people thought when Chris Christie got out, he had that kind of never Trump lane, and now Nikki is the heir apparent to that. Although the hot mic moment that we now have heard many times, I think is indicative of a lot of Chris Christie supporters. So I don't think necessarily all of those voters he had are going to go to Nikki, because I think they don't like her. They like Chris Christie. And so Chris Christie doing that. And look, Chris Christie's a savvy politician. He's been around for a while. He knows his way around a microphone. Yeah. I'm not entirely sure that wasn't on purpose, but nonetheless, it happened. And so I don't know that she eclipses Donald Trump there. And we talk about South Carolina. He's up 30 points over Nikki in her old home state. She's not as popular there as a lot of people think on the national stage. When you get down into the Palmetto State, people don't remember her as fondly as some would think. So again, a lot of ifs here. Yeah. But in theory, when you're talking about Trump winning the first two states, as well he could, you have a month for the first time. It's a very long time. End of February is when we vote in South Carolina. If he wins that state, he's 3-0 and the field's 0-3. And you de facto have a nominee at that point where he's going to be pushing folks, as they are already saying, to coalesce behind him. He's going to say this is a show of force. He's going to say he's the heir apparent to rebuild this country, to take it back to the America First principles and the America First policies that he put in place. And he's going to say these other folks are wasting our time and our money because I'm going to be the nominee. We need to be focused on Joe Biden and beating Joe Biden. And every time,
also some of that money is going to be focused on his legal fights.
Some of them too.
So there's that too.
But that's also kind of the argument I think they're going to make. Carlos, you want to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, obviously it's a great night for Donald Trump, but he is an incumbent. And he is right around 50%. If this was Joe Biden, everyone would be saying that this was an embarrassment, right? So you can look for candidates like Nikki Haley, like Ron DeSantis, and say, hold on, Donald Trump is the incumbent, and he's getting about half the vote. So I think, you can look at this either glass half empty or half full, and I think you'll hear Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis make the argument that, sure, Donald Trump won, but at 50%, is that the number that what is effectively an incumbent should be making in a state where the electorate is kind of ideal for Donald Trump's candidacy?
The challenge has always been you have to consolidate every never Trumper and every Trump skeptical person and then peel off a little bit. That is
but every time someone drops out, some people go to Trump as well.
Listen, I'm so sick of that because we were told to suck it up and do whatever we could to elect goobs like Mitt Romney for years, and all the Republicans did that. And so if Donald Trump becomes the nominee, I'm sorry, it's a choice between chicken or fish. That's all you got. You can't pick something that's not on the ballot. I know people didn't like Herschel Walker on the Republican side, but that's who you had. So you have a choice to make when it comes down to vote. And if Donald Trump's the nominee, it's going to be difficult to do. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, for someone who worked for people like Huckabee and Santorum, I sucked it up and I did what I had to do because I thought the alternative on the left was wrong for the country. The people who are never Trumpers need to understand that when it comes time to cast a ballot.
You can call Senator Mitt Romney a goob, but he was the nominee for your party, and he still has Republicans, maybe not in the Trump faction at all, that still respect him and that he's a decent guy. Yeah, I want to go to Chuck for a history lesson real quick. Chuck, take us back to 2000. Yeah. You didn't have an incumbent, but you had a very popular candidate in George W. Bush, and you had John McCain, who was trying to build that coalition in New Hampshire, which he was able to do. But at the end, W was just too popular. It's hard. And now Trump is even more popular than that.
Well, it wasn't just that, though. It goes back to also, I mean, it's sort of similar to what we're seeing with Haley and Trump, right? Because Bush sort of had more of the traditional supporters of the Republican Party. So when the race came to South Carolina, McCain was trying to cobble together this sort of moderate center-right coalition that, frankly, because of Bill Bradley running against Al Gore in the primaries, actually was a problem because he was fighting with Bill Bradley for voters, right? And that sort of complicated things. But I want to throw something out here because it is interesting to me that voters do listen to candidates and voters do pay attention to this debate. How do I know this? Here's the most important issue overall. We know economy and immigration dominating. Foreign policy and abortion were literally barely double digits. But notice who wins among foreign policy voters. Among foreign policy voters, they pick Haley. That tells me voters are at least paying attention to which candidates actually been talking about it. On abortion, if you do care about abortion, it was only 12%. But guess who they picked? Ron DeSantis, sitting at 51%. So, it's sort of a reminder now, economy and immigration are the two dominant issues. Trump is 52% amongst economy voters, and among immigration voters, he's at 61%. But it is a reminder that voters are, voters are shaped by how the candidates pursue their campaign. And so on one hand, Haley's foreign policy credentials are breaking through. On the other hand, Donald Trump has created a different point of view about foreign policy. Her hawkishness is now seen as a negative. And so while he doesn't do well there, it doesn't matter. He's reshaped the party. The old Reagan stool is not three legs that are even anymore. The national security leg's been cut in half, literally, as we showed you.
Chuck, can you go? You're at the most important issue right now. Go back to the most important issues. So you have economy and immigration.
Just dominant, nearly 80%, right?
That's all Trump.
That's all Trump. He wins over 50% of votes.
That's the whole race right there.
That's the thing. Now, ironically, in 2016, the abortion number was closer to 20%. And that helped Cruz. And if it were at 20, if you had 1 in 5 Iowa voters caring about the abortion issue, Ron DeSantis would be doing a lot better. If foreign policy, a more hawkish version, were something that Republican voters cared about, Nikki Haley would be doing better. But their great strengths are not priorities to voters. Yeah. That's basically probably the easiest way to put it.
All right, Chuck Todd, we appreciate that. We'll be checking back with you as we get more data in. Joining us now here on our panel, David Plouffe, the sole Democrat here on the panel. We kept you over here on this side so these Republican strategists don't get at you, and journalists. David, you helped engineer back-to-back victories for President Obama, even when he was an unknown senator from Illinois. Watching what's happened in Iowa tonight, what do you pull away from this as a Democrat?
Well, I always look at Iowa through the prism of the next contest and the one after that, right? We needed to win Iowa to have any chance, as Ron DeSantis needed to. So wherever, in my humble opinion, wherever these numbers end, his campaign's over. He's got no chance of winning.
You think regardless if he pulls off
he may
a strong
stay in.
second.
What matters is, can you beat Donald Trump somewhere? And this was his chance. I think Haley's got a chance 8 nights from now, and if she doesn't do that, then basically the general election starts. Donald Trump should declare victory and move on. If Haley wins, South Carolina's looming out there, and she's probably going to get, destroyed there by Trump. So can she stay alive for Super Tuesday, where there's some states where she might be able to do okay? So I think I look at it, DeSantis needed to win, he's not going to win. Or come within, let's say, 10 points. Yeah. That's not going to happen. Whether Haley comes in second or third, she's on deck next to see if she can topple him in New Hampshire. And then the question is, if it really is a 2-person race, she'll have to somehow get over getting absolutely destroyed, probably in her home state, and be alive in those states in March, where particularly some of the states that allow anybody to participate, that have a more moderate block of voters, she'd have a chance. So that's the way I look at it. But this is very similar to our race. If Ron DeSantis is playing the Barack Obama role. And had we not won Iowa, he would have been a mere slight footnote in American political history. We were going to be done.
Yeah,
that's just the reality. When you're running against a front runner, you got to beat the front runner. And if you don't, the front runner gets strong. So I think Trump survived the first challenge, which was DeSantis in Iowa, and then he's got Haley looming.
As somebody who works in Democratic politics, somebody who's won campaigns, who would you rather run against? Donald Trump or Nikki Haley?
Well, this is going to sound like a dodge. It's not. I've learned that between now and when people start voting, and they start voting in earnest in early October, we have election month now, not election day, there's like 1,000 political lifetimes. What I would say is presidential race really in this, it's no matter the year, but in this year it's 7 states, and there's 4 to 6% of the voters that are truly swing voters. Then the other side of the coin is the turnout game. So I would say someone like Haley would give Biden a bigger challenge with some of those swing voters. But if Trump is the nominee, I would say, particularly if he's been convicted, he's going to get his turnout. His people are coming. And that puts a lot of pressure on the Democratic campaign to match that. So I think each of them causes challenges in those different voter cohorts. And at the end of the day, when I look at Biden's challenge, and it's a big challenge, how can he get to 270 electoral votes from now? He may not do this. I'm more confident that he can do what he needs to do with swing voters, in the Phoenix suburbs, in the suburbs, outside of Madison and outside of Atlanta. But the turnout game is going to be more of a challenge. And I think if Trump is the Republican nominee, listen, 20 was a lot closer than most people thought, in large part because Trump overperformed on turnout, as he did in 16. And I just think his turnout, I advise Democratic campaigns, I certainly wouldn't advise the Biden campaign. If you think it's going to take 1.6 million votes to win Wisconsin, you better assume it's going to take 1.7. Because Trump's turnout is coming, okay? And Biden's obviously challenged, given his numbers with young people, to match that.
One of your colleagues, maybe close colleagues, David Axelrod, has expressed concern about Joe Biden being the candidate. He points to poll numbers. They're not in favor of Joe Biden, favorability ratings, the president on the economy, the president on immigration. Are you concerned that President Biden is going to be the nominee for the Democrats?
I've learned in politics to worry yourself about what you can control. He is going to be the Democratic nominee.
But can't Democrats control it? You have a nominating convention. Can't they control that?
No, the voters. We stopped that in 1968. So it's all about nobody who's a significant candidate decided to run. So he's the
you think that time has passed?
It's passed. So he's going to be the nominee. And so you're likely facing, unless a miracle occurs, a rematch. And I do think Joe Biden can win that race. I think the race will look, closer and more winnable for him in the spring. But this is a more difficult race than the one he won last time. And look how close that was.
Yeah.
This is going to come down to, like the last one did, in all likelihood, there can be external events, to 10, 15, 20,000 votes in 5 to 7 states.
Yeah. Before we go, I do want to ask, people like James Carville, and we were just talking about Senator Mitt Romney, have criticized the Biden campaign, the re-elect campaign, for focusing so much on January 6th, questions about democracy, because they say every single day people are dealing with the economy and they're seeing immigration on the news every single day. And January 6th was a single day. I'm not debating about the importance of that day or what happened that day. Do you think they're right? Do you think the Biden campaign at some point has to change their messaging? Or do you think that's the only thing they can run on right now?
Well, I suspect he's going to talk a lot about the economy. He's going to talk a lot about contrast on tax cuts, on health care, which a lot of people do see as an economic issue, not just a health issue, on manufacturing. I think January 6th is part of that. The other thing I'd say, presidential campaigns, whether you're the Trump campaign or the Biden campaign, they have some of the most sophisticated data in the history of mankind. So generally when these campaigns are doing something, there's a reason they're doing it. And I think those of us on the outside who aren't swimming in that data every day, before we criticize, should step back and say, they clearly are doing it for a reason. Now, January 6th, I think, is something that works with swing voters. It also is a reason I think perhaps people who aren't super excited about Biden may come out if they think democracy is at stake. So at the end of the day, I expect the economy to be a big part of this race. But, I think the one thing about a Biden-Trump race is what we don't know if there's going to be surprises is there is in any presidential campaign. Could be external events, could be an economic shock. It could also be the performance of these two individuals. And I think that's going to bear close watching in the months to come.
David, we thank you for your analysis. I want to get right over to my colleague, Jacob Sobroff, who's been standing by for us from a polling location in Wapello, Iowa. Jacob, talk to me about what you have and what you're seeing and just thoughts. I mean, you've obviously covered a couple of campaigns now for us, and you've been out there in Iowa for a while. Any surprises for you?
Turnout. I know, we also, in addition to projecting, and I want to speak quietly, the caucusing is over, but I just, nobody makes an announcement about the NBC News projections. In addition to projecting that former President Trump has won the caucus, we projected the turnout will be significantly lower. And that's also true here in Wapello County, Tom. They say about 1,000 people are here. That's according to the caucus chair. Last time it was almost double that. And I want to show you the results as well. Let's go in there and see if I can just sort of snake my way through. They're just finishing, excuse me, guys, the process of putting the results up on the board here. Hey, guys, can I sneak right behind you? Thank you so much. So, Tom, if you actually watch this right now, what this gentleman is doing with that orange piece of paper, he's taken a precinct-level result, which I need to say is not an official result until it's reported by the party, but he's taken a precinct-level result and putting it here in real time up on this board. And you can see Haley got 15 for this precinct, 8 for Ramaswamy, And let's see what Trump gets here. 46, it looks like. Okay, so that's consistent, Tom, with what we're seeing kind of all across the board. This is a super caucus location. And if you look here, Trump basically has a far higher vote total. You got DeSantis here, 3, Ramaswamy 4, 16 for Trump, 44, 46, all the way across this line here, Tom. Trump has scored far higher than anybody else, I think, in almost every precinct. And now they're just waiting on the results, I think, from one more to come down from the classroom. So what we're seeing here, moral of the story is the results here and the turnout here are in line with what our projections have been from the decision desk. And I just want to give you a quick swing around, take a look at this. Everybody's here sort of waiting and looking at the results that are coming in from this super caucus, Tom. So I'm going to actually scoot this way to get out of the way so they can have a better look at it themselves. Tom?
Yeah, we don't want them to revolt and take over Jacob Soboroff. Jacob, we appreciate that look at the Iowa caucuses, writ small, from your perspective right there. I want to go over to Chuck Todd, who's been watching the boards, but actually, hold on. We have had election alerts, but now I'm being told we have a khaki alert. We're going to go right over to our friend Steve Kornacki.
That 28-point lead he has over Nikki Haley for second place in the poll, a 28-point margin. Before tonight, in a competitive Iowa caucus with no incumbent president, what is the biggest margin anyone's won by? That'd be 12 points. Bob Dole in 1988, 37. Pat Robertson, 25. That's the biggest margin. And in 2000, what's the biggest share of the vote anyone's gotten in a non-incumbent Republican caucus in Iowa? 2000, George W. Bush got 41% when he beat Steve Forbes by 11 points. So again, Trump could beat that margin record, could beat that vote share record. All of the polling's been suggesting that. And frankly, if he doesn't clear those two thresholds tonight, that's probably a disappointment for his campaign. Those seem like modest thresholds given where the polling has been. Some other things we could show you. That race for second place, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis, it seems like a race for second place. We'll see if that's what emerges tonight. Haley in our final poll catching DeSantis. She'd been running in third place. Core strengths, we'll show you how this translates into the math as the night goes on, but the recipe in modern Republican caucuses in Iowa has been you win the evangelical vote, you win Iowa. Mike Huckabee did it in 2008, Rick Santorum did it in 2012, and Ted Cruz did it against Donald Trump in 2016. Why did Donald Trump lose Iowa in 2016? It's because he lost the evangelical vote. The evangelical vote in 2016 was nearly 2/3 of every vote cast. 64% of caucus goers in 2016 were evangelical Christians. Trump lost them by 12 points to Ted Cruz. Remember, at the very beginning, there was a lot of skepticism, resistance toward Trump among evangelicals. The story of the last 8 years is how that has changed, how a political bond has grown there. And look in our final poll from losing evangelicals by 12 8 years ago. Trump in our poll with an outright majority of them. Ron DeSantis, who has tried earnestly to cultivate the evangelical vote, getting major endorsements from evangelical leaders, campaigning aggressively, finds himself almost 30 points behind Trump among this group. If DeSantis is going to have a surprisingly good night, he's going to have to do a lot better with evangelicals, and Trump's going to have to do a lot worse than this final poll has shown.
All right, we'll wait and see, Steve. We appreciate all of that. Joining us now is Julia Manchester. She's a national politics reporter at The Hill. Julia, thanks so much for joining us from Iowa. You've been covering this race inside and out for a while now. Has anything stood out to you so far? I know so much of this was predicted, but has anything stood out?
You know, look, I think in terms of things that have stood out, I think Trump's lead has obviously stood out, and how, I guess, tightly correlated that is with the polls. I mean, we knew that for a while going into this race, Trump would hold a very strong lead. However, I think there was some hope, particularly among DeSantis and obviously the Haley camps, that they could really narrow that, particularly among the DeSantis camp. You know, they have touted this ground game they have and their presence in Iowa for so long, but it doesn't really appear to be paying off in the way that they would like it to be. Now, talking to his campaign this evening, they're saying they're upset that the news media called the race for Trump so soon. But you and I know, Tom, that this is really a race for second place now. And we're watching what really unfolds between Haley and DeSantis going into the night.
Julia Manchester for us from Iowa. Julia, we appreciate all your reporting as usual. I do want to get over to Chuck Todd, who's explaining how exactly the former president won and how we were able to call this so far. We do want to update you on our vote totals, though, because we have, I think it's more than 20% of the vote in. I'm looking right now at our graphics, 34% in. Trump's over 50 right now. You see that, Chuck? He's over 50%.
And actually, let me quickly take you.
And DeSantis
I'm going to take you to a county.
Yeah.
I'm going to take you to a county and why this is a big deal here, and it's Dallas County, because Dallas County, it's a suburban county here. This is, as you can see, 4 years ago, Trump finished third in Dallas County. Dallas County, these are suburban Republicans. This is a county Rubio carried. We talked about the 5 counties that Rubio carried. This was one of the 5 counties here. We've got, there's not a lot in, but the fact is he's got a double-digit lead. We got 3/4 of it in. Just the simple fact it looks like he's gonna win Dallas County. That's a real sort of, if you're Haley, you're pretty bummed out about this. These are her voters. Dallas County, again, a suburban Des Moines county. That means Trump's getting plenty of rank and file Republicans, all right? He's not getting 50% here, but winning it is why he may get 50% statewide. Anyway, this Dallas County number is a big deal to Trump, and I think this is a real sting to Nikki Haley. But as we talked before, he's remade the Republican electorate. And that's as simple as that. He changed the Iowa electorate from what it looked like 8 years ago. We talked about evangelicals. He didn't do as well with evangelicals 4 years ago. Well, this is an electorate that's barely over 50% evangelical. It was over 60% in 2016 when Ted Cruz won it. It's barely over 50. Obviously, we know this time Trump's actually winning evangelicals, but this is in a less evangelical electorate. But also, he's redefined what conservative is. He's now the people that call themselves very conservative is over 50%. And again, we can go through, going to have all sorts of academic definitions of what's conservative and what isn't these days. Well, in the Republican Party, what Donald Trump is for is the very conservative. That's the definition. And the fact of the matter is it's 51 and he's dominating in that space. And look, we can show you here. This is where he dominated. 65% of voters without a college education, he won. The very conservative vote that I just showed you won 60% of those, and he increased the total numbers. This is a very older electorate. It's the oldest Republican electorate in Iowa caucus history. Since we've been doing entrance polls, he's winning a majority of 65 plus. And of course, he's winning a majority of white evangelicals, and there are fewer white evangelicals than there were 8 years ago.
I want to bring
That's how he did it.
Yeah. I want to bring that over to the panel about the term conservative, to Carlos and Hogan. So, there was a time when conservative, you would think of, maybe you thought of Henry Kissinger, maybe you thought of Ronald Reagan, maybe you thought of the National Review. Is conservative now synonymous with MAGA?
That's right, Tom. I mean, conservative is, and I think Chuck alluded to this, whatever Donald Trump decides it's going to be.
The fun thing is that can change any day.
Any day, right? Well, before, conservative, for example, used to mean you were in favor of free trade. Donald Trump completely changed that concept. Donald Trump is someone who was kind of forgiven for past sins when he was welcomed into the Republican Party. Donald Trump, in his past life, was for abortion rights, and he was very open about that. Donald Trump in his past life was for reasonable immigration reform. So Donald Trump in 2016 went and found the issues that really fired up the most activated members of the conservative base. He adopted those positions, and then he became a hero to that base. And now that is a base that responds to him. It is not a base that he reacts to.
Hogan, why do you think when people poll, they like Donald Trump, but yet they don't have the same favorability for the term MAGA or the MAGA movement, even though, there is really, they're both one and the same?
Well, some of that has to do, I think, with the coverage of what MAGA means to so many people. The media will often smear those who champion MAGA and its America First policies, et cetera. So that's part of it. But look, I want to hit on something you touched on, which I thought was really, really smart. Look, Mike Huckabee, I think, really started to tap into a different vein in the Republican Party back in 2008 when he was running that campaign in Iowa, and you saw him start to surge. Rick Santorum did the same thing. I think we won 11 states, almost defeating Mitt Romney there, too. Had that blue-collar conservative that people were kind of starting to ask some questions. Donald Trump comes along and basically takes what had been built by other candidates and said, no, now come with me. Here's who I am. Here's what I'm about. I'm not gonna sugarcoat the fact that I have money. I'm rich. Hey, I want you to be rich. Yeah, free and fair trade, sure. Well, free trade's great. Where's the fair? We don't ever get fair trade, so we need to start putting tariffs on these countries. We need to start taking in money. He changed the whole dynamic and the mentality, but he didn't kill politics. I mean, he was the coroner. It was already dead. He just showed up and took a lot of those voters that other campaigns had kind of started to cobble together and say, now you come with me. And he was able to weaponize those for the good and for his campaign victory.
Mary Catherine Ham, anecdotally, I do meet voters who say, I'm conservative, I love Trump. Right. I very rarely meet people now or talk to people who say, I'm conservative, I hate Trump. So I think Chuck has made a point there where the term has changed, right? It's evolved.
No, I think that's real. And I think one of the issues with Trump moving forward is that when he's talking about what I'm about, because you're right, in 2016, there was a menu of old GOP issues that were rejected, right? And he had this more populist turn. But what does he talk about moving forward? What he often talks about is 2020. What he often talks about is his legal problems. What he often puts money towards is those things. And to David Pluff's point, you're not addressing the economy. You're not addressing inflation. You're not doing those things on a regular basis if you're doing all of that.
But
and I just, but hold on. Yeah. I want to say this, because earlier you said, like, the Never Trump people just need to suck it up. Here's the problem. You tell those voters to suck it up 3 elections ago. Guess where they went? They didn't suck it up and vote for Trump. Some of them went to the Democratic Party, right? So if you look at the exit polls for suburban women voters from 2016 to now, it's just hemorrhaging, right? And so you have to have a different message for those people. I have a little focus group in my neighborhood of women who are not very political, center-rightish to center-leftish. They would never vote for Trump, likely, many of them. Many of them would listen to a Haley. You know who they went for also? A Youngkin, right? It's a different kind of candidate who doesn't require saying, Tom, suck it up and vote for it.
You know, to
That's what matters in a general election.
I think you're going to hear Nikki Haley, as we approach New Hampshire, make the argument that Donald Trump and his movement have effectively lost 3 elections in a row. 2018, Republicans were swept out of control of the House and suburban districts, 40 seats. 2020, Trump lost a close race to President Biden. And then in 2022, Republicans were supposed to outperform, have this big victory, this big red wave. And all of the candidates in swing states that were closely aligned with Donald Trump and his movement lost. So that electability argument is one of the strongest for Nikki Haley, and I think you're going to hear a lot from her in that regard in the next few days.
Chuck, I know it's still early. I see you on the board there. I see you circling some counties. Just real quick for historical perspective, I know we were talking about 13% being that top line number, and I think 20% would be a landslide, if you will. We still got a lot of vote out there, but, I mean, Trump is far and away ahead.
I would be surprised if it's under 20 at this point, that his margin of victory. I want to show you, we've got a few counties. They're smaller, but almost all the votes in, and they're helpful to show you how Trump basically went from a coin flip in 2016 to a dominant win. Here's a smaller county. It's right on the border of Missouri, Appanoose County. This isn't a big county. Look at him. He got 72%. We almost have it all in. It's one of the first ones that we have all the vote in. He won it in 2016, but you can see the difference here, right? It was neck and neck with Cruz. By the way, just over 500 total votes in this county. This year it was over 840, so we're starting to see the turnout difference. We're about a third down overall from comparatively where we were in 2016. So you see that. Let me take you over to Clinton County. This is another county that, again, Donald Trump won it 4 years ago, but he barely won it 4 years ago. This time he's dominating this county. This is a Mississippi River county, and Trump has done really well along the Mississippi River. This all used to be Democratic. These all used to be Democratic counties. These are all high union membership counties, or at one time were. And this is where Trump has remade the party. And this is where Democrats have lost those working class voters to the Republicans. And this is part of Donald Trump's dominance here. This is why they're going to have a hard time catching him. Because while DeSantis and Haley are doing well in some of the larger counties, these smaller counties, Trump's cleaning up. Just cleaning up.
Chuck Todd, we always appreciate that. We're going to come back to you as the vote keeps coming in. We still want to mention and remind our viewers that it is not over yet. We're still trying to cover who falls into second place in this race in Iowa and how far Trump wins. But we do want to move on to New Hampshire at this moment. Shaq Brewster, one of our campaign reporters, is camped out over there where it is very cold as well. Shaq, tell me what you're hearing. We projected a Trump win here in Iowa. It's not a huge surprise, but it's official. Well, at least we're projecting it to be official. What are you hearing there in New Hampshire? Are people excited about this? Is the Trump base excited about this? We know that in New Hampshire, Nikki Haley hopes to really shake up this race.
That's exactly right, Tom. And, you know, when these candidates go on to New Hampshire, many of them, most of them, I believe all of the top candidates having events here already scheduled for tomorrow, they're going to be entering a state where you're looking at a different process and a different electorate. That caucus system that we watched through Iowa, where you saw the speeches, where you saw the walking through the high schools that our colleagues were doing, you're not going to see that in New Hampshire. This is a pretty standard process where people go into a polling location as early as 6 p.m. and they have until 6 a.m., excuse me, and have until 7 p.m. to cast their ballot. But you're also looking at a state with a different electorate. You're talking about a state where you have fewer conservative voters, where you don't have as many evangelical voters. You saw Chuck on the board there talk about how many evangelical voters participated in the Iowa caucuses, and a state where the vast majority of voters are undeclared. Independents, so to speak, where they can pick up a Republican ballot. What that means is the voters here are much more moderate, and that's why you have Nikki Haley believing she has some shot here. That if you look at the polling that we saw coming into New Hampshire coming into Iowa over the past week, you saw her at least within striking distance of former President Trump. She is one of the few candidates who has ads on the television airwaves. She has a ground operation here as well, with the help of some of the outside groups that she's been endorsed by. So her voters, her supporters here believe they have a strong chance here. The big thing that you hear, and when you talk to New Hampshire voters, when you talk to elected officials, even some of the candidates, or some of the campaigns rather, New Hampshire, the spirit here is the live free or die state. They don't like the idea of other states telling them what to do, but when you dig in with them and you really have those conversations, it's clear that voters here are watching what happens in Iowa. They're watching and paying attention to those results out of Iowa, specifically and especially those voters who are looking at candidates not named Trump. They're looking at where DeSantis places, they're looking at where Nikki Haley places, because if they want to stop Trump, and I spoke to a Nikki Haley supporter earlier today who said, I'm supporting Haley, I'm an independent, and I'm doing it to stop Trump. If they're looking to stop Trump, they're looking to see who's coming out of Iowa in the strongest position. So a lot of dynamics here in New Hampshire. As I mentioned, all the candidates will be here having at least one event in the state tomorrow. You have former President Trump with about 4 or 5 events between now and the end of the weekend. It's going to be very busy in New Hampshire, and you have a lot of candidates focused on what they can do and the momentum that they believe they will be able to get out of Iowa, Tom.
Shaq, before we go, we only have less than 2 minutes here. In Iowa, most of the negative ads were on Governor Ron DeSantis. What are you seeing the ads like in New Hampshire? Who are they targeting?
Less so targeting and more propping up. You see a lot of ads talking about Nikki Haley. I saw one, I was watching the game, if I was being candid, yesterday, watching the football game, and you saw a Nikki Haley ad talk about her polling advantage, not against Donald Trump, not against Ron DeSantis, but against President Biden. You saw that advantage, and you saw that ad play up her advantage and the general election appeal that her supporters are saying that she would have. So that is another factor. I'll tell you another storyline that you're seeing, and another ad that you see on the airwaves is what's happening on the Democratic side. We haven't talked much about Democrats throughout the night in Iowa because there is essentially no process there for Democrats at the presidential candidate level there. But here in New Hampshire, you have Democratic candidates in the primary competing, and you also have a write-in campaign for President Biden. While the DNC, while President Biden's re-election campaign are not officially involved in this race, you do have a super PAC essentially having targeted ads on television, targeted ads on social media, trying to get Democrats to the polls. And then there's also the added factor of how many independent-leaning Democrats, people who are undeclared, how many of them will pick up that Republican ballot. So there's a lot of storylines that we're going to have to follow here in New Hampshire, and I think that's the exciting thing. You're going to have candidates shifting their attention almost immediately, Tom.
Jack Brewster, who's been reporting tonight from New Hampshire. The story still, of course, in here, the state of Iowa, which we've been following all night long. We do want to give you a vote update before we go to break here. With 38% of the vote in, we can say that Donald Trump clearly, we project him to have won the Iowa caucuses. We thank you for being with us for this busy hour, but don't go anywhere. NBC News Now special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses continues straight ahead.
NBC News Special, Decision 2024, the Iowa Caucuses. Reporting tonight, Tom Yamas.
Welcome back to NBC News special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses. I'm Tom Yamas in New York. Tonight, for the first time in the 2024 race, the voters have spoken. NBC News can project that former President Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucuses. The final margins, though, not in yet, but he could finish with more than 50% of the vote, smashing the record for margin of victory for this contest that was set on the Republican side back in 1988 when Bob Dole won by 13 points. Also tonight, a tight race for second place so far between Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis. The other big story, turnout. Right now, we're projecting it's lower than expected as caucus goers brave temperatures that felt like 20 below zero or colder, the coldest Iowa caucus ever on record. We've got reporters standing by covering all the top campaign events and their victory parties, but there is only one victory party, and that is at the Trump Watch Party there in Des Moines. Garrett Haake, who's been covering the Trump campaign, joins us now live. Garrett, I know you've had a chance to speak to Trump supporters. Give me a taste of what the atmosphere is like there.
Well, Tom, unlike any other victory party I've ever covered for an election that I've been involved in, this time you had so early, there was no one at this party yet to celebrate. That mood has changed dramatically over the last half an hour as Trump supporters have come from their caucus sites around the Des Moines area and really across the state here for a moment that for many of the folks I've talked to is a sense of vindication. Obviously, you know, this is the subset of voters here. Trump caucus goers in a low turnout caucus is a relatively small group in sort of the grand scheme of the electorate. But for these folks, these are people who've thought for 3 years that they would be back at this moment. Many of them campaigning for Donald Trump, volunteering for Donald Trump, being caucus captains, and really kind of suffering through months and months of kind of questions about his viability in the face of these criminal cases, in the face of a campaign that certainly seemed more competitive last summer and fall than it does tonight with this kind of record-breaking early victory. Now, I do expect we'll hear from the former president within the next half hour or so, largely trying to bring the Republican Party with him here and say that the time for this race is over, the time for this primary is over, the time has come to rally around him. There are already a number of Republican members of Congress here, some of whom I've talked to suggesting that they will probably hear from more of their colleagues in the coming days now that some voters have started to speak, coalescing around the former president. That's the message he wants to bring. Now, granted, it's a message he's been trying to give with each debate that he skipped during the course of this cycle, that somehow this race was more over than voters had chosen for it to be. But, Tom, now he has at least some electoral evidence of the base of the Republican Party once again behind the former president. And I expect we'll hear a good deal about that when he takes the stage here in a little bit.
Garrett, I'm curious. You know, we've seen a photo put out there on social media of the former president and his son sort of celebrating the projected victory, a classic Donald Trump thumbs up photo. I'm curious, though, because usually when a candidate wins an election, it's projected. They want to get out there, they want to declare it, and they want to move on. Do we know why he's sort of standing by as it's getting later in the night?
Look, I think some of it, Tom, is purely logistical to get people into this room. I mean, remember, he's someone who's already got Secret Service protection. This isn't some place where you can just pull up and leave your car running and walk inside. Any of the attendees here have to be screened on their way in. And I think they wanted to build a little bit of an opportunity to have a proper celebratory atmosphere when the former president finally does take the stage here tonight. We're getting to that point now. With the room starting to fill up, the drinks are poured, and his supporters have made their their way here from the various caucus sites where you had a lot of folks in from out of town to come speak to Iowa voters here, make the case for the former president. I see Carrie Lake over my shoulder, the Arizona Senate candidate, and a number of others here in the room. So I think we had to reach sort of maximum party mode here, Tom, for lack of a better way to describe it, before the former president comes out to speak.
Yeah, and a coalition of surrogates that did a lot of the hard work there in Iowa. All right, Garrett, we appreciate it. Ali Vitali standing by for us, but we're going to go right now to Dasha Burns, who's at the DeSantis watch party, no longer a victory party, but maybe something happens with second place. Dasha, I know you have some key guests that you're going to talk to right now about what we're seeing so far in Iowa.
Yeah, well, Tom, the room has just started to fill up over the last 45 minutes or so with supporters and some of the governor's top staff. And I have right here with me the chief, the campaign manager, James Uthmeyer. And James, let's just start with what we know, because there's still a lot of unknowns. But my colleague Garrett Hake, he is at a victory party for former President Trump, because we do know that he has won Iowa. What's your reaction to that?
Well, what happened tonight is appalling. The media calling the race for Donald Trump before votes have been cast. I personally spoke in multiple precincts in front of hundreds of voters. And while I'm presenting and delivering the closing argument to Ron DeSantis and actually flipping voters, people start getting alerts on their phone saying the race is over before they've even won. One guy said, why do we even bother voting if it's already over? That is absurd. That challenges the very tenets of our Republican democracy, and that should not happen. We still expect a good night. I know, it's going to take a while for votes to come in, but you can't taint the process like that. Having a victory declared before people have even voted, before arguments have been heard, that's not right.
And James, look, we've been on this ride. I've covered so many of these campaign stops all across Iowa, New Hampshire, even South Carolina. Just a couple of months ago, the governor was saying he was going to win this state. Now he's been calling himself an underdog. What has happened to sort of lower those expectations, and now seeing you guys in this fight for second place?
Well, look, I mean, he's covered the ground. He's crossed the state. You've had Trump and Haley both working together to spend money attacking him. But nevertheless, he's put in the hard work. He's the true conservative. He's the only person that Trump voters also like, and that people that don't want Trump are willing to go to move forward in a positive direction. And he's somebody that can actually win a Republican primary, unlike Nikki Haley, who draws a lot of support from Democrats and independents. But what we saw tonight is just unacceptable. You cannot have people being told a race is over when voting hasn't even begun, when arguments are still being made.
And the votes are still coming in. We're still waiting for those results for second and third place. But if, in fact, because right now you look at the bottom of our screen, they are still neck and neck as these numbers are coming in here. I know the governor has said all day that he is in it for the long haul. But given all of the resources that he's poured into this state, given that he has run, by all accounts, a textbook campaign, he should get an A+ for all of the boxes he's checked here, getting the right endorsements, putting the right staff and people in place here. If he does not come out with a strong finish here, given all of that he's put in, how can he argue viability if he doesn't at least finish in a strong second place here?
Well, listen, expectations have been really lowered for him. He's been written off for dead so many times, projected to finish in the low teens in many polls. He's going to overperform tonight. He's got a robust operation in South Carolina, is planning to go there tomorrow en route to New Hampshire, where he has a town hall. So we're in this for the long haul. This is a delegate game. Nobody's going to win this race based on a handful of delegates in Iowa. But what the American people need to understand is there's a greater challenge here. What the media did tonight is wrong. The media does not pick presidents. Polls do not pick presidents. It's the voters. And what happened to the voters tonight was wrong.
But James, at the end of the day, if he comes in third here, it's not just whether he wants to stay in for the long haul. There are some practical limitations here. Number one, the money, right? That starts to become a challenge. You've seen how this works with campaigns.
We've got resources to make it through the early states. We've saved up for that reason. We're going to be just fine there. We got a long way to go before votes finish coming in tonight. But I just need people to understand this is a grave concern. This cannot happen in this country. This challenges the very foundation of our democracy to have winners announced before voting. That's something you see in the Middle East, not the United States of America.
Yeah, and that's been a big message from your campaign and from the Never Back Down group supporting you guys tonight. I appreciate your time. Hope you enjoy.
I think it was results from some sort of survey or something, not even true votes.
Well, no. This was projected based on data and science.
Data and science and not actual election results.
And we'll have some of our experts explain
Voters
how that was decided and why it was called in the way it was later in the show. But appreciate your insights and you being with us here tonight on this busy and important night for everybody. Thank you so much, James. Appreciate it. All right, there you have it, Tom. The DeSantis campaign waiting to see what their fate is going to look like after the results come in tonight in the state where he has bet big.
Dasha Burns for us at the DeSantis Watch Party. I want to tell our Ali Vitali to stand by just a little bit longer. We're going to get to her at the Haley Watch Party, but I do want to address some of those accusations that came from the DeSantis campaign towards the media that called the race earlier in the night. Chuck Todd is going to join us now. Chuck, I'd like to be fully transparent with our viewers throughout this entire process. I think we've done that the entire night. There are methods that we follow, and there are ways that we do this to call these races. We always use the term project, but when we project a race, especially at NBC News, we're fully confident that we are correct in that projection.
Well, it's not just that, but we were very mindful of this issue of when do people vote. We were mindful of, okay, if we think we're able to project this, I mean, we'd seen the polling as well, what's the earliest we're comfortable so we're not getting in the way of voting? And what the state party told us is that doors open at 7 and the voting begins at about
8 Eastern.
Right, 7:20. So, look, there were some folks who thought, okay, we'll call it at 7:20. It's like, no, you should give people, if the voting begins then, that means you're going to have the conversation. So we decided not to even look at calling the race until at least the bottom of the hour, because according to the state party, voting should have already begun because we were mindful of this. I get it. Now, it's interesting. Ron DeSantis has benefited from this in the past. We called Florida at poll close. Before voters had finished calling.
In his reelection.
Because it was a blowout. And the point is, when it is a double-digit victory like this, 20 to 30 points in any of this, whether we're doing primaries, caucuses, or general elections, you're going to get an early call and projection because of the data we have. We have physical people at these precincts. We're not just basing it off of the entrance poll itself. Look, it's a fair critique that I have heard for years from candidates who don't win. You rarely get this critique from the candidates that do win. Look, I get it. It's like a fan complaining about the referees in a close game that they lose, right? You look for different things, but this wasn't close. If this were a close race, we wouldn't have called it.
Yeah, and I also want to say, because I asked our decision desk about this last week when we were prepping for this broadcast, and they said, listen, the Iowa GOP has been a great partner in
we've
giving
worked
us information.
with them on this.
We tested their data. I mean, there were run-throughs. I mean, this is an ongoing working communication.
As Hogan knows, it wasn't a good process when Rick Santorum won, then didn't win, then won the Iowa. I mean, the party itself was sensitive to this. This is why they wanted to work. I mean, to their credit, they've been very transparent themselves about this. So because of how badly the 2012 result went, when it wasn't on us, it was actually on the party who failed to show us some data.
All right, Ali Vitali, as I mentioned earlier, has been at the Haley headquarters at their watch party tonight. Ali, talk to me about what the Haley team is saying right now. We have, let me look down here, we have 38% of the vote right now. Haley in third place, but she's neck and neck with DeSantis.
She's neck and neck with DeSantis. And look, both of them are gunning for second at this point. The Haley team and their allies have been clear with me that they like what they're seeing in terms of the margins they're putting up in areas that they had focused on, both in terms of where they had the candidate spend her time in these waning days before the caucus, but then also the areas where they knew that their voters likely were. And what we're talking about, of course, are those suburban areas outside places like Des Moines, like Iowa City, like Davenport. In the map that Chuck had up behind him, I love our interactive maps because of those color changes that you can see. I believe that the one that was in Haley red was Story County. Now, again, results are coming in at an early and slow pace at this point, but Story is one of the counties that the Haley team was clear with me they wanted to be able to run up the margins in. That's where they felt like second place could be achieved. So you notice the fact that when Dasha had that interview with the campaign manager over at DeSantis headquarters, it seems the prevailing emotion over there is some mix of frustration and anger. Over here in Haley world, things are pretty quiet. This is exactly the scenario that my sources had primed me for well before people even went to their caucus sites. This idea that they felt that Yes, it would be great if they could finish the night in second, but at the same time, if they were to finish in a close third, that would pretty much be a reinforcement of the status quo for them. They still feel like they'd have the energy to go into New Hampshire. The only person that they're pointing the finger at right now is Ron DeSantis, because the Haley campaign has said all along, and it was DeSantis' own metric, frankly, that this was the state that he wanted and needed to win. It was a key part of his strategy. That was never the case for the Haley campaign, and it's probably why things seem a little more calm here than over where Dasha was.
All right, Ali Vitali for us. Ali, some great points here. We appreciate that as always. We have plenty more special coverage straight ahead. Coming up, former President Trump celebrating a decisive win over his Republican rivals in Iowa. We'll hear from one of his top supporters and likely from him coming up after the break. You're watching NBC News Now, special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses.
I think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back to our special election night coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses. As we've been saying, NBC News projects that former President Donald Trump is the clear winner of tonight's Iowa caucuses. We continue to wait and see what those margins will be. Of course, one of the biggest questions tonight is what portions of Republicans are looking for a Trump alternative. Joining me now is Republican Congressman from Florida, Congressman Michael Waltz, who represents Ron DeSantis' old congressional district, but he's backing Donald Trump in 2024. Congressman, thank you for joining us live tonight from Iowa. I do have to tell you, once the former president starts to speak in that event where you're at, we're going to have to take him live. You can't beat the real thing in this case. But no you are second best right now, so we will definitely talk to you. So you come from Ron DeSantis' district, and yet you decided to go with Donald Trump. Tell me why.
Well, look, Governor DeSantis was a fantastic governor. I don't think Florida would have come through COVID the way it did without his leadership. But look, at the end of the day, I think more broadly, the premise that's being tested tonight is, can you get the Trump policies, the America First agenda, from tax reform to border to the Abraham Accords in the Middle East, without the leader that caused those policies to happen? I mean, that's what his opponents are trying to convince the electorate. And I think we're seeing overwhelmingly in Iowa that they want not only the policies back, but the leader that brought America to a great place economically, on crime, on border, and internationally. They both go together. And I've said, as I said to the caucus goers tonight, do you get SpaceX without Elon Musk? Do you get Apple without Steve Jobs? You have to have both. And that's why I've supported Donald Trump.
Congressman, Iowa was once a battleground. Now you could say it's a red state. Florida, one of the biggest battlegrounds. A lot of people say it's become a red state as well. How does Donald Trump do in other states? I mean, do you think he can keep this type of momentum in other primary states? Or do you think there are still Republicans, at least 50% of them, who want an alternative to the former president?
Yeah, no, look, I think this, especially if these numbers stay over 50%, this is a historic win. The most recent, or the biggest win before this, was 12%. So I think this is an overwhelming mandate. I think this will lead to a lot of momentum in both New Hampshire and South Carolina. And look, I know his team and I, speaking for myself, are eager to get to the contrast with the Biden administration. Let's contrast the economy from a couple of years ago to where it is now. Let's contrast the humanitarian crisis on the border. Let's contrast multiple wars going on as opposed to the relative peace that we had under the Trump administration. So we'll get through this process. It is our process. But at the end of the day, we want to get to the general election and make that contrast as fast as possible.
Representative Mike Waltz, we thank you for your time tonight. And we want to remind our viewers we are waiting for former President Trump to take the stage at some point in Des Moines at his victory watch party. We will pick up those comments as soon as he starts. I do want to introduce our new panel tonight. Eliana Johnson is the editor-in-chief of the Washington Free Beacon. Matt Gorman is a former senior advisor to the Tim Scott campaign, one of the great political minds of his generation. And Hogan Gidley, the former White House deputy press secretary for the Trump administration, and somebody who's pulling double duty on the panel staff. Guys, girls, thank you, everybody, for being here. Matt, I'm going to start with you. You helped run one of the campaigns that ultimately dropped out, Tim Scott. He was going in the lane of the nice guy, the Trump without the chaos. It seems like everybody else is in that lane, and it worked for no one in Iowa. Will it work in any other state?
It depends. I mean, maybe New Hampshire, because of the rules there, folks can cross over. There's no competitive Democratic primary. But, yeah, I kept hearing, you're a nice guy, just don't think, he has the fight, or, is too nice to take on Joe Biden or the Democrats. But, yeah, look, I think one of the things that really happened was, as soon as Donald Trump was shown to be able to win a general election against Joe Biden, the best argument for folks like Tim Scott, Nikki Haley, Ron DeSantis went by the wayside. It really was the best argument going into this race that Trump couldn't win a general election, at least pretty consistently by the polls now. That's no longer the case.
Eliana, people say campaigns make candidates better, and eventually the nominee, they will be battle tested. Will that hold true for Donald Trump if other Republicans stay in this race? I understand just one state has voted so far. But if some of these other candidates, like Nikki Haley, like Governor Ron DeSantis, want to stay the course until Super Tuesday, even longer, we're going to have to wait and see. Is that going to hurt Trump in the long run?
I don't think it will hurt Trump in the long run, in that his strategy of essentially more or less ignoring the other candidates in the race, making a bet that he did not have to show up on a debate stage, that actually proved to be a pretty good strategy. I will say, I think his 2016 campaign and that experience, I think, made him a better candidate in 2024. There's been a lot of talk about how well organized Trump was. Not a lot of talk about that in 2016, where the campaign was not particularly well organized, but they knew what they were doing this time around. And so in that sense, I think his experience 8 years ago really helped him perform better and show up better organizationally this time around.
Hogan, you have to give credit where credit's due. A lot of this is because Trump has the name recognition. He is running as sort of the incumbent, right? He's the most popular person in the Republican Party. That being said, I covered the 2016 campaign. It was completely chaotic. There is some organization this time around.
100%. And we talked about this early on in the evening, where a lot of these races are focused on the turnout apparatus. Who can you get out to go vote for you? Because the caucus is a little bit different. 1,600 or so precincts in the state of Iowa. Trump had more than 2,000 precinct captains, 400 training centers to teach people how to caucus, because I think 3 out of 10 voters he has are brand new to the system. They didn't even know what to do, so they had to learn. So I think they understood the lessons of the past and applied that to the campaign this time. And you see that with a lot of the numbers, a lot of the folks. But also on top of that, as I've said before, you can't sell an unsellable product. And Donald Trump was an America First president who had policy prescriptions that improved people's lives. People remember that, the prosperity, they want to return to it. And so now the campaign, I think, is really going to be pushing to coalesce and to get everyone else out of this race.
Matt, as somebody who works on Republican campaigns and Republican strategists, if, say, 50% of the party is not behind him right now, does a candidate like Donald Trump, can he get someone like you excited for the general election race if he becomes a nominee?
I think what you heard from Mike Wallace was the key right there. They're already talking about it, using Joe Biden as the foil, as the nemesis, if you will. You might not like Trump, you might not like, me per se as the candidate, but we can all agree, quote unquote, we don't like Joe Biden. I would expect that to try and maybe coalesce some of the Nikki Haley vote, especially the Vivek vote. Folks that were skeptical might have voted for someone else the first time around. It's time to come home, I think, was what they're going to message me tomorrow morning.
By the way, the Democrats are going to have to do the same thing, because people are not particularly enthusiastic about another Biden run. They're going to have to say, you don't like Trump.
Do things with Republican voters, do things like what we saw on January 6th, the indictments, we've seen the polling, do they matter to segments of the Republican population as much as things like immigration, the economy? Or are they already in the rearview mirror, and Republicans that had concerns over that are looking towards 2024 and the general election?
Well, I think for Trump's most devoted supporters, they've helped him. We saw his poll numbers go up when the indictments came down. In terms of the campaign, I don't think we quite know how it's going to impact Trump so far. His strategy, of course, is to delay. If he's not successful at that and actually ends up having to show up in a courtroom and face a criminal trial, that's an unknown that he's trying to avoid.
All right, Eliana, Matt, Hogan, I know you guys are sticking by for us. Up next, we are standing by waiting for the former president to speak in Des Moines. But first, NBC News caught up with caucus goers heading in to vote in Clinton County, Iowa. Here's what they had to say.
I'm not in favor of former President Trump. I don't think he can win the presidential election again. I just don't think he would get enough overall support.
Seems like some of the things that he has said are a little more divisive, and so I would love to see, a candidate that could really bring our country together.
Inside, outside.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A Dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
I would say that is like my biggest contributing factor to voting for her is that she's a woman, I feel like.
Yeah, we were just talking about this, and it's crazy that, like, at this point, there's still never been a woman who's president, but at the same time, I don't really care what gender you are, as long as I align with your views. But it is
That's
nice
a good point
to see
too.
a woman.
Yeah.
Some caucus goers right there. Welcome back to our special election night coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses. We are standing by waiting for the former president to speak in Des Moines at any minute. As soon as he starts, we will take that live for you. The former president was the big winner tonight, but there's still a lot to break down. I want to show you, we still have our teams fanned out across the Hawkeye State at watch parties, outside locations. I actually see somebody who's outside, looks a little cold. I can see his ski cap. It's Hallie Jackson. That's who it is. Hallie Jackson has now made her way outside. She's braving the elements for us. Hallie, I know it's so cold, so I'm going to get right over to you. You've covered races. We covered 2016 together. You covered 2020. You covered the White House. What stood out to you for tonight? What's impressed you or surprised you?
Well, listen, if you're going to step back and take a look at the big picture, because I think it is, and we are really engaged in the numbers and where this race is, because it's going to tell us a lot about where this race goes. But if you step back big picture for a second, Tom, and this is something that I talked a lot about with some of the caucus goers who I was with just a couple of hours ago. Listen, this is democracy in action, right? This is people doing what they are supposed to be doing in a democracy, getting up, citizens, neighbors, friends, community members, talking about who they're going to support, talking about politics, which is often, as you know, kind of considered this thing. You're not supposed to talk about politics in good company, right? Like, this is the moment to do that and an opportunity to do that. And I will tell you that people in Iowa, and you know this too from having spent a lot of time here 8 years ago, they love that. I mean, this is something that a lot of these people who turn out appreciate, to the point that they bring their kids, not just because, as one woman told me, she didn't have a sitter, right, which is also a factor here too, but because people want their kids, the next generation, to see how this process moves forward. Now, I will take off my rose-colored glasses. The Pollyanna portion of the broadcast is concluded, and I will say that I think from a political perspective, here are some of the things that I took note of as we were out and about in the state while we've been here in Iowa. First of all, one of the things that Governor Ron DeSantis talked a lot about with me earlier today was his organization. He told me that he has worked harder, he believes, than anybody else on the ground, has put boots on the ground, has put time, money, and resources in. Now, listen, he also just last month predicted that he could win Iowa outright. And obviously that is not the projection that we have in front of us tonight. But even showing up at the particular precincts that we were at, the particular caucus site, you saw people, volunteers, staffing that location, right? Handing out signs, trying to talk to people as they were walking into the caucuses about supporting Ron DeSantis. And at this particular site, that's the only, he's the only candidate that we saw that kind of action for, that kind of organization there. I do think that when it comes to, for example, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, one of the things that we've heard from her supporters again and again is something she has talked about a lot in her campaign speeches, this idea of electability, right? This idea that she's the one who could potentially win a general election against President Biden here. And I'm looking down at our numbers here. I mean, listen, this race for second, obviously very close. But if Nikki Haley has a strong third place finish, I mean, that is, when she goes to Iowa, that's this, New Hampshire, that's the state where, as you know, she has invested the time and money in the way that DeSantis has invested in Iowa. And then, of course, at the top of the sort of ballot here, clearly in Iowa, is former President Trump. And we're keeping an eye on that number in the bottom left of the screen, right? Does he hit that 50% threshold? Does he cross that threshold, which would be symbolic here? What is that margin? Is it, when it's all official, said and done, it's historic, is going to be the question here. And so I think those are kind of still the dynamics that we're watching play out. While we have a projected winner, there's still some of the other stuff that we're looking at too.
All right, Hallie Jackson for us. Hallie, get back inside. I know it is very cold out there. Hallie was just talking about the vote that's in, 51%. I want to walk our viewers through this. We projected early on, former President Trump is the winner, 49%. He's just below 50% right now. And then a tight neck-and-neck race between Governor DeSantis and Nikki Haley. Again, 51% of the vote in. We're going to be watching this race as closely as possible. We just got a little bit more vote in, and it looks like pretty much the same. Yep, Trump's still just under 50%. So who voted Why do they vote? What's changed? Chuck Todd's been watching all the voter data that's been coming in. He's been watching this, comparing it to past Iowa caucuses to break down what we've learned and what we should pay attention to as we head into New Hampshire. Chuck, give me some top lines from the data you've seen.
Well, I wanted to show you just how Trump has consolidated the party compared to 8 years ago. And it's just, we can do some simple math here, right? 8 years ago, you had a fractured party. And when you think about the three candidates, they represented three different flavors of the Republican Party. Trump was this new populist movement. Cruz was what was referred to as movement conservative. And Rubio was the establishment, right? He was the young establishment guy here. Notice, add up these numbers. We're at about 51 or 52.
Yeah.
Trump has essentially taken the Cruz and Trump vote everywhere and consolidated it. Let me just show you a few counties here. He's very strong here in Northeast Iowa. Well, look, here's a county, Clayton County. Cruz won it. Well, look at the number here, 64%. Cruz plus Trump in 16. What's Trump's number now? 64%. So, and this is a pattern you can, here's another county, almost the same thing here, 54. This one here, he's even consolidated more. Now, let me flip the script on you here a little bit and show you something about 2016. Right, the Nikki Haley path, as we told folks, went through these pink counties, right? It's the Marco Rubio counties. I'm going to circle all 5 counties here. This is a fun little tool that we have developed since 4 years ago, Tom. So I'm going to be
urban areas, university, suburbs, exurbs. Yeah.
That's right, exactly. This is your suburban Republican, the college-educated voter, if you will. So let me take you to 2024. Right now, Haley's only winning one of those 5 counties. This is Ames. Right now, Trump is winning Polk County. Trump is winning Dallas County. Trump is winning Johnson County right now, just barely, but he is with 61%. This is the University of Iowa. Whether he wins it or loses it, the fact that it's neck and neck, and it's going to be neck and neck at best, Trump has consolidated 2/3 of the party. I showed you before. He basically took the Cruz wing, his wing, and he's made it his. What was left of the establishment, Rubio, and right now you see DeSantis and Haley are essentially fighting over the Rubio scrap.
We still have about 50% of the vote left to come in. Are you seeing any trends that help or hurt DeSantis or Haley just yet?
No. It's been I think what's been surprising is the consistency.
Right.
That's what I was showing you. It's been fairly consistent. This isn't, if anything, she is underperforming in some of these counties that we thought she would overperform in. Where Rubio surged.
We're going to continue to watch the vote come in. Chuck, we thank you for that. Up next, we're still reminder standing by for the former president to speak in Iowa. What exactly is he going to say? What's his next move? What does he say about New Hampshire and the competition? Those remarks, when they happen, you're watching NBC News Now special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses.
prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Welcome back to our special coverage of the 2024 Republican Iowa caucuses. We do want to remind you at any moment we're waiting for former President Donald Trump to take the stage at his victory party and deliver remarks just before his campaign picks up and heads off to New Hampshire. In the meantime, we have NBC News Senior Political Director Mark Murray, who joins us now from the Iowa Event Center in Des Moines. Mark, can you think of a candidate, any candidate in your long, illustrious, beautiful career covering politics, who's been as popular as Donald Trump has been tonight in Iowa?
Tom, I think the margin of victory that we are seeing here, that's really what does stand out in a competitive race featuring the governor of Florida as well as a former UN ambassador and governor of South Carolina and people, strong politicians in their own right who spent millions of dollars over the airwaves with sophisticated ground operations. And so it is a major victory for the former President Donald Trump. And I think, as a lot of discussion has been, he is kind of acting almost as a quasi-incumbent, the former president of his party who still remains popular with most rank-and-file Republicans. But you really, since I've been covering politics, Tom, you have to almost go back to 2000 when George W. Bush was able to win the Iowa caucuses decisively, although by then it was just about a 10, 11-point margin versus what we're seeing here tonight. But do remember in 2000 when after George W. Bush ended up winning in Iowa, he went into New Hampshire and ended up losing to John McCain there. And that is the challenge as we start thinking about the context next week, 8 days from now. It really is a different electorate, one in which a lot of the demographic groups that Nikki Haley is overperforming with moderates, with crossover Democrats, with independents, is more tailor-made for New Hampshire than it is in Iowa.
Mark, I'm thinking back on 2016, and you mentioned New Hampshire, and Trump loses in Iowa. He goes into New Hampshire, ends up winning there. There was also that critical debate, which ended up, some people will say, sort of kneecapping Senator Marco Rubio and his campaign. And Trump walked away from there and he just sort of ran with the race. I do want to ask you, in that year, 2016, people criticized the Trump campaign because they didn't have much of an infrastructure. They ended up hiring Paul Manafort to help with the delegates at the convention. And we all know how that turned out for Paul Manafort. But I do want to ask you, this time around, it's a much different story because they have been aggressive in states like Nevada, states like California, to make sure that if Trump is popular, he's going to have these delegates and he's going to run the table, essentially.
Yeah, Tom, a lot has changed over the last 8 years. And it's one thing from kind of going from a political neophyte who is kind of the swashbuckling outsider to a party's ex-president who has learned all the lessons and certainly has the name identification. And then it's still, most importantly, really hasn't been disqualified by members of his own party. And even a lot of the campaigning that we've seen over the last several months from candidates like Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley often end up saying, well, he was a good president for the time, but let's try to have a new time for a new generation, as Nikki Haley was saying, or even Ron DeSantis earlier on in the campaign. It's like, well, I would have done things better. I would have built the wall. But none of them going after to try to disqualify former President Donald Trump. And so I do think you kind of ended up with the campaign that you have. And Tom, you mentioned Donald Trump in New Hampshire. I'll just say this. There has been no Republican in modern times who's been able to win both Iowa and New Hampshire, no Republican non-incumbent. And so Donald Trump is now trying to go into New Hampshire. And if he wins, he'll pull off history on that front.
A great data point for us. Good thing to remember. Mark Murray, we appreciate you as always. We're going to take a quick break. A reminder, we're waiting for former President Trump to speak at any moment. We're going to bring it to you as soon as it starts. Stay with us.
I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry.
My
I
commitment to
apologize
Hallie
for the many
Jackson
questions.
will never be questioned.
Welcome back to NBC News' special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses. We do want to talk about the issue of coalescing and what happens with someone like former President Donald Trump has a blowout victory in a state like Iowa. Vaughn Hilliard is at the Trump event right now. We do want to remind our viewers we're set to listen to the president take the stage and speak at some point, but we're still waiting for that. In the meantime, Vaughn, I do want to talk to you because we saw some interesting things over the weekend, right? We saw some key endorsements, even from a big state governor who had told our own Chuck Todd that he wouldn't do business with President Donald Trump, and then ended up handing out pizzas in Iowa to sort of help the president with this landslide victory so far.
Tom, that's absolutely right. And when you looked at that polling data coming into tonight, Donald Trump appeared to be the clear-cut favorite, not only here in Iowa, but New Hampshire, South Carolina. And the question, and I should even note, the pressure from the Trump campaign was on other Republican elected officials, like that governor you're talking about, North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum. You'll recognize that name because he was actually ran for president himself this cycle. He was on the first debate stage, and he is so far the only Republican presidential candidate that qualified and appeared on that debate stage to have dropped out and then endorsed a candidate. And he endorsed Donald Trump yesterday. Notably, Mike Pence and Tim Scott, the South Carolina senator who also ran for president, they dropped out, but there were questions around whether they would coalesce around a Trump alternative, like Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley. You haven't seen that. They have been quiet and they have stuck on the sidelines. Marco Rubio, the senator from Florida, who, if you'll recall, 8 years ago, it was then governor of South Carolina, Nikki Haley, who endorsed Marco Rubio for president over Donald Trump. Well, just this weekend, Marco Rubio endorsing Donald Trump. Also, Mike Lee, the senator from Utah, endorsing Donald Trump. What you are watching here is the Republican Party at large really solidifying their support of Donald Trump as somebody who could very well, the Trump campaign is making the case by March 19th even, potentially hit the delegate count to become the presumptive nominee. Of course, we're still a far ways away from that. Donald Trump is supposed to take the stage any minute here. But right now, for Donald Trump and his campaign, so far, they made the case that they had built an organization here that would be able to juice the turnout of their supporters. And right now, from these numbers that have come in so far, they've done that in this first voting state, Tom.
Vaughn, you know, you're at the Trump watch party, but you cover the greater election as a whole for us. We know that heading to New Hampshire, Nikki Haley has already locked up endorsements like Governor Sununu, also former Governor Hogan as well. The big question mark is Chris Christie, right? He just dropped out of this race, and he likes surprises. And I know you'll remember 2016, some people call it, you know, the hostage video when he came out, and he was sort of there and they weren't really sure what he was doing, but he endorsed Donald Trump, and that surprised a lot of people. Do you think we will get a Christie surprise before New Hampshire?
I think that is the question. You know, Chris Christie, there was a surprise that he dropped out just a couple of days ago before Iowans even voted, let alone New Hampshire. He was polling at 12%, giving the likes of Nikki Haley even a run for money, beating Ron DeSantis in the state. But instead of endorsing one of those Trump alternatives, he suggested that he's going to sit on the sidelines, and frustrated with Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis for not taking Donald Trump on more directly. In terms of a surprise, it's hard to come up with what that could be. Chris Sununu endorsing Nikki Haley, that was a surprise. It was a big step, him putting himself politically on the line. Kim Reynolds, though, the governor of Iowa, she did that as well, but instead she endorsed Ron DeSantis, and there was a lot of attention on the fact that could this popular Republican governor here sway a good share of the Republican electorate? Well, clearly not enough if she did. And so when we're looking here ahead, independents in New Hampshire are going to be one major factor there. In order to caucus here in Iowa as an independent, you actually had to change your party registration. But in New Hampshire, we're looking at potentially up to 40% or more of the electorate potentially being unaffiliated voters taking part in that Republican primary, which could very well help Nikki Haley, but that's not necessarily the case in every state. So this is going to be a really tough road ahead here, and it's not exactly clear who in the Republican Party has more popular endorsement than Donald Trump. There was folks like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Matt Gaetz. Those are, by and large, pretty popular figures. And where are they tonight? They're right here in Des Moines at Donald Trump's watch party here, waiting for him to take the stage.
Vaughn, stand by for us. And again, we're going to take that speech as soon as it starts. I do want to fly across the country and head over to New Hampshire, where Shaq Brewster is for us right there. He's ahead of the curve. He's ahead of the rest of the campaign reporters. He's already on the ground tonight for us. Shaq, you know, we talk about Chris Christie and whether he will endorse before the New Hampshire primary. Will that have an impact? We know Haley hopes to build a coalition of voters, as Vaughn was mentioning, Democrats, independents, and obviously Republicans that like her as well. But it'd be helpful if she builds this coalition of support, and Chris Christie could be a part of that.
Yeah, and it's not clear what kind of impact that could have. Vaughn mentioned that Chris Christie had about 12% consistently had about 12% in polling before he dropped out. I was at that event in which he suspended his campaign, and he very clearly did not use that opportunity to endorse another candidate. Instead, you had that hot mic moment where he said Nikki Haley was going to get smoked, and said that Ron DeSantis called him and was petrified because he was dropping out. So he definitely did not give his supporters a clear lane, a clear direction in which to go. But I'll tell you, those supporters at that event that I talked to, and I followed up with them, we've been following up with them over the past week or so since he dropped out, most of them that I had conversations with now say that they are going to back Nikki Haley. Those who are not, and I see former President Trump is now hitting the stage. I'll let you.
All right, Shaq Brewster, we appreciate your reporting. We are looking live right now at former President Trump as he takes the stage at his victory watch party there in Des Moines. And a reminder, this is the first competitive Iowa caucus that he has won. This is Donald Trump's first. He didn't campaign a lot in the state of Iowa this time around. He spent some money. He had his infrastructure there. But by and large, he stayed away. While other candidates worked really hard, they were in the state, they were spending a ton of money, they were doing event after event. I saw some numbers in the hundreds for certain candidates. It didn't really pay off. Former President Trump, the clear winner in Iowa, clearly the most popular Republican in that state. With the vote still coming in right now, 81%. The president has broke that 50% threshold. If he stays here, it's going to be historic. It's going to be a landslide. You can see some of the supporters coming there behind him, including some guests of this fine broadcast that were just on talking to us earlier. But we see South Dakota's governor as there as well, and others who helped him win in Iowa. Of course, the former First Family as well, Trump Jr., we see him there, and some other former Trump advisors who have stayed by him by and large since he was in the White House, and even before then when he was a real estate mogul in the state of New York. And a reminder, a place where he no longer lives anymore, moving to Florida because of all the legal trouble that he's had in this state, still facing several lawsuits, more than 90 criminal allegations, indictment after indictment. He's going to have to get through a lot of potentially tricky legal issues before he can be the nominee if he continues this victory march. And it's still unclear, right? You talk to legal scholars, they don't know if those cases will actually go to trial while he is running for president. We're going to have to wait and see. There's a lot of unknowns here as we wait for him to take the stage. He's sort of soaking it all in and really enjoying this moment. As we look at the map in Iowa, he's essentially won every county. Is that right, Chuck Todd's telling me?
This is a big one. This is the home of Ames. This was Nikki Haley's only county. We've now more precincts caught it. He took the lead there. He's winning in Iowa City.
Trump looks like to lead and or win every single one of them. Former president's about to speak. Let's listen in.
Well, I want to thank everybody. This has been some period of time, and most importantly, we want to thank the great people of Iowa. Thank you. We love you all. What a turnout, what a crowd. And I really think this is time now for everybody, our country, to come together. We want to come together, whether it's Republican or Democrat or liberal or conservative. It would be so nice if we could come together and straighten out the world and straighten out the problems and straighten out all of the death and destruction that we're witnessing that's practically never been like this. It's just so important, and I want to make that a very big part of our message. We're going to come together. It's going to happen soon, too. It's going to happen soon. I want to thank some of the great people. We have so many senators. If I go through every name, we'll be here all night, and everybody's going to get angry at me. But the senators, the congressmen from Washington, they came down from all different states. I want to thank you very much. I want to congratulate Ron and Nikki for having a good time together. We're all having a good time together. And I think they both actually did very well. I really do. I think they both did very well. We don't even know what the outcome of second place is. And I see Carrie Lake. Congratulations, Carrie. Very good. I spotted her, I have to announce, because she's terrific. She's going to be a senator, a great senator, I predict, right? You're going to be a great senator. And I also want to congratulate Vivek, because he did a hell of a job. He came from 0, and he's got a big percent, probably 8%, almost 8%, and that's an amazing job. They all did. They're all very smart people, very capable people. I think most importantly, I want to thank my incredible wife, First Lady, I'll say former and maybe future. But more important than Melania, I want to thank her incredible, beautiful mother who passed away a few days ago. And she's up there, way up there. She's looking down, and she's so proud of us. And I just want to say to Amalia, you are special, one of the most special people I've ever known. And that was a tough period of time for the family. But she's amazing. She was amazing. So I just want to thank what she's done for our family, and her husband, who's home right now and very lonely. He's a lonely man, but he's going to be okay. Victor, they're great people, great parents to all of us, really. I mean, great parents, but also to Barron. Boy, did she take care of Barron. That's how he got so tall. He only ate her food. And I want to thank my family generally. They've worked so hard, and they've taken so much abuse for being good people. I mean, good people. But Eric and Don, they really did. These two have been working so hard, and they have another job also, so they have to do it all. But they've been working so hard, and I know that Ivanka is home and Tiffany's home. They're watching, and I know that Barron's watching. Good old Barron. I said, "You're going to be a basketball player." I said, "Well, I like soccer, Dad, actually." I said, "At your height, I like basketball better, but sometimes you can't talk them into everything." But he's a special boy. But the whole family is just incredible. And my sister, Elizabeth, who's just the biggest fan. She's just an incredible person and always supportive. We love Elizabeth so much. Also, we have a woman who took a big chance. You know, in most states, we have support of everybody, the Congress, the senators. We had Marco Rubio. We had Rick Scott the other day. We have, probably 55% of the senators. And now they're all calling and saying, "We want to endorse you, sir." I said, "Oh, great." Same thing with the Congress, men and women. We have tremendous, much more than anybody probably has ever had in this position. And we love them all. They're great. They're really trying to do a good job for our country. But one woman in Iowa who really stepped up was your Attorney General, Brenna Byrd. She really, really stepped up. Where is Brenna? Come in. She stepped up. She's going to be your governor someday, I predict. So we'll see. We'll be watching, but she really did. She broke away from the pack. And she had tremendous courage, and wasn't easy. In some states it's easy, in other states it's a little bit more difficult. But we have really the support of the people of Iowa.
All right, we've been listening to former President Trump. We're going to pause now for a brief moment, but folks, don't go anywhere. NBC News Now special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses continues straight ahead. Welcome back to NBC News special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses. I'm Tom Yamas in New York on a historic night, the first contest in the 2024 presidential race, and we have a projected winner. NBC News can project that former President Donald Trump has won the Iowa caucuses in a resounding fashion. He is set to smash the record for margin of victory for this contest on the Republican side. He is the former president, and he is speaking right now. We want to take him live. Let's listen in.
Long before I knew I was going to run, I said, who's this man in Iowa? He's a senator, a state senator. He's a good-looking guy, too. Doesn't he look? You could pay him and give him a lot of money. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, I want to thank you for being here. You are so great. Comes all the way from Missouri, which isn't that far. You can't drive an electric car that far, though. Thank you very much. I appreciate it very much. The group of people that we have on the stage is just emblematic of the tremendous group that we've had. We've had such a great team. We did well. We were looking really good in 2016. And just to go back to the senator, he was saying, I said, who is that guy? Brad, his name. Who is he? He keeps endorsing me. He keeps saying Trump, and I didn't even know I was running. He endorsed me 4 months before I knew I was running, about 4 months before the Escalade ride down with our great First Lady. And that was Brad. I said, who is he? So he was the first one. But we have people that are so incredible. Your Republican Party Chairman, Bobby Kaufman, and his son, who is a brilliant guy, and he worked with us. And I will tell you, that is a family of real professionals. Matt Whitaker, who is the very talented and very good Attorney General. Where is Matt? He's around here someplace, and he's been with us all the way. We have a man that was very impressive. And I say, there's nothing wrong with it. He's so solid and so good that he didn't catch on. Sometimes being a little controversial is good. He's so perfect. Although he did break his leg during the campaign, that wasn't so good. But it sort of stood out a little bit, Doug. But Doug Burgum from North Dakota, the governor, and his beautiful wife, Catherine, and he got out of the race. What people don't know is that he actually supported me on the other side twice already, right? Then he decided to do it, and he was outstanding. But the traction is never easy, right? You need controversy for traction sometimes, and this guy is the most solid guy. There's no controversy whatsoever, and he's one of the best governors in our country, and I hope that I'm going to be able to call on him to be a piece of the administration, a very important piece of the administration. And also, just to conclude with this, the entire Trump team, and that includes my two boys who are really here all the time, whenever we needed them. Whenever we needed them. They are great, Eric and Don. And look at all these people. Oh, Susie, I have to say. And Chris. And they want no accolades. They just want a victory, and they want to make America great again. That's all they want, actually. They don't want to be speaking. They don't want to have pictures. They just want to do their job, right? I want to thank you very much, Jason, everybody. You're really fantastic. What a job you've done. Thank you. So we're going to come together. We're going to drill, baby, drill right away. Drill, baby, drill. We're going to seal up the border. Because right now we have an invasion. We have an invasion of millions and millions of people that are coming into our country. I can't imagine why they think that's a good thing. It's a very bad thing. I think it's a group of people that are probably larger in number than New York State. And we can't have that. We can't have that. It's not sustainable as a country. It's horrible. And they're coming from prisons and jails. They're coming from all over. They're coming from countries that most people have never heard of. And they're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. They're being emptied out into our country. And they're terrorists. Many terrorists are coming in. In 2019, I saw just recently on a poll, they had none in 2019, no terrorists. Now, I even say there's got to be some, but they have none. And then as soon as this group took over, they have hundreds and hundreds of terrorists coming in, known terrorists, some of them really bad. And many of them are in, and they came in, and nobody knows where they are. This is not a good thing. And we're going to have to deport. We're going to have a deportation level that we haven't seen in this country for a long time, since Dwight Eisenhower, actually. So I don't want to be overly rough on the president, but I have to say that he is the worst president that we've had in the history of our country. He's destroying our country. And, you know, my wife attended the funeral 2 months ago of Rosalind Carter, and it was beautiful. And Jimmy Carter was there, and I thought to myself, Jimmy Carter is happy now, because he will go down as being a brilliant president by comparison to Joe Biden. He'll be a brilliant president. He's going to be known as brilliant by comparison. So we have to stop the invasion. We have to bring down our energy. We have to, you know, I say all the time, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other nation anywhere in the world. And we have to stop the crime, and we have to help rebuild our cities, and we have to rebuild the Capitol, Washington, D.C. I was there on one of the Biden indictment trials. You know, this is the only person this never happened before, but I go to a lot of courthouses because of Biden, because they're using that for election interference. And it's on things like...
We've been listening to former President Trump at his victory party in Des Moines, Iowa, a historic night for the former president. And he started his remarks after sort of soaking the moment in and looking out upon the audience. Really went from MAGA to magnanimous, thanking the other candidates, making a joke about Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley fighting for second, even thanking Vivek as well. But then he launched into his campaign mode, into his campaign speech, making some disparaging remarks and generalizations about undocumented immigrants coming into this country, but attacking the Biden administration over their immigration policies, over their oil policies. I want to go to Chuck Todd first, who was listening on this speech as we were both listening as well. And, you know, he started to be thankful and grateful. He almost sounded like he was already the nominee, crowning himself the nominee.
Well, that's the most important thing. It was the first sentence. He goes, it's time for us to come together. Right? Like, that's what he said. He clearly views this. And look, this is a map. We have one county that still hasn't reported anything in. But if this is a sea of Trump here, and he's over 50, he has a rationale to at least make that case that, hey, I mean, you're looking, DeSantis and Haley together are still 10 points behind Trump. So that's, you know, you could have the fantasy ticket that some people I've talked to have, like, hey, the two should run together. Well, you know, even combined here, they're still 10 points short. So it is, I am very curious to see how DeSantis and Haley, and by the way, you want to talk about timing here, neither one of them, it's such a close race for second, neither one of them can get out there and claim it first. Now that Trump has spoken, still speaking, they're not going to get this moment. And, you know, Hogan will know this well. This stuff matters to raise money. This stuff matters. These primary nights, you want to create a sense of momentum. And neither Haley or DeSantis are going to get any momentum out of tonight now. There's just, in some ways, maybe it'll be 1 or 2 in the morning. We find out who's second. But at that point, you're 30 points behind.
Hogan, you worked with former President Trump when he was in the White House. You know him. You know his moods. You know his tones. Talk to me about what you found and picked up in his speech tonight.
First of all, MAGA to magnanimous. That's why you're in the chair you're in, Tom Yamas. That was very,
he
very
was
good.
there until he went into campaign mode.
Very good. Look, starts off by thanking a lot of people on his team, thanking the other candidates. You remember when Christie got out of the race, he also said something along the lines of, hey, you know, Chris Christie got out. Maybe I'm going to start liking him again. Joking with the crowd. You know, he's an entertainer at heart. He wants you to be comfortable. He connects with people on a level that I don't think the other candidates were able to do. It's obvious. We talked about this hours ago when we started this coverage. I said, I think what's going to happen is he's going to tell everyone, all right, it's time to man up. Let's all get together and coalesce behind my campaign. He had some mention of that there. And now he's going to talk about the policies because in his mind, he is thinking it's time to talk about the general. Weeks ago, he switched his pronouns to saying us. We did this together. We can fight together. And focusing more on Joe Biden. Of course, he's still going to say things about Vivek. Of course, he's going to say things about Nikki and Ron. But he's focusing more on the general election. He's trying to portray, I've got this thing wrapped up right now. And with the numbers and the data that Chuck has outlined this evening, he has a case to make to say, look, this is pretty obvious I'm running the show.
Less than 2% of the delegates, though, have been decided so far with just Iowa, right? It's a small state, but the importance we can't talk about enough. Matt, if you were whispering into Governor Ron DeSantis' ear tonight, what are you telling him? Do you telling him stay in, let's do this, or do you think it's over?
I would say no matter if it's DeSantis or Haley, you need a narrative and quick. Nights like tonight and speeches like what you just saw are not, they're not about recapping what you just saw. It's about setting a narrative for the press, for voters, for donors that you can continue and carry forward. What's the narrative with this muddle for second place? There isn't any. Haley doesn't have one coming out of here. DeSantis, it's in a way for DeSantis a zombie campaign. He'll physically be in South Carolina, but there is no real way or strategic plan that he can come across that has a plan for winning South Carolina.
Do you buy that he's going to South Carolina after Iowa before New Hampshire as a legit super PAC event, invited by the super PAC, or do you think they're going to do some sort of come to Jesus moment and say, should we keep going?
If he is in third place, he needs to have some serious conversations, and he makes some hard decisions. If he's in second place, he can pull the string out for a little bit longer. See if Haley is weakened in New Hampshire, maybe hope for a weakened Haley and Trump in some kind of free-for-all in South Carolina. If he's in third, it's going to be a very tough morning for him.
Eliana, we know the president is still speaking, but he didn't really attack Nikki Haley. He didn't go after her. He almost talked about them as if they were in the past. If you're Nikki Haley, with this sort of muddled second place, Chuck was pointing out, do you have a ticket to New Hampshire?
Look, Trump from the outset has acted like an incumbent and treated this as if he is the nominee already. He wasn't barnstorming the 99 counties the way Ron DeSantis and Vivek Ramaswamy were, and there's a lot of truth to that. And what you saw in his speech tonight was a pivot to the general election. I don't actually think it matters if Ron DeSantis finishes second or third tonight. What is the rationale for his campaign? Matt, you talked about you need a narrative, you need a message. It's too late for that for the DeSantis campaign, in my view. Nikki Haley, she can go win New Hampshire. To me, for these guys, it's a lot about their future, not this campaign. It does seem to me like Trump has this sewn up.
And Nikki had no one on the ground in Iowa, so she could theoretically say, look, I had no ground game. We surged at the last minute. Look at how well we did, whether you come in second or third. Now it's on to New Hampshire, where we have the people and we have the team, and she can at least sell that. I'm not exactly sure what DeSantis would sell.
The DeSantis campaign was premised on winning Iowa, and they didn't meet their own benchmark there. So I think it's difficult to argue that you have a case to continue on in that regard.
Want to go over to Chuck Todd. He signaled me he's got something he wants to talk
it's just
about.
the calendar, right? And this is just slow bleed. Right? This is the problem, right? Is that, okay, so today is Iowa. Let's go down the line. So in 8 days, there's New Hampshire. Okay, that's next. After that, look what you got to wait. You got to wait 2 weeks until you get to what John Ralston in Nevada calls a Caucus, because he basically changed the rules. So that's an automatic. Virgin Islands, that's really... So then you got to go all the way. You got a month between New Hampshire and South Carolina. First of all, she has to win. Somebody not named Trump has to win New Hampshire. How do you survive that? How do you continue to keep donors? Because it's almost now look, if you have different winners, well then suddenly it becomes a Trump problem. And then, if you can get to March 5th, but look what I have to do to get to March 5th, which is Super Tuesday. Can DeSantis or Haley get to March 5th,
not only that,
without winning?
And California.
And what are they going to win?
You got to explain to voters California, too, with the delegates there.
Well, it's not just California. There's quite a few states where there's a 50% threshold, where they do proportional delegates, but if one of the candidates gets 50% either in the district or in the state, then you get all of them. And Trump, this is where Trump has had an organization as opposed to what he did 8 years ago. He's really worked the inside game. He's the establishment now. He's worked the inside game. He's gotten these rules changed. Most of these rules favor him in how he's done it. And so you throw that in. Again, I go back to how do they get to March 5th without winning? And I don't see it.
All right, we're going to pick up the conversation there. Chuck, we appreciate it. We're going to come back with our panel as well. Coming up, Donald Trump comes out on top, and now all eyes are on the race for second place. You're watching NBC News Now, special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses.
think when you open your eyes, you get to decide, how's my day going to be? We want to be a way to start your day, lighten your load, every single morning.
Welcome back. We have some breaking news and a major election alert. NBC News is learning that according to Vivek Ramaswamy's campaign communications manager, that he is about to drop out for the race for the Republican nomination. Again, we're being told that Vivek Ramaswamy is about to speak, and in that speech, he is set to drop out of the race for president. He had a very tough showing tonight in the state of Iowa right now. On the board, as we look, Vivek, I think single digits was the last we saw, with more than 90% reporting in. Vivek at 7.7% right there, barely scratching 8%. As the vote still continues to come in. The other big story, the battle for second place, still too close to call by NBC News' projections. But Dasha Burns has some news from the DeSantis campaign headquarters in Iowa. The big question, Dasha, we've been talking about here, what does DeSantis do? Does he stay in this race or does he drop out? I know you have some new reporting.
Well, let me tell you, Tom, right now, it looks like they're gearing up to have the governor speak shortly. They are introducing conservative radio host Steve Deace right now, who's been one of his biggest surrogates and endorsers here. And I'm just going to modulate my volume here from Gossip Girl voice to raising it loud as we hear the crowd here tonight. Listen, this is a vibe here tonight that is really reflecting the sort of underdog mentality that he has taken on in the final weeks here, as he has gone from the guy that said he was going to win the state to the guy that's now fighting for second place. They've been raging against the media. You can hear the boos here right now. The crowd really riled up over that projection that Donald Trump won the race earlier in the night. And now his team is putting out a statement telling me that they, quote, threw everything at Ron DeSantis. They couldn't kill him. He is not only still standing, but he's now earned his ticket out of Iowa. This is going to be a long battle ahead, but this is what this campaign is built for. The stakes are too high for this nation. We will never back down. So indicating to everyone that has those questions, that's been asking whether or not this might be the end of the road for Florida Governor
Dasha,
DeSantis.
sorry, I got to interrupt you. We got to go to
questions to rest.
Yeah, just excuse us, Dasha. We got to go to Vivek Ramaswamy right now. He's speaking in Iowa. We expect him to drop out. Let's listen in.
All of you volunteers, you have lifted us up from February of last year when we got into this. Nobody knew who we were. Nobody knew what we were up to. And together we have created a movement that I think is going to carry our nation to the next level. And for that, all of the patriots across this state, across this country, everybody watching on the live stream, we are so grateful to you. And I promise you this, we are just getting started in leading this movement to our future, okay? Now, this is a campaign founded on speaking the truth. Not just when it's easy, but when it's hard. Not just to the Democrats, but to our own side. And not just to other campaigns and candidacies, but to ours. And so I will stick to the truth tonight. The first hard truth, and this one's hard for me. I got to admit this. But we've looked at it every which way. And I think it is true that we did not achieve the surprise that we wanted to deliver tonight. And I think that that's just a hard fact that we're going to have to accept as a campaign. And the question then is, what do we do that is right for our country? And so Corbin and I...
All right, as we just heard Vivek Ramaswamy dropping out, we have another election alert that's happened in real time. We have a major projection from our decision desk. The other big headline tonight out of Iowa. NBC News can now project that Governor Ron DeSantis, Florida's governor, will come in second place in the Iowa caucuses and that Nikki Haley will come in third place. Right now, DeSantis has 21% of the vote. Haley has 19% of the vote. 90% of that vote is in. It is very, very tight. It's not a clear second place finish, but Governor Ron DeSantis needs some positive news tonight, and I'm sure that campaign is going to take it. I want to get right over to Dasha Burns, who we were just talking to. NBC News Now, Dasha, projecting that DeSantis has won second place. I don't know if this news has trickled in to the DeSantis headquarters just yet. They wanted to win this state. They put all their eggs in that basket. Is this a ticket to ride to New Hampshire?
It's coming out of the state of Iowa. This is absolutely absolutely critical for DeSantis. We talked all day long how he needed a second place finish here in order to argue viability going forward. And look, New Hampshire is not his best state. That's why one of the reasons that he's going to South Carolina first thing tomorrow morning to stop on Nikki Haley's home turf. Now, I don't know that they've heard our projection here tonight, but I read you that statement from a campaign official earlier. That indicated that they had a feeling that this result was coming in, that they were going to be able to move forward in this race. The strategy from the beginning really has been to get through Iowa, get through New Hampshire, and our colleague Chuck Todd illustrated the timeline earlier. They really think that that month ahead of South Carolina is going to be really important for them because they see Nikki Haley having some trouble in that state, given how conservative it is. And here it is, Governor DeSantis is about to take the stage. A raucous crowd here. If I could have my cameraman, Bill Angelucci, just show you Governor Kim Reynolds, of course, a critical endorsement for the governor, introducing him. I'll just let you listen to her for a moment.
It made a difference. This man doesn't quit. He's in it for the long haul. He's ready to keep going. We're getting 2 tickets out of Iowa. We're sending him to New Hampshire. We're sending him to South Carolina. Watch out, America. Ron DeSantis is not done.
All right, we've just been listening to Iowa's Governor Kim Reynolds. We're going to wait to see when Governor DeSantis takes the stage. We have another bit of campaign news. Vivek Ramaswamy, after dropping out, has immediately endorsed former President Trump. That's what I'm being told right now in that campaign speech as well. I want to get over to Vitali. She's with the Haley campaign right now. Ali, set us straight here. I mean, you know, what was the expectations game for the Haley campaign? Was it a solid second or was it survive Iowa? Let's get right to New Hampshire.
They left it vague, I think, on purpose, Tom, in large part because they really said that they felt that second obviously would have been the preference, but that third would have just reinforced the status quo as to what people would have assumed already in a state like Iowa. The thing I imagine that we're going to hear from the Haley team in the coming 24 hours is that Ron DeSantis is someone who came in, threw all of his resources at Iowa, had an immense ground game, got all the right endorsements, and still only notched 21 or 22 percentage points. And Donald Trump was able to get, at least as of right now, over that 50%.
Ali, sorry to interrupt you. We got to go over to Governor DeSantis, the projected second place winner of the Iowa caucuses. Let's listen in.
They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us. We love you too. They threw everything but the kitchen sink at us. They spent almost $50 million attacking us. No one's faced that much all the way just through Iowa. The media was against us. They were writing our obituary months ago. They even called the election before people even got a chance to vote. But they were just so excited about the fact that they were predicting that we wouldn't be able to get our ticket punched here out of Iowa. But I can tell you, because of your support, in spite of all of that they threw at us, everyone against us, we've got our ticket punched out of Iowa. And what I learned by going around Iowa is that this country has a basic decency. We've got hardworking people, God-fearing people, patriotic people. You just don't see it every day because of all the nonsense that gets spewed out there by the media, by social media, all this other stuff. People want to have hope for this country's future, and that's what we represent. We represent a chance to reverse the madness that we've seen in this country, to reverse the decline of this country, and to give this country a new birth of freedom and a restoration of sanity. That's what we are going to do.
We've just been listening to Governor Ron DeSantis speak in Iowa at his watch party there NBC News projecting that he's taken second place in the Iowa caucuses. It was a tight race for second. We can also project and characterize the race as a landslide victory for Donald Trump, with 91% of the vote in, Trump north of 50%. This is a historical victory. It's a landslide victory. The voters in Iowa have spoken. They want Donald Trump to be their candidate. We're going to have much more election news when we come back. We're going to take a quick break. And when we come back, we're also expected to hear from Nikki Haley. Stay with us.
Leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
A dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. We are back now with that breaking news. Donald Trump is projected to win Iowa by a landslide. Governor Ron DeSantis now projected to come in second. Vivek Ramaswamy has suspended his campaign, has just endorsed Donald Trump, and we've just been told he's going to appear at a Trump rally tomorrow in New Hampshire. Boy, that was fast. Nikki Haley right now poised to take third place. We're waiting for her to speak at any moment. We just heard Governor Ron DeSantis. Joining me now on set is tonight's panel, Eliana Johnson. She's the editor-in-chief of the Washington Free Beacon. Matt Gorman is a former senior advisor to this Tim Scott campaign. And Hogan Gidley is the former White House deputy press secretary for the Trump administration. So, guys, Governor DeSantis said he's got his ticket to ride to New Hampshire, second place. Matt, I'm going to start with you. Is he right?
It's a temporary reprieve. He can live to see the next day. He's surviving and advancing, if you will. But I fail to see, if he's going to South Carolina, he's rolling on fumes against a former president and what's likely to be a former governor in the state. I mean, you had the evangelical leaders, the evangelical community who DeSantis was banking on. The leaders were with DeSantis, but the rank and file, the grassroots, were all with Trump.
Eliana, you know, he's going to go to New Hampshire. He's got a tough race there, Governor DeSantis, and then head down to South Carolina. Does he have enough gas in the tank, as Matt was alluding to here, to stay in this race? Because New Hampshire is going to be really tough, and then it moves down to South Carolina.
It seems that he does want to continue. Sort of puzzling as to why. One of the things that's interested me is that I do think for Nikki Haley to do well, she sort of needs DeSantis in the race, and that his voters will go to Trump. And so at least for New Hampshire, I think his staying in does benefit Haley. For DeSantis, though, I think one striking thing about his speech is that you didn't hear him take the argument to Donald Trump. And that's one thing I think has been sort of lacking in this race, is that what's the rationale for his campaign? He hasn't really given a strong and consistent message. And I think that carried through to his speech tonight.
Yeah. How do you beat the front runner if you don't go after the front runner?
Yeah, I do think that's really the question. And he said they threw everything at us and we overcame it. But like, what is his argument and rationale. Haley at least has a line that she goes to. He's the right leader for the right time. It's time for a new generation. When you ask what DeSantis' message is, I think people are sort of stumped.
Hogan, talk to me about what the Trump campaign does in the next 7-8 days. Do they focus on Nikki Haley? Do they try to take her out of the race completely? Do they mention Ron DeSantis? Is he forgotten? Or do they just run their own race and try to pretend like they're the now crowned nominee?
Yeah, no, I've not spoken to him about this, but I would imagine you're going to hear a lot of what Donald Trump said tonight on the campaign trail. He'll make some passing references to the other candidates, maybe Ron, but he's going to be focused on Nikki a little bit going into New Hampshire because obviously she's going to stake her entire campaign now in New Hampshire, where Ron did the same thing in Iowa. She's going to do the same thing there in New Hampshire. But he is going to continue to take on Joe Biden. I think that still kind of is the through line for his campaign because he wants to come across as the eventual nominee. He wants to be the one who is already kind of deemed to have secured all the delegates, even though we're only one state in at this point. And by doing that, it also lets his supporters know he's thinking about where he wants to take this party and where he wants to take this country for the future. It's a better message for him, although we still have a lot of fights to go here. And so when we're going to New Hampshire, you can expect some elbows, some pretty sharp ones to be thrown for sure.
You know, Chuck, as we look at some of the data, and this comes from the decision desk, late deciders were good to DeSantis.
Yep.
Does he takes second place? I mean, it's a far second place. Does that give him any momentum as he heads into New Hampshire? I mean, it's tough because it's almost a firewall there for him.
I think it's tough. And by the way, in that same, if you were a Trump voter, you made up your mind months ago. He had 70% of Iowa voters said they made up their mind months ago. But, here's an awkward problem for DeSantis. He's going to finish second, but the only person who may carry a county is actually Haley right now. Right now, just so you know, there's 99 counties, and if you follow Iowa, you famously know that.
Chuck, I'm sorry.
Trump is under 10.
But I got to.
Yep.
Nikki Haley, you're just mentioning her. She's about to speak.
Although, let's listen.
Iowa. I want to say before we start, when you go through something like this, you can't do it unless you have a faith. And God is so good. And I want to say to my husband, who is deployed, who I know may or may not be watching this right now, Michael, I love you. And what keeps me going is I know we sleep under the same stars. So I want to say to Rena and Josh and Nayland, I am so proud of you. The best job I will always have is being your mom. I want to thank my parents who are at home every day. They reminded us how blessed we were to live in America. I want to thank my sweet brother who came out here and was caucusing for me. A good Desert Storm veteran, and I want to thank my other siblings there. I want to thank Michael's parents, Bill and Carol Haley, who've been fantastic along the way as well. You can't do this without the strength of your family. I want to congratulate President Trump on his win tonight. We have had an amazing 11 months here in the Hawkeye State. I came to Iowa early and often, and I kept coming back, even though the cold weather is brutal. But the kindness of Iowans will never be lost on me. You're faithful, patriotic, and hardworking Americans, and I will forever be grateful for the time that we had. At one point in this campaign, there were 14 of us running. I was at 2% in the polls. But tonight, Iowa did what Iowa always does so well. The pundits will analyze the results from every angle. We get that. But when you look at how we're doing in New Hampshire, in South Carolina, and beyond,
We've been listening to Nikki Haley at her watch party in Iowa tonight. Vitali is at that same event, and I want to check in with her. She's been covering this campaign for us here at NBC News. We just sort of heard Nikki's argument, right? The next stop is New Hampshire. And from New Hampshire, her home state is South Carolina. Is she right, Allie?
Yeah. Well, look, yeah, that is what the calendar says. In terms of how she could fare in those states, certainly New Hampshire is seen as fertile territory for her, and her campaign has made that clear. She's also doubling down on that here in these remarks, thanking her family, especially her husband, Michael, who's deployed overseas right now. She said she takes solace in the fact that they sleep under the same stars, but also the fact that she congratulated former President Donald Trump on his win here. No mention, at least at this point, of Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, who really was the person that Haley hoped to not only edge out of second place, but potentially edge out of this race. We're going to hear a lot from Haley, I imagine, over the course of the next 24 to 48 hours as she really revs up on the ground in New Hampshire about the fact that Ron DeSantis is, in the words that she used with me the other day, invisible in New Hampshire and South Carolina. As Dasha said to us earlier in her reporting, it's clear to the DeSantis campaign that New Hampshire is not the best state for them. That's why we're going to see them go to South Carolina tomorrow. But for Nikki Haley, this win is enough, she seems to be saying, to herald her on to New Hampshire, where she thinks that she has a real fighting chance. And frankly, some polls bear that out as well, Tom.
Vitali doing one of the toughest thing campaign reporters have to do, which is report live while the candidate is speaking just behind you, and all those people in that room do not want to hear you, but we do. Vitali, we thank you so much. We do appreciate that. We're going to be right back with the latest from the Ramaswamy campaign. You're watching NBC News Now, special coverage of the 2024 Republican caucuses.
dark prophecy foretold her death. Then, through fire, it came to pass, and the faithful mourned. But it wasn't the hand of God that lit that flame. Mortal Sin, a new podcast from Dateline. All episodes available free.
Welcome back, and to our special coverage of the Iowa Caucuses 2024, a very big night. NBC News projecting Donald Trump the winner of the Iowa Caucuses, Governor Ron DeSantis in second place, and Governor Nikki Haley in third place. Hallie Jackson has been joining us throughout the night in the caucus sites. She is in Iowa at the Historical Museum. And Hallie, a bit of history for the Iowa Caucuses with this landslide victory and Donald Trump.
Yeah, remember, 13 points is the number that he was, potentially looking for if he wanted to make history here. And obviously with the caution that none of this stuff is final just yet as far as the numbers. Listen, we haven't seen this for a non-incumbent Republican, Tom. And so this is what the caucus night is all about. It is about real data points here, because up until now, everybody, every political observer, every pundit, every campaign strategist was speaking of hypotheticals here based on polling, based on data, based on anecdotes. We now actually have these solid numbers from people who are going out to the caucuses and casting ballots in various ways to pick who they want to see move on in this nominating contest. Here's something else that I think is striking about the results that we have seen so far here. It is pretty consistent with what we've been talking about for months, which is former President Trump with what appears to be still this dominant lead. You've got Ron DeSantis and Nikki Haley trailing, of course, far behind in that second and third place position. Obviously, with DeSantis, as NBC News has now projected in that second place spot here. This gives DeSantis an opportunity here, and this is something that he talked about. He told me today that no matter how he finished tonight, he was in it for the long haul with that trip to South Carolina first thing in the morning, and then that town hall in New Hampshire later on in the evening. We will be there in New Hampshire, of course, as that is where the focus of the Republican political universe will turn. He was already suggesting that he would be sort of long-term in this race. And then for Nikki Haley, you heard her cast it there in that speech that she just delivered. She is also looking ahead. The question is going to be, specifically for those two candidates, now that, of course, Vivek Ramaswamy has dropped out and endorsed former President Trump, can they keep up what is so critical, as you know, for any campaign? It is the operation. It is the organization. It is who is knocking on doors, who is paying for campaign staff. Where are the donors mobilizing here, especially as you turn the corner now into the next stretch of the campaign as we head down towards Super Tuesday. These are the factors at play here now. And again, we now have some actual tangible results to talk about and for people to look at and point to here, Tom.
Hallie Jackson, who I know will at some point board a flight tonight and magically appear in Manchester, New Hampshire, possibly tomorrow for the Today Show. Hallie, we look forward to your report. Please try to get some sleep. I know it's going to be really hard. Hallie, of course, part of our dynamic campaign 2024 decision 2024 team, along with someone else, right? Our NBC News campaign embed, Catherine Koretsky. She broke the news that Vivek Ramaswamy was dropping out of this race and then later endorsing Donald Trump. She's been with this campaign from the get-go. Talk to us about tonight and what the calculation was for Vivek.
So, Tom, he started off with this message today and in the days leading up to this that he was going to shock the world and win the Iowa caucus. And he admitted tonight, unfortunately, he always speaks the truth. That's the message of his campaign, could be seen on banners. And tonight, the truth was that he needed to suspend his campaign. He was saying he wasn't as successful as he thought. He went back to his apartment here in Des Moines that he's been living in for the last couple of months on the campaign trail here. He did over 300 events. He made this decision with his wife, Apoorva, and his team. Everyone was emotional from his team. He said he's so proud of them. As you mentioned, he is endorsing Donald Trump. He ran into a bit of a conflict with him this week when they made Save Trump, Vote Vivek shirts. Caucus captains wore those tonight as well. They could be seen in this room as well. And Trump went after him on Truth Social for saying he was wounded in this war. But he did endorse former President Trump, congratulated him on his win, said he's the other America First candidate in this race, and he'll be joining him in New Hampshire for a rally tomorrow. When I spoke to members of his team, they said he was going to New Hampshire. They didn't give any capacity, and now we know the answer. He's speaking the truth and suspending his campaign. Tom?
Catherine, as a campaign embed, you're also a mini expert into the campaigns and the lives of these candidates. I don't mean to put you on the spot, but update our viewers. Where was he polling in New Hampshire, and what has the polling shown for his supporters? Where are they likely to go? Is it likely to go right over to former President Trump?
Yeah, so In the last, most recent NBC News Des Moines Register MediaCom poll, Vivek Ramaswamy was polling at about 8%, up from 5% from just a couple of months ago. He was adamant that the polling was wrong, although he did have a good turnout at his events here in Iowa. That didn't translate to the numbers here on the ground. So many people that I talked to at these events were Trump supporters. They became emotional, saying, I want to support you as a young person, but while Donald Trump is still in the race, I have to support him. So it's very likely that those numbers will go to support the former president. As it was shown tonight, he was successful here. And like I mentioned, Vivek's going to join him on the campaign trail. So I think that's just going to energize his campaign even more, maybe in the future. But definitely the Trump votes will benefit Ramaswamy, maybe in the long run, but definitely benefit the former president as we go into the rest of the nominating race.
Catherine, before you go, where was he at in New Hampshire? What was his polling in New Hampshire recently?
I'm not exactly sure. I think he was around 7%, but likely behind Haley and DeSantis, where they had strong ground games. He also had a really strong ground game in New Hampshire, but months prior. He hasn't gone back there since the middle of December. He really invested his grassroots campaign in Iowa, and like we saw, that just wasn't enough for this campaign, Tom.
Catherine Koretsky, one of our many phenomenal embeds who have been working day in, day out on that campaign trail and have never given up. Catherine, we thank you so much for your reporting. Still to come, the candidates set their sights on the Granite State. We're looking ahead to next week's primary race and what tonight's results in Iowa could mean for New Hampshire. You're watching NBC News Now special coverage. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. What do we know that voters care about? The economy, right? You are seeing that firsthand yourself on the ground there today. I know that you have been reading the vibes from D.C. here, and the vibes are different from action. What is actually going to happen in Congress to regulate AI anytime soon? Emily, they have tweaked my monitor, and I can see now you are, in fact, soaking wet. I am deeply sorry. I apologize for the many questions.
Will never be questioned.
Welcome back to our News Now special coverage of the Iowa caucuses. Right now, a whole lot of reporters and candidates are rushing to get on flights to, you guessed it, New Hampshire. Shaq Brewster is already there for us, live in New Hampshire tonight. Been staying up throughout the Iowa caucuses, hearing all about Iowa. Shaq, now the focus is on you and New Hampshire. Talk to me about the things you're watching for in the next 7 to 8 days.
Yeah, Tom, I was saying it's our turn now, and I was talking to a voter earlier today, and she was kind of saying Iowa was getting too much of the attention. She felt left out of the conversation and the debate, and I said, just wait, you're going to have these candidates coming right here to New Hampshire, and that is exactly the case. You look at the schedule coming up, for example, you have Nikki Haley having events here almost immediately. Vivek Ramaswamy is now out of the campaign, but he had multiple events scheduled for tomorrow. Former President Trump, he's going to stop in New York, and then he's going to be right here in New Hampshire, and then Ron DeSantis stopping in South Carolina and then coming to New Hampshire. This will be the main focus. And listening to some of the coverage out of Iowa, one word that I heard from Haley just in the past 10 minutes or so, it was the same word that I heard from Chuck earlier in the broadcast. It was consistency. When you look at the polling going into Iowa and you look at the results were fairly consistent with what we were expecting. And the problem that brings for candidates as they head into New Hampshire is that you look at the polling going into New Hampshire, former President Trump is leading in that polling. The difference is you have former Ambassador Nikki Haley in second place, a clear second place position here in New Hampshire, and some polls have her within striking distance. The problem, though, is there are a lot of dynamics that are different this time around. Former Governor Chris Christie is now out of the campaign. We don't know what kind of impact that will have, but when you talk to a lot of allies of the campaign, they were hoping for a stronger finish out of Iowa to help build that momentum as they got to New Hampshire.
Shaq Brewster, we appreciate your reporting and staying up for us live in New Hampshire, where it's also cold. I want to go right over to Chuck Todd. Chuck, show our voters and tell us what have New Hampshire primaries of past days shown us, and tell us, especially 2016, and what we can draw from that.
Well, let's go back and remind you what happened in 2016 here. As you can see, Donald Trump won, and he won by double digits at the time. He only got 35%. But notice the phenomenon we saw in Iowa, right, where he's able to consolidate the Cruz voters, those movement conservatives, into his camp. Well, if he does that here in New Hampshire, 35, 11, there you go, you start to get to 46, 47%. And that may be the number. And if you've seen some of the polling in New Hampshire, it has been in the mid-40s. So you start to see that. And you start to put together, what's the Haley voter? All right, John Kasich, Nikki Haley, yes, you see that. Jeb Bush, possibly. Okay, so there's 15 plus 11, right? We're up to 26. Let's throw in Marco Rubio's 10. We're at 36. Throw in Chris Christie's 7. We're at 43. So in theory, she consolidates. There's a neck-and-neck race, but Ron DeSantis is still running in this race, right? He's still sitting there. Look, I'm skeptical. Trump comes in here big. This is the problem Nikki Haley needed. She needed something in here to sort of an extra boost. And just the 4 or 5 points, I take the point Eliana said that a DeSantis voter may eventually go pick Trump over Haley. But, either way right now, I think DeSantis is going to be sitting on vote. I mean, to me, if you've not supported Trump right now, you're looking for somebody other than Trump. So, it's interesting. The one thing about New Hampshire this time, though, that's different from 8 years ago, there's no competitive Democratic primary, and independents can pick either primary. So if you've more independents show up in the Republican primary, it makes it a less conservative primary electorate. That also would be a recipe for Haley to pull this off. But, boy, we didn't see those voters materialize in Iowa. But I think nobody got hurt more by weather, I think, than Nikki Haley when you start to see the turnout and her performance tonight.
Chuck, we thank you for that. Matt Gorman, if you're advising Nikki Haley, what would you tell her?
You got to hit the ground running tomorrow, literally. You were hoping, as Chuck said, for that momentum boost coming out of here. You wanted a great speech saying now you got a strong second. You're not going to get it. You cannot let a day go by. You need to appeal those independents and Democrats every single day. And you also, I think, need to make a case, maybe subtly, that this is the last stand. If you want to stop Donald Trump, you need me to defeat him in New Hampshire, because Ron DeSantis isn't going to do it. And if we let him win New Hampshire and Iowa, then it's off to the races. You need to make this almost a Waterloo moment. You do.
Eliana, what are you going to be watching as someone who's covering this race, especially for your conservative readers?
The focus tonight was on who's going to win second place and what's the margin of victory. And that can't be the focus in New Hampshire. Winning is winning. Somebody who's not Donald Trump, if he's not going to be the nominee, needs to win. And so in New Hampshire, Nikki Haley, if her candidacy has a rationale for continuing, needs to win in New Hampshire outright.
We can make the arguments, Hogan, that Donald Trump at this point can't get in his own way. But in New Hampshire, he might be able to get in his own way. If you were advising him, what would you tell him?
I think what he's been doing up until this point has worked really well for him. He has engaged with the other candidates, but at the same time, he's focused on the future. He's focused on Joe Biden. People in the Republican primary want someone who can fight. They want someone who can withstand the onslaught. And not just that, but succeed in light of all of that. He was able to accomplish that and do that as president. He's done it so far in this campaign, and he continues to focus on the America First policies that improve the lives of all Americans, regardless of race, religion, color, or creed. I think it's going to help him immensely. And like the other two panelists have said, I just don't know where the votes come from for these other candidates. They're going to have to do a lot of things in the next week to try and make this happen. But if I could have drawn it up any better for Donald Trump tonight, it wouldn't have been possible. He gets above 50%. Nikki Haley's not going to get a bump here because she didn't come in second place. And DeSantis, doesn't really have a shot in the next two states.
Do you think Donald Trump tries to move to the middle? He can sometimes turn his positions on a dime when he wants to for an election. Do you think he moves to the middle for those independents?
Well, look, I mean, I think a majority of the policies that he put in place, those America First policies, they poll around 75 to 80% in this country. That doesn't mean you win an election every time because a lot of candidates try to adopt those and a lot of candidates try to push those. But regardless of that, I think the conservative policies that he implemented and the positions he has taken, they're wildly popular. That's why you're seeing an increase in support from the younger people, why you're getting a larger margin in black vote, in Hispanic vote that Republicans in the past didn't get. It's because those things are so successful. So, look, anything can happen between now and the next election in New Hampshire. But right now, this is on a glide path to have Donald Trump be the nominee.
Matt and Eliana, we got less than a minute. You guys think we see any surprise endorsements in the next 7 to 8 days?
If you haven't endorsed Trump yet, I don't understand what you're really waiting for if you were inclined to. And I mean that seriously, right? Like, there's no incentive to endorse anyone besides Trump right now until someone proves that you could possibly beat him. There's no incentive. These are politicians. They're not going to go out and take a risk if they don't have to.
Eliana?
I think if we see them, they're going to be for Trump.
Okay, you don't think a Chris Christie comes out for Nikki Haley?
No, I definitely don't think that happens.
The world wrestler, Ric Flair, to be the man, you got to beat the man, and unless you can beat him somewhere, Donald Trump's still the man.
All right, Hogan Gidley, Matt Gorman, Eliana Johnson, we thank you so much. Chuck Todd, always a pleasure to work with you, my friend. We thank you for being with us this jam-packed hour, but folks, election season, it's just getting started. We're back next week for special coverage of the New Hampshire primary, Republican primary. That's the next Tuesday starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, right here on NBC News Now. This right here, this concludes our NBC News Now special coverage of the 2024 Iowa Republican caucuses. I want to thank our teams of reporters, producers, photographers, audio engineers, all the people on the logistics desk, all the people on the political desk, the decision desk, everyone who made this fine broadcast come together. We thank you and keep watching NBC News Now.